Hello and welcome to Kart Chaser's exclusive coverage of the 2024 SKUSA Winter Series, sponsored by Acceleration Kart Racing and brought to you this weekend by Simcraft. We're back at the Homestead-Miami Motorplex for the second weekend of action in this 4-round championship, and more than 250 drivers across 9 classes have got 2 intense days of on-track action to decide the 2024 Winter Series champions. All the warm-up action on Saturday and Sunday is going to be free to air, but to watch every lap of time qualifying, the pre-finals and the finals themselves, you need to be a Kart Chaser Premium subscriber. Now, I am supposed to be joined by the voice of SKUSA, Rob Howden, and Mr. Kart Chaser himself, Xander Clements, but we are in the Florida Everglades, and when we told them to go out and get some lunch and make it snappy, we didn't really realise that they were lunch. This could be a problem. Just one round remains in the 2024 SKUSA Winter Series before we crown our champions. Saturday's sun-blessed action in Homestead saw some contenders shine while others slipped into the shade. But as Championship Sunday dawns, there will be nowhere to hide for any of the 230 drivers who are set to lay it all on the line. Despite a poor day for Zane Burgess, the Jamaican sensation still leads in Micro Swift, while Marco Samut now heads a Mini Swift class that was blown wide open, with Royce Vega less than 20 points behind. And a second win for Diego Ardiles in X30 Junior virtually assures him of the title. But Ardiles faces a much tougher task in KA100 Junior, where he trails Saturday winner Sebastian Garzon by just 10 points, and the senior KA class is even tighter, with just a single point separating Donovan Bonilla and Alessandro Di Tullio. Di Tullio and Bonilla also duke it out in X30 Pro, with Di Tullio ahead by 12 points, and a maiden win for Matias Morgado in Pro Shifter means points leader Danny Formal can't celebrate just yet. It promises to be a day to remember, and you can watch all the drama unfold with us, only on Kart Chaser's coverage brought to you by Acceleration Kart Racing and Simcraft.
And indeed, it is time to get things underway for wheel-to-wheel racing. It is Championship Sunday here at AMR Homestead-Miami Motorplex, presented by MG Tires. Final round of the 2024 SuperKarts USA Winter Series. And indeed, we have lined up 16 races here live on Kart Chaser. Thank you to those of you who are premium members joining us here now on the show and ready to get into it with the first of 4 pre-finals, which we have before we roll into the lunch break. Lunch break set to go at 12 o'clock. So again, rolling up here right now with the drivers in the KA100 Junior category. Those drivers getting ready to come out here and get things underway once again. Getting things lined up here. The grid getting set to go. Engines firing behind us. My name is Rob Howden. I will be joined by Henry Beaudet for the broadcast throughout the entire remainder of the day. As I said, 16 races for you, 8 pre-finals, 8 main events, and we'll find out who the champions will be. We'll have a quick lunch break from 12 to 12:30. Right in the middle of pre-finals, but you can see the drivers there, and you can see some of the looming skies further back as well. We don't believe we're going to get any of this precipitation, but the dark skies are looming around the racetrack here now. Sebastian Garzon and Diego Ardiles embroiled in a battle for this championship, and they'll start on the front row. Qualifying went the way of Garzon, so he'll take the pole position in the 10 points alongside Diego Ardiles. Ty Fisher, the Canadian for Race Lab, on the TV card. Impressive. He'll start on the inside of row number 2 alongside Naomi Garcia, the Sodi car driver, who was right in the middle of the fight. She was very strong on Saturday. Row 3 will be Max Christia and Jackson Wolney. Row 4, Alexander Vanchev starting alongside Fausto Arnaudo. And then on row number 5, Salvador Della Vecchia and Walter Jenkins, the 4th. Into road number 6, Enzo Vidmontier alongside Michael McGoy. Remember, 51 drivers in this category. Long way to go through the grid. Jackson Deal and Luke Tall on row 7. Row 8 will have Cole Medeiros alongside Sebastian Rist. Row 9, Lillian Scarborough and Aiden Augustine. On row number 10, Fionn Shi on the inside, Max Weiland on the outside. Aiden Nicotra and Tristan Murphy will be on row 11. Row 12, Sebastian Venegas and Edward Kennedy. Row 13, Travis Pettit and Chase Gassioli. Luis Cedino and Remy Andreatos on row number 14. Row 15, Bristol Bornman and Frederick Manning. Row number 16, Roberto Renderos alongside Marco Romero. Row 17, Braden Zervis and Nathan Dupuis. On row 18, Keith Lewis Jr. and Ethan Sky Manjensik. Row 19, Ruben Gutierrez and Eli Steinbrook. Row 20, Luke Fedowitz and Dean Peterson. Row number 21, Casey Mosley and Luis Fernando Nunez. Row 17, Arthur Barbie and Bex Cranston. Further back, Shane Smith, Juan Jose Paramo. And away we go, field set, and we are underway. Tried to get through that whole 51 kart field, couldn't quite get it done. We are now racing. No, they waved it off. They waved it off. Everybody excited to get back at it here. But not quite. Did not go green. Bring them back around and do it again. Again, this championship battle is going to be waged between Sebastian Garzon and Walter Jenkins IV. These two drivers, he and Diego Ardiles, pardon me. Garzon and Ardiles. Ardiles has got things handled over an X30 Junior, but he wants to get both championships, right? He wants to double up here in the Winter Series, but he's got work to be done because I'll tell you, Sebastian Garzon is a hot rod here this weekend in that Orsalon Racing Tony Kart machine. He has been good, strong. Yesterday scored the win. Diego Ardila is going to have to find that little bit more if he wants to steal away this second championship. As I said, pretty much has things handled right now in X30 Junior. Big field, 51 drivers, and did we get them all to show? I think we possibly did. Again, Sebastian Garzon and Diego Ardiles on row number 1. Get them lined back up once again. Pre-final, 12 laps for all but the cadet categories. They'll run the 10. Field rolling its way up here, getting into the tram lines, and we're now underway. Tail of the field, really not even back there before we go green. Not surprising because it's so long, but they're through turn number 1 cleanly. A couple drivers having to go to the far side of that exit curbing, getting themselves back on the racetrack through turns 2 and 3 for the first time. The box, I call it, down there to turn number 2. It's just right. 3 right-hand corners leading into the infield section of the racetrack. They'll come back around for turns 5 and 6, the inner left-hand carousel. A little short shoot back into that turn 7-8 combination. Quick little right turn into the hairpin, turn number 8. Then the first of 2 straightaways down into the hairpin. We'll see lots of passes down here into turn number 9. There's one there from further back. Big move there to get that spot. That's Jackson Wolney making a move to get a spot here on the opening circuit. Otherwise, we're now underway. Top 3 drivers. I think we're seeing Garzon, Ardiles, and Ty Fisher, 1, 2, 3. They'll work their way up the straightaway. Garzon, Ardiles, Fisher. Max Christie, 4th. Jackson Wolney, 5th. Enzo Vidmontien, 6th. Alexander Vanchez, 7th. For Fausto Arnaudo, Jackson Deal, and Naomi Garcia. She fell back 6 spots on the opening lap. Not a great opening circuit for Garcia. But nonetheless, the drivers settling into position now. Ardiles giving chase on Sebastian Garzon. Garzon thinking about trying to get another perfect day. See if he can't win the pole, the pre-final, and the final. Big move to the inside there. That's Max Christie and the 833 Kart Republic diving to the apex to get to the inside of Ty Fisher. And he's going to bring another driver with him. I think Jackson Wolney coming through as well. We talk a lot about that in the kind of layout of this racetrack, talking about going through the box of turn 2, 3, and 4 before you roll back into the infield. If you get hung out to dry on the outside like you're going to see right now here with Max Christia, you could maybe lose a couple of spots. Wolney made a move to the inside of turn number 2, but Christia wisely got it back down to the inside. If you get hung out to dry, we saw it happen to Ryan Norberg yesterday, you can get hung out and lose a ton of spots. You may even end up in the grass on the outside of turn 2, or just get to the outside of the racetrack where you simply can't get back in before you get into turn number 4 and 5. Start of this race has been pretty quiet, actually. Most drivers just getting into position. We've seen a couple of passes. Jackson Wolney got a couple, as we know. He was able to work his way by a couple of drivers to work his way up to where he is right now, currently in the 4th spot, following Max Christie past Ty Fisher as well. So just getting things underway with the first couple of laps. Travis Pettit not able to finish, or not able to get to lap number 2. Pettit, the TKG driver on the Kart Republic, only getting the opening lap. And there's a good scrap here between one of the Sodi Kart drivers going at it. That's a little further in the field. Might be Garcia. Henry Beaudette joining me back here once again in the booth as we are underway with, as I said, 16 races for you here this afternoon. 8 pre-finals, 8 main events. And again, this one's going to line things up. The pre-finals will set the grid for the mains, Henry. And not surprisingly, Sebastian Garzon getting cleanly greenly out of the start to take over the lead.
Yes, indeed. And again, doing what he needs to do. But Ardiles is not letting him get away. Surprise, surprise. These two are breaking clear of the chasing pack. 3 drivers, Wolney, Vidmontien, and Vanchev. Very, very similar to the running order that we saw yesterday. Max Christea, the American-Romanian driver. There's a move. Vidmontien goes at the inside of Wolney. That's going to simply give Ardiles and Garzon a bigger advantage, with Arnaldo, Fisher, Jenkins the 4th, and Garcia rounding out the top 10.
Really strong run for Enzo Vidmontien. Started 11th, and he has already worked his way up into the 4th spot. You saw him battling there into 3rd now, I believe, getting by Jackson Wolney. He had Alexander Vanchev behind him, who went purple last time by. That's Vanchev there in the white, black, and yellow Zanella Racing livery. And again, all these drivers trying to chase down the 2 leaders who have pulled away, Garzon and Ardiles. Again, they're fighting it out amongst themselves for the championship. And as it is right now, I'm going to say advantage Garzon. He's doing a good job, came in with a 10-point lead, qualified on pole, now leading the pre-final.
Yeah, and okay, so Garzon's got fastest lap in this race, but there's no championship points for fastest lap in the pre-final. It's only the fastest lap in the main event that carries 10 championship points. Diaz last time around was a 10th slower. The gap between the top 2, 0.6 of a second. But 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, looking at now, you've got Vidmontien at the head of this group. His teammate, Max Christea, for the Trinity karting group, is at the back of this train, and just losing touch a little bit. But Vanchev and Wolney pushing Vidmontien along as we start lap number 7.
Indeed, working away again into this one here. 12 laps the duration, so we're at the halfway point. 6 down, 6 to go, working lap number 7. There's Jackson Wolney right there on Alexander Vanchev, and again, that is for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Vidmontien, P3, Vanchev's 4th, Wolney 5th, and Christea now in the 6th spot. Ty Fisher was up in 3rd at one point, shuffled back into the 7th position, and well back. You can see him all the way back back there with Walter Jenkins the 4th on his rear bumper. So Ty Fisher going in the wrong direction here in the pre-final for KA100 Junior. And again, just getting started. We'll do 4 pre-finals for you before we jump into the lunch break at noon. Junior, Mini Swift, KA100 Senior, and Micro. That's what we'll have for you here before the lunch break. Come back with the final 4 pre-finals and then roll into 8 main events on Championship Sunday to see who walks away with Winter Series titles.
The Winter Series keeps going from bad to worse for little sizzle Isaac Malkout, who has joined the list of retirees. 47 drivers still running. Jackson Deal has dropped 26 places. But going the other way, Marco Romero from 32nd into the top 20. Have to say that Orsalon Racing and Sebastian Garzon making a statement here as we continue to watch a good scrap for 3rd position. Vanchev now has it. Vidmontien having to defend 4th place from Wolney with Christea in 6th. But fastest lap of the race, another new fast lap, 49.79 for Garzon. Garzon and Ardiles, the only drivers to break the 50-second barrier in this race.
What I think is amazing is you had these 2 drivers that battle it out running in the other direction when we were here in January, right? Yeah. Garzon and Ardiles tie for points coming out of the opening weekend of the series. They come here. Once again, they're the 2 drivers to beat. It's just Garzon's the one that's kind of stepped to the forefront. He was able to win the main event yesterday, pole today, now leading the pre-final. Almost a full second ahead right now of Diego Ardiles. The best battle here, of course, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. These guys are having a great dice here, but you can't speak enough about what Sebastian Garzone and Orsilon Racing are doing to try to win this championship.
Absolutely. Okay, yes, it's the same piece of tarmac, but you're going in a different direction as the white flag goes out on lap number 9. I thought, oh no, that
should be 12.
It should be 12, but the white flag is waving.
Why are we waving the white flag? All right, well, the white flag is waving at start-finish. We've only got 9 laps in. I don't know why we're going white here, but Aaron Likens, you race to the flags.
You race to the flags indeed, and that's what Vanchev and Vidmontien are doing. There's the move from Vidmontien up the inside into turn number 7, and Garzon continues to head the pack. Ardiles is second, then it's Vanchev. No, it's Vidmontien, Vanchev, Christea is up there, but Sebastian Garzon, another advantage in the point standings as he beats Diego Ardiles by 1.1 seconds with Vidmontien, Vanchev, Christea and Wally. The rest of the field continue to flood across the line. Fisher has finished 7th, Jenkins in 8th, Arnado 9th, Lillian Garcia, I keep calling her Lillian Garcia. That was the WWF ring announcer many years ago.
All right.
Obviously I've got Lillian Garcia on the brain. No, Lillian Scarborough, is there in 10th position. Michael McGoy and Luke Tahl from the slower qualifying group, the Dutchman, makes his way up to 12th ahead of Naomi Garcia and Salvador Della Vecchia.
So, Henry, I jumped into race control there just to find out what happened in terms of cutting the laps down to 10. We did get an aborted start for that. So when we have an aborted start, you lose 2 laps. Essentially, you go to a 10-lap run and you lose 2 laps for the circling around. So, indeed, that's why we ran the 10 laps and not the 12 laps. The aborted start locked it down to 10. That opened things up. Again, for a 1.122 second victory for Sebastian Garzone. 10-point bonus, qualifying on the pole. Top driver in the pre-final, max points there as well. So Garzone in a great spot here right now. Diego Ardiles second, Enzo Vidmontien coming out over top of that great battle with Alexander Vanchev, Max Christea, Jackson Wolney, and then of course Ty Fisher closing up late on that one as well. So indeed, we saw the drivers I think that we're going to see battle in the main event. Those drivers in the top 7, maybe throw in Jenkins if he gets some speed at the end. Those are the ones that are going to be fighting it out before it's all said and done. Yeah, disappointing for Naomi Garcia. She dropped down. Look there. Marco Romero was the biggest mover in that race, up 12 positions. And after a rather rough and rambunctious pre-final in this class yesterday, we had 46 of the 50 starters coming to the end. Didn't see Chase Gassiet-Lee out there. And who else did not take the start? Maybe Braden Zervis as well. Okay, a couple of drivers we know that are racing here weren't able to make it to the start line for that one. They may have been out early and on track. There are a couple of karts come in on the back of the hook here. We'll say one thing I found out talking to David Cole inside there, and we'll give a shout out to a driver who has championships and race wins here at Superkarts USA, Lucas Palacio, being told a winner at the WSK race in the Mini U10 category today. Well, congratulations. Rocco Simoni just off the podium in 4th as well. So a couple of our Superkarts USA drivers doing a tremendous job in WSK competition today. And you know something, Rob, I know that we're going to get underway with the next pre-final, but that American drivers doing well on a global stage is simply a case of it's what happens after the national racing increases. So the level of national competition here in SKUSA and in the championships is growing. The teams are growing, the standard of driving is growing, and as a net result, American drivers doing better on a world stage. And I know that Martin Pierce here with the TB Race Lab team will be very happy for Lucas Palacio. He helped Lucas to several titles last year. Yeah, the driver coach there for Lucas Palacio. I spoke to Martin and said, oh, well, you know, you didn't fancy going back to Europe? And he goes, no, my wife would divorce me. So happy wife, happy life, and Martin is working with the TB Kart team, and I'm sure there's no what's the word I'm looking for? No coincidence that the TB Karting team is suddenly doing very well. Yeah, Mini Swift rolling on track right now, brought to you by TKG and Kart Republic. Royce Vega starting on the pole position alongside Benja Fernandez. Josh Bergman and Marco Samet will be on row number 2. Julian Rivera alongside Valentino Santillan on row 3. Nico Katowski and Ashton Woon on row number 4.
Yeah, Nicholas Ardillian and Mika Baruch round out your top 10 with Lorenzo Varela, Grayson Walcott, Darren Kidd, and yesterday's winner Troy Ferguson all the way back in 14th position ahead of Brandon and G. Maxwell Matcha and the rest.
Field into the staging lanes, one driver all the way on the outside the lanes. That's not going to go well for whoever that was, because that was almost a full 4 wheels outside the tram lines. They'll pick that up pretty quickly in SKUSA race control. Otherwise, green flag is flying, and we are underway. One driver out early to the lead. I believe was that Benja Fernandez, or is that actually Royce Vega out front?
Let's have a look. It is the Bennick of Royce
That'll
Vega.
be Royce Vega then, right?
And it's the RPG kart there in second position. So making up the position there. Benja Fernandez is for the SLA kart racing team. But it certainly looks like it is the number 133 of Vega at the head of this trade. There's Marco Simone in the number 175 kart. He is there in 4th position, just behind the leading Sony driver, Josh Bergman, who was not a well boy yesterday. He toughed it out, gritted his teeth. Obviously, he's come back fighting strong today.
Yeah, good start for Royce Vega to go into the lead. In fact, a little bit of a 2-driver breakaway with he and Julian Rivera. Look how much gap they have there. They got it through turn 1 cleanly. As you can see that Marco Samet wanted to make that move on Josh Bergman. He's got into 3rd, so Samet on the LN kart has muscled his way up into the 3rd position, moving Bergman back into 4th. And so the lead group, the lead 2 drivers, have a little bit of cushion here right now. Not a ton. It's actually going to start to get eaten up pretty quickly as everybody lining up, but there's the 106 of Benja Fernandez. Throwing it down to the inside, book it. Fernandez goes to P3.
Fernandez really nothing to lose today. It all went wrong for him in the final yesterday. Finds himself down 7th in point standings. Vega is chipping away. Samut led, before drop scores this morning, but Vega leading after drop scores is doing everything. And look at that, he's actually pulling away from Julian Rivera, even though Rivera, the Ecuadorian driver from Quito, is not a slow driver with the RPG kart. A lot of power in that number 133 Bennick machine.
Yeah, indeed. You don't normally see drivers pull away these days in this category, this mini Swift class, especially at a track like this with some long straightaways. Benja Fernandez lining things up, and if I'm going to move a little bit further back, Ashton Woon has now worked his way up, I believe, into the 4th spot. Yeah, there's Woon in front now of Marco Samet. So again, let's see Woon working his way forward here in that Super Tune parallel. He's putting his head down. He's now up into the 4th spot. So we'll watch how these drivers line up as they come across the line once again. It's a big group out front here as they come across. I want to say, let's have a look. 3 seconds for the top 10 for sure, back to Katowski. So a number of drivers in the lead group here right now. You can see a little bit of a gap now, potentially starting to break from 6th on back.
Yeah, Nico Katowski for the U-Race team, very impressive today in the top 10, and he is running just behind Troy Ferguson, who's made up 5 places so far. Mika Baruch runs in 8th. Valentino Santillan is 7th. Bergman has slipped to 6th position, but Bergman is pushing Woon and Samut along as they try to close back up, but still, anyone at 10 can win this.
Let's throw this out here as well. We haven't talked about him yet. +5 on the race for Troy Ferguson. Yesterday's winner now working his way now up into the 9th spot. Started 14th, did not have a great qualifying run. Up into 9th. Let's see how far back he is now from Mika Baruch. In fact, where he's already to 7th. He literally got 2 spots already there on that lap. He's 1 second now behind Josh Bergman. We'll see how much. It was very similar lap times to Bergman, but Troy Ferguson now up into 7th, has split the difference from his 14th place starting position up 7 to 7th, and indeed trying to get himself potentially back into a conversation for the race win. Yeah,
so we're now at the halfway point. We're running lap 5 out of 10. When they cross the stripe, that'll be the halfway mark. We've got a lead group of 6. Vega, Rivera, Fernandez, Samut, Woon, and Bergman. But Bergman now moves to P5. Then there's a 1 second gap to Troy Ferguson. So Ferguson, he's already pulled clear of Santillan, Baruch, Maxwell Matcha, and Grayson Walcott. and now he on his own, you can see him, he's halfway bridging the gap between the top 6 and him. So Ferguson, that's a new fastest lap, 52.268. He's 4/10 quicker than the drivers in front of him. They're in a train, slipstream with each other, and he's all on his own.
Yeah, Ferguson with an opportunity, I think, to close up potentially on Woon and Bergman right now. He was 4/10 faster than Woon. We talked about the fact he's faster than the leaders, but let's talk about more about the places he can get right now to potentially work his way forward. You can see him just on the tail of the group there, trying to work his way up, and that is the driver of the number 143, Troy Ferguson, right there. Great pickup by our camera crew. That's the driver we're keying on right now, the 143. One of the fastest drivers on the racetrack, trying to recover from a tough qualifying effort. You saw him well outside the top 10. And indeed, the 143, the head down. He's got 4 drivers right in front of him. An opportunity over the next couple of laps. 4 more laps to go. Can he get himself back up into the top 5, top 3?
Oh, well, yeah, and you can see Woon in the number 195 car trying to pass Bergman. Rivera has slipped back to 4th. Certainly Woon, Bergman, possibly Rivera, maybe even Marco Samut are in trouble here. Benja Fernandez is trying desperately to get onto the rear bumper of race leader Royce Vega to try and push Vega away, but Ferguson has now caught the lead group. It's now a lead pack of 7, and can Troy Ferguson maintain the momentum and just quickly move 1, move 2, move 3? You know, if he gets caught up, if he doesn't make these moves, he's simply going to slot into the pace that those drivers in front of him are running.
Yeah, we talk a lot about that, don't we, Henry? The fact these drivers, especially young ones, will get to the pack in front of them. They're a half a second faster. Then once they get there, they settle into their pace as opposed to going right by. That's not something we would expect to see out of Troy Ferguson. We'll see whether or not he's on the aggression when he comes through here. He's right on the rear bumper, as we said, of Ashton Woon and Josh Bergman. Let's see if he can pull the trigger early to get a spot. Not yet done coming into turn number 4. Still watching this lead group here with Royce Vega leading, because he has got Benja Fernandez, Marco Sammet right there, and Fernandez able to get by in the number 106. Move him by. Marco Sammet comes by as well. Here comes Julian Rivera. This is a tough one right now. Julian Rivera trying the outside of Royce Vega, not quite.
Yes, Vega holding on to 3rd position. Samut now ahead of his title rival for the first time all day. Can he get past Benja Fernandez? The number 106 Kart, the SLA Kart Racing team, leads the number 175, the Brandon Jarvis of Kart, Mike Doty Racing, Lando Norris chassis of Marco Samut, and they're trying to push away from the chasing pack. Ferguson still only 7th. No, in fact, now Ferguson is 6th. He has passed Josh Bergman.
Ferguson finally able to pull the trigger and get one of those passes done. And listen, the one thing he's benefiting from is that they're still racing out in front of him as well. They're battling for 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. It's going to allow him potentially to come through. He gets 1 spot, but he's got a bit of room up to Ashton Woon right now. They'll see the white flag this next time by. Benja Fernandez is the leader of this pre-final, trying to lock down the pole position for the main event. Again, Marco Sammet right there with them in the LN cart. They'll work their way up the straightaway, white flag flying. When does the move come? How about right now to the inside? Book it. He's through. That's Marco Sammet taking over the lead. And here's a big move to the inside. Royce Vega trying to get by as well. Benja Fernandez hung out to dry on the outside. Julian Rivera coming through as well to take over 3rd. Defensive run down the inside there as well for, I believe, Vega, trying to hold them off as Marco Sammet in that LN cart pulling away. They're fighting back behind him for 2nd. He's going to leverage this to pull away to the race win. Otherwise, it's going to be the battle behind. How about 2 wide? Rivera to the outside. Vega to the inside. Big dive bomb to the apex. Beautiful pass there for Rivera.
Yeah, in fact, he absolutely sold Royce Vega the dummy. That was a smart move from Marco Samut. He actually didn't lose time going through turn 1, cost Vega time, and Marco Samut, after being on the back foot for the first half of that race, crosses the line to take mini swift victory. Royce Vega on the line grabs 2nd from Rivera to minimize the damage, but some of those points that Samut lost to Vega in qualifying, he's now clawed back in the pre-final. Great race, smart drive from Marco Samut, I have to say.
Yeah, he's got to be happy with that. The Brandon Jarsic Racing Mike Doty Racing entry of Marco Samet in that LN Kart, grabbing the win by 8/10 over Royce Vega. He was able to pull away after a great pass in turn number 1. They fought behind him through 2, 3, 4, and 5. Vega ends up in second. Rivera in third. Wu in fourth. Troy Ferguson from 14th up to P5. A very strong move for him. Fast lap of the race as well. Josh Bergman ends up at 6th. Benja Fernandez 7th. Maxwell Macha 8th. Valentino Santillan in 9th. And Grayson Walcott rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, the rest of the top 15 you can see on your screens. Yeah, we had 21 starters. Parker Ives is obviously withdrawn. Lorenzo Varela and Pasha Ali failing to make the finish. 19 drivers coming home. You can see down to Cody Schniegenberg in 15th. Giovanni D'Antonio, Darren Kidd, Max Mitev, and Simon Klein were the other finishers.
Again, great racing there. We saw up front, not always in this micro class. Okay, let's have a look at it again, folks. The great thing is we're going to give you a little highlight package we did yesterday. Let's have a look at some of the big highlights of this one here. You saw the hecticness of the start. Everybody diving to the inside of the racetrack, but some big moves. One of them being Rivera working his way up. But early on, that allowed the front-running driver to get away early, and that was Royce Vega. Everybody else kind of settled back in behind them.
Yeah, and Julian Rivera was trying to push Vega away, and here was Rivera trying to make the break. And at this point, Marco Samut was down to 4th position, but he didn't lose his cool. There were karts in between him and his title rival, but he had to make moves there, passing Rivera. And as Rivera then blocked Bergman, Samut then making his move forward, picking at the pieces. Fernandez opening the door. This is a great move, though.
Yeah, Benja Fernandez was the driver midway through to put it all together. But again, on that last couple laps there, you can see it all set up. In the final circuit, it was a great move for Marco Samet to be able to move to the inside. That dive bomb move to the apex for Rivera was very impressive, although he doesn't end up taking it home because a move back, a drag race to the line, and it actually was Vega that took second. Rivera ends up in third, Woon in fourth, Ferguson fifth. So, indeed, we saw a lot of stars in that one. We know that Vega was out to the lead early. Benja Fernandez came coming. He took over the lead for a while, but Marco Samet's move on that last lap, that dive bomb into turn number 1, letting everybody else race behind him.
You know, and so Benja Fernandez starts the last lap leading and finish it at the back of that lead group.
Yeah, it happens, right? It can happen so fast in the category for sure. And again, listen, if you're on the racetrack right now, last lap, are you making the move in turn number 1? Is that a move you make? I don't know if I do it in turn number 1. I feel like I'm going to get past before it's all said and done.
Normally, you would then lose momentum down the main straight, but I think what Samut did, he got to the inside and almost then he took the racing line. As Fernandez was turning in, then he almost had to block out. So, he just had to jiggle the steering wheel. So Samut didn't lose time.
So the driver we were just watching there, folks, as we roll, this is Austin Olds for MPG Motorsports. Okay. Austin had a great run. You and I talked about the fact that the chassis was a bit bent. They had it on the table yesterday afternoon. They went and grabbed another Kart Republic chassis, pulled it out for Austin Olds. He qualifies 8th, I think, 7th or 8th or something, light at the scales by a half a pound in qualifying. And remember, this is a big field, guys. This isn't like qualifying and going to the tail of the field. 39 drivers, and Austin Olds, the young Indiana pilot there, again for MPG Motorsports, he is going to be coming from the tail of the field. Now listen, the one thing he's got in his head is he knows he's got a kart with top 10 speed.
Yep, and he also knows that's the last time I take a bathroom break just before time qualifying.
100%. Beef, more beef. Drink the water.
Well, more steak, because I gotta say, Billy Vincent's been cooking up a mean barbecue. Now we move forward.
Hold on. Here, this is the issue. This is why Kart Chaser's been so great for a lot of families. Obviously, Austin's dad, Chris, is here. Mom, Megan, though, not. She's back home right now watching the coverage. I'm sure
from behind the
sweating,
couch.
shaking, maybe from behind the couch.
Yes.
Head in the pillow, 100%, right?
Yep,
so we'll say a shout out to Megan, because not only was she, first of all, her son goes from junior to senior, and then he's going to start in the top 10. Now he's got to come to the tail of the field. We're going to be keeping an eye on Austin Olds. Tough one for him, light in the scales. But the drivers up front, man, let's go at this one here. Alessandro D'Attulio has been so good in this category, ready to lock things down on a championship, qualified on the pole position. to lock down 10 more points alongside the young guy from Northern California, Steven Eisert for Sodi Racing USA. He'll start on the outside of the front row. Mick Gabriel and Stephen Miller on row number 2.
James Overbeck and Donovan Bonilla, DeTullio's title rival, go from the outside of row number 3. Then Anthony Rivera and Ivana Richards on row 4.
Noah Rosser and Alex Mercado will round out the top 10. Valentino Garbarino alongside Cameron Weinberg on row number 12. Chase Busaglia and Logan Adams. A much better start for Logan Adams. He's going to start again from the outside of row number 7.
Yeah, Adams leading the slow qualifying group. Busaglia driving for Go Win Races. You can see the rest of the top 20: Alibi, McKendry, Fonseca, Diaz, Botting and Angeli. And you've got to wait a long time to see Austin Olds, but what progress can he make? He's got 12 laps, provides they get away cleanly.
Into the staging lanes, one driver, Tote poking out and coming back in. Green flag flying underway here for the pre-final for KA100 Senior. They look good, at least the front 15 or front 20 through turn number 1 clean. Now turn number 2, much different. The big long run down the straightaway. Everybody trying to freight train each other. They'll go through the box. Right turn into the inside part of this racetrack. The double apex, turn 5 and 6. The sweeping left-hander back through this 7-8 combination into the hairpin. And now the run down in for the first hard-braking position. Down into turn number 9. We'll see some moves to the inside to the apex.
Good start for the 2 front row drivers. Very poor start from the outside of row 2 from Stephen Miller. Just didn't get the signal to go when everybody else did, and Miller on that Nash Motorsports kart has dropped 5, 6, 7 positions. You can see the bright blue livery kart there that's glinting in the sunshine, but he completes lap number 1 down in 9th positions with DeTullio, Gabriel, Eisert and Overbeck, the top 4. Then a gap back to Rosser, Rivera. Good start for Busaglia, Garabino, Miller, and where is Donovan Bonilla? He has dropped 6 places to 12th.
Down to 12th for him as they come across the line for the first time. Austin Olds up 11 positions on the opening circuit. He goes to 28th on the opening run for Austin Olds. We'll pick him up a little later on. We'll keep on the focus on him to find out where he's coming through, but indeed this battle up front settling in nicely. Alessandro DeTullio in the Inter-MS Kart Republic has been the dominant factor here in KA100 Senior during the Winter Series. He continues to lead. Here's a move a little further back to the inside. That's a good pass, I think, for 5th position. Rivera by Rosser.
I realize that, of course, Bonilla was, we've got a change up at the front. That is now Gabriel leading. DeTullio slots back into 4th position.
Eisert came with him.
Yeah, but and there goes Eisert to the inside on the Sodi kart. New leader, Stephen Eisert. Bonilla was starting right behind Miller on the outside row, so when Miller missed the start, Bonilla also missed the start. He is starting to fight his way back up. He's already back in the 10th position, and some great battling going on. 2 wide at the second hairpin. Now Miller making it 3 wide, and the number 925 kart of Busaglia was the kart that had to back out of it. He was the meat in the sandwich.
Yeah, Stephen Eisert's pass there on Mick Gabriel, good one coming into the inner loop as he threw it to the inside and grabbed that spot. Everybody else having to kind of fight it out further behind, so Stephen Eisert has himself a little bit of breathing room right now as the battle for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th continues to heat up. The driver now up into the 2nd spot is, in fact, James Overbeck. He has gone from 5th up to 2nd. DeTullio, who paced the opening laps, finds himself back in 3rd. Rivera 4th, Gabriel 5th. Rosser, Miller, Busaglia, Bonilla up from 12th to 9th. He's starting that run back forward. And again, let's pick up Austin Olds as he's trying to work his way forward here, working another lap. Where is he up to? Austin to 26th position, plus 13 early on.
Yeah, that's very impressive indeed. There he is, making another move into turn number 9. Now there was a yellow flag just on the outside. Oh, there was a spinner there. We'll try and get...
So one of the Speed Concepts cars, Henry.
It was... Oh, was that... let's have a look. One driver, Noah Rosser. It's Noah Rosser has rotated, so his bad luck continues to haunt him. As you're running down the order there, we saw Donovan Bonilla move up another couple of places. He's up to 7th position now. Overbeck has just set the fastest lap of the race, 49.825. He's 6/10 behind Eisert, and he has got DeTullio right behind him, maybe pushing Overbeck up if DeTullio can make up a couple more kart lengths.
Steven Iser doing a great job up front here for Sodi Racing USA. Started on the off pole and shuffled back to potentially fourth, but has methodically worked his way forward. A great pass. In fact, got a little bit of help from obviously Mick Gabriel, who made the move to get by Alessandro DeTullio and follow him through, and then eventually took the lead away from Gabriel as well. The gap still 0.6 of a second as they come across the line from Iser back to Overbeck. Both those drivers turning 49.7s on the last lap to work their way forward. Again, DeTullio right there. Austin Olds another spot as well as he gets himself forward. Watching the fight here up front as Overbeck has now lost a spot, I believe. I think a couple of spots maybe? Yeah, DeTullio coming back into P2 it looks like.
Yeah, DeTullio passed Overbeck. Overbeck then was almost going to lose another position. Anthony Rivera in kart number 921 moving into the picture.
And that's Gabriel hung out to dry on the outside a bit there.
Yeah, and with Miller now 973 for Nash Motorsports back into the top 5 as we hit we're down there. Ivana Richards in 12th, Lloyd is 11th, Busaglia down at 10th, Weinberg up to 9th. Good drive from Raheem Alibi in kart 949 for the RPGT.
Yeah, I was also going to look at Colin Lloyd, plus 15 on the race here, started 26th. He is working his way forward. In fact, last time by, he was quicker than the leaders, of 49.6 for Colin Lloyd closing up. He's a full second behind Chase Busaglia, but was faster by about a 10th. We'll see if he's able to come forward a little bit more. Here's the lead group now. Alessandro DeTullio has reeled in Steven Iser. Look at these drivers further back. There is Cameron Weinberg on that TB kart making a move to the inside. That's the fight just inside the top 10 with the driver you had mentioned as well, the RPG driver, Alibi.
Yes, now on this last lap, the lap they've just completed, Steven Isert was too cautious coming through turn number 7 into the first hairpin. DeTullio caught him there and is now in a position where he can force Isert to defend and make a move as and when he likes. So Isert's got to be on his game now with DeTullio coming through. DeTullio's going to be conscious of the fact he's in front of Bonilla. Bonilla's got up to 6th position, but he's got 1 second to make up to catch 5th place driver Mick Gabriel, although as I'm looking at the back of our camera shot, I think Bonilla and Weinberg have caught Mick Gabriel, but this is now a head-to-head scrap for the lead.
Interesting thing is you've got a driver who is essentially a veteran in the sport, ranked number 3 by eKartingNews.com in our tag rankings behind the likes of Orion Norberg. And indeed, for him, he is one of the top drivers now going at it. And that's, I think, a good opportunity here for a driver like Steven Iser to learn a ton. Steven is a young driver here. He'll get passed down in turn number 2. Steven now can stick right with Alessandro DeTullio. It's the Kart Republic and the Sodi kart running 1-2. DeTullio went purple that time by, 8 down, 4 to go. So that kart's kind of coming in for him. And Austin Olds in the pit lane.
And that is a bent rear axle.
It is. Austin Olds had worked his way up to, I think, 19th position or 20th position. And maybe when you're forcing it like that, a little contact somewhere, a bent axle for Olds. He's got to do it all over again in the main event.
20 places in 8 laps, and the 21st goal, it wasn't blackjack for Austin Olds. It was bent axle. Didn't see the incident, so I can't comment on what happened, but obviously Olds trying to make moves. That the middle of the pack is insanely close. We had Alex Udell, Spencer Mast, Michael Piazza, and Pierce Jaso didn't take the start. Not what happened here with Pierce, the Speed Concepts team. But Aiden Shimbasi, Alex Picardo, and now Austin Olds out of the race. So we've still got 32 karts running with Autumn Fisher at the back of the pack. But look at Stephen Miller. After a terrible start, he's back into P3.
Wow, yeah.
And with 3 laps to go, and DeTullio and Isert locked together, what's not to say that Miller can't catch these two? And, it was this race yesterday where Miller stole a win from DeTullio, as we have now got 2 laps to go.
Yeah, you go back to yesterday, Stephen Miller ran second to DeTullio and was able to pinch the inside of turn 11 coming into the final complex of corners, beat him down into turn number 12. In fact, DeTullio almost lost a couple more spots there as well. But indeed, here they come through to see the 2 to go sign. And right there is Steven Iser. This is his opportunity, again, to learn a ton from Alessandro DeTullio over these last couple of laps. Iser, one of the top drivers on the West Coast in the junior categories over the last couple of years. Digging in right now with Sodi Racing USA. Can he provide them with a pre-final victory. You already saw him start on the outside of the front row. This is how they qualified P1 and P2 for DeTullio and Isert. They'll work their way out of turn number 11, 10, 11, and 12, and a little bit of breathing room there here for DeTullio. A pretty solid lap. We'll watch the gap back to Stephen Miller as well, as he's kind of digging in here as well. Indeed, yeah, DeTullio about 2/10 quicker, but in fact the fastest driver, the lead trio right there, was Stephen Miller at 49.502 as he's closing up here on Isert. We'll see if the Sodi Kart driver has anything to challenge back here on ATT. DeTullio out front, and again, another, talk about the fact, 10 points for the bonus on qualifying pole. If he wins this, 10 points. The championship essentially locking down here now for Alessandro DeTullio in KA100 Senior. I don't know that he's going to be touched or challenged by Stephen Isert through to the end with a couple of kartlings coming out of turn number 9. They'll go through the final couple of complexes of corners, and while winning is going to give him the pole position for the main, it's more stealing the points away from anybody else close. A pre-final victory and a pole position for the main event to Alessandro DeTullio in the Inter-MS Kart Republic. He wins by 0.2 of a second over Stephen Isert. Stephen Miller, fast lap of the race on the last lap for Miller. Don't count him out of a race win here this afternoon. Mick Gabriel, James Overbeck, your top 5. Donovan Bonilla holds station, fell back to 12th, but worked his way back forward. Cameron Weinberg up 5. Anthony Rivera, Chase Pasaglia, and plus 16 on the race for Colin Lloyd.
And you mentioned that Stephen Isert was going to learn a lot now, and what Stephen Isert has just learned is that the very, very best drivers, when it comes down to the last couple of laps of a big race, instead of getting nervous and slowing down, they just focus and go that little bit quicker, which is what DeTullio did. The last 2 laps from Alessandro DeTullio, under pressure with a championship on the line, was superb. That is what the very best do. Isert will now know this.
Right? Yeah, it was a show. Again, he was able to pull away just enough to give him the little bit of extra room. So there's your unofficial results, folks. DeTullio, Isert, Miller, Gabriel, and Overbeck top 5. Bonilla in 6th, Weinberg 7th, Rivera, Busaglia, and Lloyd 8th, 9th, and 10th. Ivana Richards just on the outside as well. Tough one for Austin Olds, who has worked his way up into the top 20 positions. Let's have a look at that race. And again, the start was a hectic one for sure. You can see that DeTullio was able to grab the lead early, and there right in P3 was a driver who eventually got into the battle and actually led for a time. Stephen Isert, a good run early on.
It was an excellent run. You know, Mick Gabriel had a share of the lead. Overbeck was right there in the mix as well. That was a good forceful move there. Clean, but, needed to be inch perfect. So DeTullio got up into second here, going into turn number 8. At this point, Isert had a big advantage. But going into turn number 8 is where Isert made a slight error and missed his line, and that gave DeTullio the chance to close back in onto his rear bumper. Good battling further on. Certainly Overbeck and Gabriel getting involved continuously. Miller on the fight back as well.
Yeah, he was able to get by, as we saw through on Overbeck, able to get through there. Here's the pass for the race win here at the end of the straightaway. DeTullio had just gone purple. Here's the sad run of Austin Olds. You can see the little bump there for the axle. Bent axle there, the victory coming. But again, DeTullio had just gone purple when he was able to get that pass done. So got a great run through turn 1. Got to the inside of Stephen Isert in turn number 2.
Yep.
Lock and load that one. Although Isert did not really have enough to come back to challenge him, he did have good pace still. As they started the race, first and second is how they end. And once again, we go main event racing. DeTullio will be on the pole, Isert on the outside of the front row.
Yeah, and DeTullio's championship rival, well, Donovan Bonilla, started that race 6th. Bad start, ended it down in 12th, fought back to 6th.
Right. And again, with the points going to DeTullio, he's pretty much locked things down for the championship. Again, we'll see how it all plays out. One more race still to come, folks, and we are just about ready to go to roll off our pre-final for Micro Swift. 4 races here in the start here of the pre-finals. We're going to go to our lunch break at noon, about 15 minutes from now. If you're watching here on Kart Chaser, we'll be back at 12:30. So we're going to wrap things up for the morning show here with Micro Swift. Let's have a look at the grid. Leo Simone scheduled to start on the pole position alongside Easton Kubinski, Anthony Mazzucolo, and Danny O'Gara on row number 2.
Jake, Manalio and Alvaro Medeiros on row 3. Title contenders, Santiago Orioli, and it was supposed to be Zane Burgess on row number 4. Burgess has obviously had a problem and will start down in 36th. But you have got Becerril, Win Godshog, Ian Hamacha, Cooper Lorenzo Lopez and Cameron Johnson. That's your top 6 rows. Then the dancing Lawrence Perriman and Daniel Ramirez on row 7. Taylor Wolf and Marcelo Flores coming back after a nasty accident in warm-up. They are on row 8. Brody Stoffel and Dor Ehrlich from Israel on row number 9. Parker Stewart and Dominic Gaddis round out the top 10.
I'm looking at the results here to see whether or not there was a penalty for Zane Burgess, because I believe he qualified in the top 10.
He qualified 8th alongside Orioli.
Yeah, he qualified 8th, but we don't have him here on the grid. Let's just say that maybe is not correct. But again, as I'm looking at the results here on the SKUSA app, and I don't see a penalty for the 255.
And I don't see Liam Nachawati.
Yeah, we're not going to see Slate Harrell, Liam Nachawati, or Byron Borman. I believe those drivers potentially out of the race. So 36 will start. Indeed, surprised at you and I about Zane Burgess trying to pick him up and see if he is on track.
So there he is at the very back in the Sony kart. You can see there with the American and Jamaican colours on his crash helmet. Oh, it's going to be a top gear from the rear for Burgess. Here we go. Flag is up. We're off and racing. And already that is Manalio, one of the Team Ferris karts, up and over and into the barriers. And luckily he is okay. He gets out of the barriers. The number 266 is not Manalio, it's Matsukolo. Sorry, there's Manalio. Do apologise, but it's his teammate's kart. And in fact, let's have a look in the lead of the race. That is Leo Simoni.
Yeah, I believe Simone able to get out early, but here comes Orioli from further back. I believe that's him in the 206 indeed. Yeah, Santiago Orioli, who started in the 7th position with the chaos in turn number 1. All those drivers having trouble. He emerges into the 2nd position. Yesterday's winner, Danny O'Gara, goes back probably to 6th or 7th. We'll give you a top 10 rundown when they come back across the stripe to get the first lap of 10 in the books. 10 lapper here for our cadets, as we will be halfway through when we're all said and done. The drivers that come across here, let's line things up for you here, folks. Here is your top 10. Leo Simoni, P1, Santiago Orioli in 2nd, Jake Manalio in 3rd, Cooper Lopez 4th. 5th is Easton Kubinski. O'Gara runs in 6th, Parham in 7th. Gottschalk, Wolf, and Medeiros rounding out the top 10. That is lap 1 in the books for the drivers here in this Micro Swift category. Still a long way to go in a 10-lap battle. Let's head on over to a driver who was very impressive. A big move forward coming into that pre-final for KA100. Senior Alexander Searle standing by with Colin Lloyd.
Thank you, Rob. Hard charger there, Colin. Describe that race to me, right? Because qualifying was a bit of a head-scratcher for you. You guys went back, worked on it a little bit. What happened in qualifying, and then how'd you guys sort that out?
So we had a spark plug issue in qualifying. We replaced it and leaned out the engine a little bit, and it got a little bit better, still missing a little bit of power. Through the race, I just tried to get my head down, get as many passes as possible. I think if we went a little bit lower on the tire pressure, it would have been better, but yeah, it was pretty good.
You've had a frustrating weekend, right? I mean, you guys have been so fast, and for one reason or another, it hasn't really gone your way. I want to, kind of backtrack it to Friday, because for those of you watching who don't know, I mean, you had a bit of a hard incident in the exit of turn 1, but the reason for it was pretty interesting to me. So kind of describe what happened there.
Yeah, so on lap 4 in the happy hour, I kind of felt something loose in the rear end of my cart. And going into turn 1, I hit the brakes and the axle snapped and I flew through 2 barriers, so that was fun. Had to replace the frame and a lot of other parts, so I don't know.
You mentioned, right, the heat of the brakes kind of snapped the axle there. Is that something that you guys have experienced before, or is that something that's like kind of new, maybe with the grip levels being higher now and you're dragging the brake more?
I mean, back in my cadet days, it's only happened to me once or twice. This one in particular was kind of weird, just because it's never happened to me, especially in a fast speed corner flying through 2 barriers. I mean, it wasn't fun at all. So pretty interesting. We have some ducts, brake ducts, so that it'll cool it down a little bit more, and we think we fixed the issue, so we're gonna keep going.
And one more thing here, right? Starting inside the top 10 now, pace seems to be good. Where's your head at going to the final?
I'm pretty confident. I think we have the pace. Just got to get my head down and get those few passes and be in the front.
All right, good luck, bud.
Thank you.
Indeed, we saw the incident of him, or rather the performance of him coming forward. I had no idea what happened on Friday. I didn't know that it happened to him, so good for him to be able to come back. But let's jump right back into the action right now as we're closing in on the halfway point here. Henry, Santiago Orioli has gone to the lead, and his teammate on the back end of, I think, essentially, a couple drivers together here. That is where?
That is down at the outside of turn number 1.
That's outside. Yeah.
And yellow flags being waved. I'm going to look back to see where Zev Godchuk and Samuel Chaveri have got out earlier on. Zane Burgess from 36th on the grid is up to 17th place at the moment, but Orioli is leading, and this is bad news for Zane. Great news for Orioli and the MPG team, and I think after Austin Olds' trials and tribulations, they need someone to raise a smile.
Indeed, crossed halfway flags. Where I was going that before we saw the incident was an MPG bookend, because Danny O'Gara's at the tail end of that top 4. Leo Simoni and Jake Manaleo are the 2 drivers in between the MPG sandwich right now. They've got themselves a pretty good breakaway of 1.6 from Easton Kubinski, but you're right, Zane Burgess working his way from deep in the field. That whatever issue it was after qualifying, he is all the way at the back, and he has worked his way up pretty consistently. We're trying to figure out which drivers potentially were involved in this incident in turn number 1.
It was Dor Ehrlich and Thomas Montalvo, the 2 drivers, and now there's a problem for the number 291 kart of Manalio. Now, at the start of the race, Rob, we saw Matsukolo flying up over the top of another kart. It was actually his teammate, Manalio, and now Manalio's NASA panels work its way loose.
Yeah, you can see that. It's kind of a skew there. He's back down to 4th position. That has moved Danny O'Gara back up now into the 3rd spot. They've got, again, Leo Simoni right there. Simoni's gone to the lead. So move the Kart Republic of Simoni to P1. In fact, Kart Republic 1, 2, 3 right now with Simoni, Orioli, and O'Gara as they're working their way up front into the second half of this one. 6 laps down, 4 to go for the pre-final here for Micro Swift. At the end of this one, we're going to go to the lunch break, folks. Just want to let everybody know it'll be a half-hour break. We'll be back here trackside at 12:30 with KA100 Master. This is the battle we're watching, though, up front, the 2 MPG drivers. But great job being rolled out here by Leo Simoni. Awesome run up front.
Yeah, indeed. He's holding off the pressure from the 2 teammates behind him. O'Gara driving with renewed confidence. Good news is that both drivers that were involved, Montalvo and Ehrlich, at turn number 1, they're sitting up and they're talking to the officials, and I think there's a dad or 2 on the scene as well. They are fine, and one of them is being helped away there. A bit of a maybe an ankle problem for one. The other driver wandering away. 2 very second-hand go-karts though. But the main thing is the drivers seem to be okay, although one of them might have taken a knock to his knee or his ankle. Now, it's a 1-2 for MPG up at the front, so Simoni's defences have finally been broken. You'd have to say that with that NASA panel, you wonder if there's a front bumper that's also being dislodged on Jake Manalio's kart. Easton Kubinski is 5th, Win Gottschalk 6th, then Cooper Lorenzo Lopez, Alvaro Medeiros, Luca Becerril, and Lawrence Perriman. Zane Burgess, we both instantly pointed to the same point on the screen. Plus 23 for Burgess. He's up to 13th.
Wow, yeah. Impressive run here for Zane Burgess to recover to try to get himself back up here. But the MPG drivers 1-2. Penultimate lap. The white flag will fly next time by. Simoni right in there as well, as again is Manaleo. He has not yet had any issue. We saw him follow the tail of the group, but still able to get the hammer down here. You never know whether or not there is that drop-down bumper potentially for him, but nonetheless out front it is Santiago Orioli. An opportunity to get max points here as well in this championship battle. Again, Danny O'Gara, who won yesterday, a little over-under, trying to stick right with him. White flag will fly this next time by. We'll cap off the morning action here on Kart Chaser here in about a minute's time. They'll work their way out of the corner at a 12, and the white flag will fly. One more lap up front. Down to the bottom goes Orioli. A little bit of a defensive run, and that may give O'Gara a better drive out. Indeed he does. He'll go to the bottom. O'Gara's going to wonder what's going on right now. They'll go side by side. This is potentially going to hurt O'Gara. No, he holds back in.
Yeah, and you've been watching the screen, Rob. I'm watching Zane Burgess. He's gained 2 more places. He's passed Brody Stoffel and Lawrence Perriman on the penultimate lap. He's now gained another position. I think that was Alvaro Medeiros running wide. So Burgess, you're not going to see him because there's a bit of a gap, but he's going to be the next in that next group of cars behind from 36. Fantastic stuff, Rob.
So we'll cap things off now here for the drivers in micro. The pre-final lap 10, and again MPG 1-2, Simone, and again behind them Manolio onto the front straightaway, and it's going to be a solid run here. Gilguera goes to one side, and the win goes to Santiago Orioli, a 1/10 of a second at the line. Danny O'Gara finishing in second, so they'll lock out the front row for the main event. Leo Simone ends up in third, Manolio in the 4th spot. 5th was Kubinski, 6th Godshot, 7th Lopez, 8th Zane Burgess, up 28 positions to 8th for Zane Burgess, and he got at least 3 spots on the final circuit.
Yeah, I think there was a couple of drivers at the tail end of the top 10 at the start of the last lap. I think Alvaro Medeiros was one of them that fell down the order. Luca Becerril as well. Ian Hamachev failing down the order. But, I mean, obviously, great drive from Orioli. But I was speaking to Zane Burgess' dad, Kevin, and Kevin goes, you know what, I won't do the accent because he might come and beat me up. But he said, you know, Zane is a driver. He enjoys fighting his way through. That's his style. Some drivers like to go out at the front and to control the pace. Other drivers enjoy getting their elbows out. And Zane is one of those, and he certainly proved that there. The fight's not over.
I'm a proponent of having top drivers or any driver start at the tail of the field on the occasion. It's great to be able to come through a field, be able to really strategize, make your passes, and get it done. I think it's a great experience.
And not get a front bumper penalty.
100%.
To make your way through a field without just nudging people out of the way, that teaches you incredible racecraft.
So let's wrap things up for the morning show here, folks. On Kart Chaser, we are done for the 4 pre-finals. We'll come back at 12:30 Eastern Time with KA100 Master, X30 Junior and Senior, and Pro Shifter. The final 4 pre-finals to set the grids for the main events. Then we will wrap up Championship Sunday beginning at 1:30. 1:30, we will wrap things up again with 8 main events for you to get things rolling. A great morning, Henry, all told. Some fantastic racing.
Some fantastic racing. The title picture in some classes becoming a little bit clearer, in others still as wide open. Now we're back on track at 12:30, but don't go away, don't change your channels just yet, because exclusively on the Kart Chaser Premium subscriber service, let's find out which driver, I mean, it's Championship Sunday here, it's also Championship Sunday in Las Vegas, and also we'll try and find out which driver makes the better Lego figure. It's the biggest sports weekend in America here. Not just because of the SKUSA Winter Series, because it's Super Bowl weekend and our championship finale happens to fall on Super Bowl Sunday. So we wanted to know, who are the drivers got? The Chiefs or the 49ers? Hut, hut, hut! Oops. Dalton Haynes, who you got in the Super Bowl, Chiefs or 49ers?
I got Anna Fry / Brock Purdy winning it for the 49ers.
Okay, Mr. Irrelevant. Brit to Brit, who's winning the Super Bowl?
I have no idea. I don't know anybody.
Manchester United?
Sure, yeah. Saudi kart racing.
Okay, thank you. Man on the spot, Brandon Carr, who's winning the Super Bowl this weekend?
I don't know the names, but the ones who won it last year.
The ones that won it last year, the one with Taylor Swift on the team, yeah?
Yeah, that one.
That one.
Yeah.
Go on then, give us a throw.
Where to?
Not that car. Somewhere.
Wait till you man. I'm not knocking him off his bike.
Not bad, not bad. Make a rugby player out of you yet?
Rugby player, it's football.
Oh, you can tell he's been American for like over a year. Shocking. Canadians play football as well, of sorts. Thomas Deveau, who you got in the Super Bowl? Chiefs or the 49ers?
Chiefs.
By how many?
I don't know. I don't follow football that much. I just like the Chiefs.
Why is that? Because of Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift, Patrick Mahomes, or Taylor Swift?
Pat Mahomes.
Okay, there we go.
I like him.
Thank you very much. Give us a throw.
The throw?
And it's in the awning. By Norberg. Good catch. Who you got in the Super Bowl, buddy?
Oh, dude, anybody but the Chiefs.
Anybody. That would mean the 49ers then.
Yes, yeah. Anybody.
By how many?
Hopefully 14.
Chiefs, 49ers, Mr. Vanilla.
Chiefs, for sure.
Chiefs for sure. Is that because you're a Swiftie and she's your favorite artist in the world?
No, because Pat Mahomes is the best.
Pat Mahomes, the GOAT. Thank you very much. Mr. Rollison. Oh, big drop. Who you got in the Super Bowl?
Who's playing?
2 football teams. One in gold and one in red.
The Chiefs.
Whew. Back in my day, I used to be able to throw this ball over those damn mountains.
Good catch. Who you got to win the Super Bowl? Chiefs or 49ers?
Honestly, I'm an Eagles fan. I don't really care for either teams, but I think the Chiefs are going to win.
Chiefs going to win. Dynasty.
Yeah, Dynasty.
Speed Concepts. Austin Garrison. Number 1. Who you got in the Super Bowl on Sunday?
I know who's playing.
2 American football teams. Chiefs and the 49ers. How about that?
49ers.
49ers. Okay. Ball. How you good? Pass. Chiefs, 49ers.
Niners all day.
Niners all day. We got good hand skills. No, he's done it already. Chiefs, 49ers.
We got to go Niners all day.
Gotta go Niners all day, all day. Nope.
Did I detect a Niner in there? What? Did I detect a Niner in there?
A Niner? A Niner? Well, I'm a lion.
Well, you're going down.
Well, okay. Well, we went down. Boy, painfully. But we won't talk about that. No, I don't need to be. Mateus Morgado. Football, soccer.
Soccer.
Apart from Brazil, who's going to win the Super Bowl this weekend?
You're asking the wrong guy because I don't even know who's playing the Super Bowl.
Well, I said the Chiefs or the 49ers.
49ers.
49ers, okay. There we go. Thank you.
Good.
Okay, Arne Isambard. The most serious question on everybody's lips. Who you got in the Super Bowl?
I don't even know who's playing, to be honest with you.
The Detroit Lions and some other team. Who's going to win the Super Bowl?
I'll say Lions.
There we go. Thank you very much. Excellent. Detroit Lions to win the Super Bowl. Maybe next year. Thank you.
Yeah.
Who you got in the Super Bowl?
49ers.
49ers. Why?
I don't know. Just feel like Purdy needs a little love. Feel like he's not appreciated enough.
He was appreciated against the Lions. We don't talk about that. The big man. Here we go. Big question. 49ers or Chiefs? Who have you got?
I think the Chiefs, they always seem to dig in deep, and they always find that little bit of extra.
Maxwell Matcha. Who's going to win the Super Bowl? Chiefs or the 49ers?
The 49ers.
By how many?
13.
13. What's your throw like? Frederick Manning. I know it's your ball. Who's your pick to win the Super Bowl?
The 49ers.
Why?
Because I think they're better than the Chiefs and they'll outplay them.
They'll outplay them. Can we get one big roll tide for camera?
Roll Tide.
Roll tide. Okay, thank you very much. Right, you can have your ball back in a bit. Chiefs or 49ers?
Chiefs.
Okay, go.
Chiefs.
Go.
Chiefs. Chiefs.
Go.
Chiefs all day.
Chiefs all day.
Patrick Mahomes.
Last one.
49ers.
Hey, there we go. Gotta be different. There we go. Thank you, guys. One football. James Overbeck. Who's going to win the Super Bowl this Sunday?
I hope neither teams.
Well, that's going to be a bit of a problem.
I hope the Detroit Lions come in.
Yes.
I hope they come in at halftime. After something happens, a huge fight breaks out, the 49ers can't play. So then the Detroit Lions come out, and I think they'll win.
My man. I'm a Lions fan too. This is the man. Are you a football fan?
Yeah.
Who do you think's going to win on Sunday?
49ers.
Okay, why?
Because they're cool.
Because they're cool. Fair enough. Good man, good man. You sure, Julian? Have you decided who's going to win?
Me.
You? Okay, good. See? Thank you. I know you're a baseball man, not a football man. Who have we got in the Super Bowl? Chiefs, 49ers?
Definitely the Chiefs.
Definitely the Chiefs. Why?
Just honestly a better overall team, like more confident with them.
Better overall team. Thank you very much. Hut, hut. Here's a guy who was a linebacker if ever I saw one, Danny Formal. Who you got in the Super Bowl? Chiefs, 49ers?
I don't want the Chiefs to win, just because they win a lot. So I'm a 49ers fan.
49ers fan, the big guy. 49ers fan. There we go.
So we've got two SKUSA kart drivers. And
it's the biggest sports weekend in America here. Not just because of the SKUSA Winter Series.
And we got Dalton Haynes, Harley Keeble. and we have Lego go-karts. So we're gonna have a race to see who can build their Lego the fastest. Harley, you've never built a Lego before, correct?
Not since I was like 5. So.
Dalton's feeling really good about his chances. We're gonna mic up Dalton, we're gonna go. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
I swear I'm gonna kill you at this. There's no way you beat me.
What? What? Don't you think you're gonna get beat, mate? You're not gonna win. You're not gonna win. Concentration levels are crazy right now. Bro! Oh my god, this guy, bro.
Stop! Wait, I've done it wrong. No, I've done it wrong. Okay, there we go. Oh wait, where's that piece?
No! Where's that piece? You're such a soul. Where's that piece? Give me my mind. I want my mind. Oh, Dalton! On my chair.
God, get those picks!
What are you doing? Bro, this guy.
What the hell? What page am I on? No.
Just like on track, bro. Such a soul loser. Give me a tire. No. I think I've won. I got tire on. I got tires on. Oh. Look, mine's capable of driving. I've got tires. I think I win that. 6 minutes and 28 seconds. What does that do? Oh yeah! Bro, what is that? Oh.
6 minutes and 20 seconds.
It would have took 3 minutes less if Dalton didn't just ruin it.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you enjoyed your lunch break. We are on track with the rolling lap in KA 100 Masters. The grid, Mario Barrios and Charlie Fonseca are on the front row of the grid. Michelle Garrido and Miguel Mia on row number 2. Luis Quinones and Grace Hemerda on row 3. Jesus Patillo, Junhei Din, Scott Carapalati, Alfonso Santiago, Kim Carapalati and Tom Gerstner are your 12 drivers. This will be a 12-lap race, Rob Howden, and we're looking, this could be Miguel Mia's roll to victory as we head off and underway again down the main straight. It's a good start for Barrios as we head down towards turn number 2.
Indeed, Charlie Fonseca was very impressive yesterday, getting that victory for Zanello Racing, and a driver who has been doing the Florida Winter Tour here for many, many years. Fonseca leading, rather, into second now as Barrios has taken over the point, not surprisingly, after a strong run to the pole position. So he has himself out there, out front in the RPG Cosmic Machine. Michel Garrido sitting second place in points, slotting into third, and again, Miguel Mir by himself, the outright point leader, running P4. The front-running quartet expected to pull away a bit here.
Yes, and we see at the end of lap number 1, it is Barrios, Fonseca, Garrido, and Mia Quinones. A poor start for Grace Hemerde, but we got that 4-car breakaway up at the head of the pack as we head through turn number 2 into the inner loop there. And it's Barrios, Fonseca, Garrido, and Mia still the order. Looking back there now, what you have 11 carts. Alfonso Santiago appears not to have taken the start.
Not sure what happened there with Alfonso. Again, that's a no starter here, or we're just early into this run here now. Barrios, Fonseca, Garrido, Mir, Quinones, top 5, Portillo 6th, Hemerd 7th, Carapalati 8th, Din, Carapalati, Gerstner. 11 drivers still on the field here.
Into turn number 1 at the start of lap 3. New fastest lap for Charlie Fonseca, 51.549. As you can see the field coming through turn number 2 and 3 into the inner loop one more time. I have to say Miguel Mia is biding his time. The pressure is off. He's got Garrido as the only other driver that is effectively in the championship fight.
Fast driver right now, Miguel Mir on the track, working his way forward here. Again, trying to get close back up. He's only about a half a second off the leaders, but has found himself closing up onto the rear bumper of Charlie Fonseca. In fact, I think he may be through. Indeed, yeah, probably not Fonseca. He got through on Garrido, but he's now on the back of Charlie, working up to Charlie Fonseca.
Yeah, so I mean, we haven't got the calculations in front of us, but I mean, it's almost certain this is the race that wraps it up for Miguel Mia. If he's not champion already, he will be in approximately. Now, this is a 12-lap race. We've got 10 laps on the ticker. We didn't have a false start, so I'm assuming it's going to be 12 laps, Rob, but the ticker does say 10, although we were talking about if there's a false start, 2 rolling laps, they take 2 laps off the race.
If we false started it, they'll go down just to the 10 laps, so it's updated to 12 again.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, because I don't recall a false start. No. As Barrios and Fonseca continue to head the way. This 4-car lead group, they are 5 seconds in front of Luis Quinones, who is in turn just 0.05 of a second in front of Grace Hemerd. And I have to say, behind the top 4, there is a good battle going on for the rest of the field. Quinones, Hemerd, Portillo, Scott Carapalati, Junaid Din, and then Kim Carapalati are all together, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th, crossing the line now. In fact, Grace Hemerd has just moved into P5, but that's left her a lot of work to do. And of course, the ageless wonder, Tom Gerstner, still running strongly in 11th position, about 5 seconds off the back of the remaining pack.
Indeed, you can see the battle here going on up front. Mario Barrios from the pole position has led all the laps thus far. We're closing on the halfway point of the 12 lapper, 6 down, 6 to go as we get through the final four pre-finals. KA100 Master, X30 Junior, X30 Senior, and Pro Shifter. We'll wrap those ones up, and that'll set the grid for our 8 main events here on Championship Sunday. Again, we'll say hello to those of you who have tuned into the broadcast here on Kart Chaser. Hope you're enjoying this Sunday here. We'll give you some kart racing from the Winter Series, Superkarts USA Winter Series from Homestead, Florida. You can see we got some darker weather in the back, that's for sure.
You haven't said the R word, Rob, so we're going to be absolutely fine. We're going to be absolutely fine. I am quite certain. As we watch the 4 leaders, Fonseca still with the fastest lap. He's there, and there he is, almost the race lead. Oh, and then he bogs down coming out of the corner, and that's cost him 2 positions. Almost he drove in very, very deep there, and he went to the lead, and it's ended up costing him 2 places.
Yeah, indeed, he tried to make a move there to the inside, coming out of turn number 5 and 6, over to 7 and 8, and got to the inside, and just wasn't able to finish it, as Barrios came across the bow from right to left, had to check up and got it way out of the power band, and indeed almost got run over by Miguel Mir and Michel Garrido, because Mir was trying to make aggressive maneuvers. He was kind of course, coming around the corner, and you're kind of already loaded up on the right side of the cart coming out of the carousel. It's not like you can make a really easy move to the inside of the racetrack. You don't want to go to the outside to drive over top, so you had to check up in a big way. Luckily for Mir, able to get through cleanly. So he now runs in second, Garrido into third, and there is Fonseca back up on the pipe. He's making a move. There's the move he tried to make, and he's going to get the stick. No, does he do it? Let's see, getting the big run down here into turn number 9. He'll run the outside, not quite enough.
I've got to say, very good, respectful racing, like you'd expect from the Masters there. Oh, Fonseca, did I speak too soon? The Alessandros Racing kart, Michel Garrido there. Very, very good move there. He keeps Fonseca behind him. So Charlie Fonseca, obviously, one error a couple of laps ago there that bogged him down and cost him the lead. But now he's trying to fight his way back to the front behind this group. Grace Hamerd is 5 seconds down, so she's past Luis Quinones, and Luis Quinones, he was a bit of the cork in the bottle. Quinones has been passed by Portillo, but then Junaid Din is having a great scrap with Scott and Kim Carapolati further back.
You can see Fonseca tried it again there through 7 and 8, not able to get the job done, tries to go to the inside of 7, right to the apex, and just can't quite get through enough to be able to roll the center and keep Garrido at bay. He had his head hanging back, just couldn't quite get it done. And he knows, he's watching Barrios pull away, he's watching Mir pull away. Here's the guy that won yesterday, knows he's got the pace, just made that move in turn 7 and 8, didn't stick, and again lost the ground. So now he's only back and forth, put him on the outside of row number 2 for the main event when we get rolling. He just really, I think he wants to get by here. If he does so, it'll put him right on the rear bumper of Barrios on the start.
Yes, indeed. So there's the battle for third. There is Garrido and Fonseca. And it's the best battle on track because Barrios has opened up a 1.7 second lead over Mia. I have to say that into the closing stage of this one, we're on lap 10 out of 12. And into the final complex we go once again, and I have to say that predominantly silver but with red and blue stripes on the Alessandros Racing entry of Quinones is doing Quinones of Garrido is doing a great job of holding off Fonseca as we head into the final 2 laps.
So again, going to cap things off here for the final couple of laps here in our X30 Masters category. We've got the KA100 Master, X30 Junior getting ready to roll out right now with Mario Barrios as the leader, we said, here in the Masters category. 1.9 seconds up. The juniors have worked their way down onto the grid. They're filling that grid area now because they're only moments away from getting them underway. Barrios, Mir, and Garrido all turning their fastest laps this last time by. Garrido has to because he's getting chased big time here by Fonseca. As they come across the line, white flag being shown to the top 4 drivers. And in fact, Barrios just went purple, turned his fastest lap here on lap number 11, so they're dialing in that RPG Cosmic for Mario Barrios. 2.3 seconds his lead on Miguel Mir, and indeed, Mir where he's running on the racetrack right now, and of course with Garrido back in third, all but locking down the championship here. Another big move to the inside there as Fonseca trying to get it done in turn number 4. Couldn't quite get it there either.
I was going to say there was one car heading broadside over a curb, and yeah, I'm sure there was a little bit of plastic that made contact with plastic, but Fonseca on the anchors, and yeah, he lets Garrido go. But it's been a great scrap. They're actually closing in on Miguel Mir, who is cruising home. But talk about cruising home, Mario Barros comes out of the final corner.
Yeah, indeed, a good run there for Mario Barrios, able to bail out of the pole position, took it early, able to stretch away, and indeed, the battle behind him was the exciting part of it as Mir, Garrido, and Fonseca ended up coming through with it as Fonseca made the move, tried it over in Barrios in turn number 7 and 8, couldn't quite get the job done, and a couple drivers getting together further back. That was the 433 of Junad Din. And I believe one of the Carapilatis got together there on the final circuit. So nonetheless, excitement through to the very last corners.
Yeah, and a big well done. Tom Gerstner comes across the line in 9th position. That's his best finish of the 2024 SKUSA Winter Series.
So again, Barrios, Mir, Garrido, Fonseca, top 4. Grace Samir turning her fastest lap in the last lap of 51.233. She needs to find about another half a second if she wants to battle it out with the drivers in that lead quartet. But nonetheless, she comes home P5. We'll start on the inside of row number 3. So again, Barrios and Mir will be on the front row for the main event for this category, which is set to go this afternoon at about 3:10.
Oh, yes.
We've still got a couple more pre-finals to lock down. X30 Junior will be up next.
Just a quick question, Rob. Very quick question.
Yes.
It's very rude of people to look over your shoulder at people's phones. However, I was being very rude looking over your shoulder at your phone as you were looking at the weather.
Oh, yes.
Are we allowed? Should we talk about? Should we brush over that?
Well,
should we brush over what the weatherman is now saying?
It says 60% chance of the wet stuff at 1 o'clock, and I talked to Tom Kutcher there in the lunch break, and I guess in the local areas it's raining pretty hard, so we're not sure whether or not it's going to get to us here, but there's a possibility that we may get some of the wet stuff. That would be 15 minutes from now, 15 to 45 minutes from now.
I mean,
I'm going to say no, but hopefully not.
I mean, when you say 60%, I mean,
That's
that
still
means
40%.
40% no.
Agreed.
You know, 40% no.
Yeah.
The power of positivity, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, so the forecast is 40% chance of sun.
40% chance of sun, and look at that. There's 100% chance of sun on our screens now because you can see the sun shining brightly on the race suit of number 416 Kim Karapalati there. The yellow, the luminous yellow streaks there. They're shining in the sunshine. I'm going to go put some factor 50 on just to you know, positive mental attitude.
That's a solid idea right there.
Right, okay.
So again, we said we had the first 4 of the pre-finals before lunch break. We've got 4 more here in the afternoon. I already got the first one of the 4 in KA 100 Master. Our X30 Junior drivers firing up their engines right now, getting set to go here. X30 Junior brought to you by the Rollison Performance Group, and Max Weiland will be starting on the pole position alongside Diego Ardiles, Jackson Woolney, and Ty Fisher coming home there in the second and third spot in qualifying. So they'll be on the second row. Alexander Vanchev starting on the inside of row 3 alongside Enzo Vidmontien. Sarah Bradley and Michael Magoy on row 4. Cole Medeiros and Lucas DeLongchamp going to round out your top 10. Row 6 has David Ramirez alongside Aiden Young. Row 7, Chase Gassioli and Edward Kennedy. On row number 8, it's Tristan Murphy and William Kim. Row 9, Aiden Augustine and Nathan Dupuis. Row number 10, Edgar Rodriguez and Lorenzo Barbai. Row 11, Mateus Ramalho and Juan Jose Paramo. Capping out the field, Sidney Castles, Remy Andriatos, Jackson Elefante, and Fernando Weiler. There will be 26 drivers in the field. And again, Max Weiland, let's just give him some props while we can as he rolls out onto the racetrack, Henry. Solid qualifying effort for Max for Magic Kart USA.
Absolutely, and it came right at the end of the session. And of course, you know, this is the class where the pressure is off Diego Ardiles. He's, you know, cruise control to the title, and I think that But of course, if you get disqualified, do you have to count? I mean, I don't know if you have to count the DQ if you get disqualified, or you don't have to count it.
You do not, so you're okay here.
You're okay here. So, Ardiles on one side of the coin, the pressure is off, and he's making sure that he's completely focused, ready for the big battle that he's got in K100 Junior. That might give other people a chance, but then the flip side of the coin, well, Ardiles, I got nothing to lose. I won the championship anyway, so let's go for another win.
Yeah, let's wrap it up in style, right? You want to you want to hit the home run out of the park when you're winning the World Series. So
there's nothing better than a walk-off.
Yeah, we'll see it all lines up here. Again, Weiland on the inside, Ardiles on the outside. Everybody in the staging lanes, looking good. Green, 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 and Weiland will lead him into turn number 1.
A poor start relatively for Ardiles, who slips back to 4th position behind Alexander Vanchev. It is Weiland, Walney, Vanchev, Ardiles, then Fischer, behind them Vidmontien in the Kart Republic chassis, but a very, very well-behaved start from all 26 drivers. As we're looking there coming through the inner loop, and we're side by side, but we're all pointing the right way, and we've all got all parts of our kart still attached.
Yeah, a little, let's just put the experience right now for Max Weiland, right? The first opportunity to lead a national event like this here with Superkarts USA out front. So just a great opportunity for him to see how it feels, being out front. Got the Hungry Lions behind you, like a Wolney, Ardiles, Fischer, all ready to battle it out. Weiland, we know, was quick in qualifying. Now he's got to translate that in. Here comes the move to the inside. Wolney's going to take the lead. Weiland's got to check out of it. And as he checked out too late.
Yep.
And ended up having to, right in the middle of the corner, kind of get out of it. And he lost 4 positions in total as a couple of different drivers have gone by. Ardiles has taken over the lead, and he'll low line it down into turn number 4 and stack them all back up. Early laps.
Vidmontien dies at the inside of Vanchev for 3rd there. Ardiles has the race lead, but look at that train coming out of turn number 8 and up the infield straight there. Side by side further back, that was Lucas de Longchamps and Aidan Young side by side. Now Max Weiland, okay, you've had a lap in the lead, Max. Now let's practice like learning to run in the front pack there, and of course the big dogs, they're going to want to shuffle the newcomers out of the way. A driver that's relatively new to the national scene running at the front, they're going to be thinking to themselves, don't know who this kid is, let's get him out of the way, because I only want to race the people I usually race with because I know what they're going to do.
And that was a good move by Max Weiland to the inside of turn number 9, got by Alexander Vanchev. So crucial for him to get right back by. Vanchev will make a move to the inside of him now, and right there as well is Ty Fischer. He's trying to get by. Aggressive racing up front as Enzo Vidmontien has gone to the lead. He's taken the top spot away from Ardiles. Everybody kind of stacking up there. So it's Vidmontien and call it Ardiles down to the inside. No, not enough. And Jackson Wolney runs in 3rd. 4th spot now, I believe, is Ty Fischer. No, it's Vanchev up into the 4th spot. 5th is Weiland, as he was able to get back by Ty Fischer. So I'll tell you, Weiland started on the pole while he's kind of working his way backwards here. He's got his elbows up and scrapping every time somebody tries to get by. He's been passed a couple of times, but has fought back and taken that position once again. So again, Max Weiland in that number 720. Obviously no help out there for him right now. Everybody's on the attack mode as he's trying to see if he can't reel back up on the back of Alexander Vanchev. Vanchev to the inside of Wolney.
Yeah, Vanchev taking 3rd position away. Now, of course, we've seen AJ Myers in the Magic Kart setup. Of course, AJ obviously, with a keen interest in the shifter category, but he'll be looking very closely at all the Magic Kart USA drivers there as Weiland repassing Wolney for P4. So that is a good move. So Max Weiland, he's showing that he does belong here up at the sharp end of a national field. We're going to come around to complete lap number 4 now. Vidmontien leads, new fast start for Alex Vanchev of 49.244 seconds. We have got 2.2 seconds covering the top 10 drivers, because the back of this group, you've got Aidan Young in kart 717, the Vortis competition driver. He's in 10th. Then in 9th, Lucas de Longchamp, 8th, Ty Fischer, 7th, Sarah Bradley, 6th, Michael McGoy, and then Wolney, Weiland, Vanchev, Ardiles, and Vidmontien. So just over 2 seconds covering the top 10, although now Ardiles seems to have got his head down and is trying to push away with Vidmontien. Now, there was a mechanical flag being shown 221 driver, the 706. That's Alex Vonchev. Vonchev getting the black and orange flag there, the meatball flag. That will be game over for Vonchev. Looking to see it's because his rear bumper is coming loose. Oh, what absolute tragedy for Alexander Vonchev. He will now have to start. So we've got one potential race winner in X30 Junior starting from the back of the field as Vidmontien and Ardiles start to break away, and Michael McGoy now makes a move on Walney for what will now be 4th position. Weiland is suddenly all on his own in 3rd place. If Ardiles and Vidmontien start to battle, Weiland could close in. Walney is 4th, it's Bradley up to 5th, then McGoy 6th, Fisher 7th, Aidan Young up to 8th place with the Longchamp, David Ramirez next, then Tristan Murphy, Chase Gassioli, Cole Medeiros, Nathan Dupuis and Edward Kennedy, the 2 Canadians, Dupuis and Kennedy, who are good friends off track. They seem to have been surgically attached on track all weekend, and they're having a good battle, even though it's a bit further back than both of them would like. But Vonchev joins Aidan Augustine as the only 2 retirements of the race so far. Vidmontien as Vidmontien still leads, but closing in 3rd place with another new fastest lap is Max Weiland, 48.274, and Weiland, that magic cart, has he got any magic dust left to sprinkle over the 2 leaders as he closes in?
I like to see the fact that he's coming back. You know, he started in the pole position, led early, got shuffled back a little bit. Things have kind of shaken down. We saw the issue that happened with Vanchev. But here is Max Weiland now. Okay, all right, I'm into this race.
Yep.
I got, the first couple of laps, the first 4 or 5, I'm by myself, I'm up front here. I'm in kind of uncharted waters to a certain extent. Now I'm digging down. Okay, I got these guys in front of me. Hey, you know what? I'm faster than these guys. I can get this. I qualified on pole. I can do this. 48.274. He was quicker by 0.2 of a second than Ardiles last time by.
And how many times have we seen it, Rob, where a driver in Max Weiland's position, and when they lose the lead, they lose their head.
Yes.
And then it all goes wrong and they slip back. Not so with Max Weiland. Yeah, he is closing in. We're going to have a 3-car battle for the lead very soon.
Yeah, and he just had a big look over his shoulder on the straightaway. For him, it's like, okay, how much room have I got? Oh, I got lots. Okay, because he's got a ton right now. He's got almost 2 seconds back to Jackson Wolney. He knows, now I can go to work. I've got the pace right now. I'm pulling away from these guys. For him now, it's like, yeah, let's see what I can do. Battling it out here with Vidmontien and Ardiles. And that's exactly what we're going to see if he keeps putting down the fast laps. He was, again, 0.2 faster than Ardiles last time through.
Yeah, of the top, let's have a little look. The top 5 drivers, Vidmontien was actually the slowest, because behind Walney in 4th position, Michael McGoy in 5th is putting down some good markers, and now it's Ardiles' turn to look over his shoulder, and he did we pass you about 9 laps ago and you're still there?
Unbelievably quick there. Weiland coming up the straightaway. You can see how much he closed going into turn number 2 and 3, and he's right there now. Now, whether or not he's able to pull the trigger once he gets there, laps are winding down. They will see the 2 to go sign next time by for Weiland. Maybe the best bet here is to kind of see what Ardiles is going to do, right? Do I make a hard move here? Do I watch what's happened? Do I pick up the garbage once these 2 guys get together, if that's a possibility? Or does he get aggressive and try to make a move somewhere?
I mean, if I was Max Weiland, okay, you've got, at the moment you're starting inside of row 2 for a 22-lap final. Do you want to, okay, you're quick, but you're not going to come from 26 to the race lead even in 22 laps. This is a setup race for what could be his arrival on the national scene in style later on this afternoon. But we've got a lap and a half to go. And it's Vidmontien, Ardiles and Weiland. There's the first move from Diego Ardiles. Will this open the door for Weiland? Not quite.
He just wasn't quite close enough to fully take advantage of the over-under, but Ardiles has gone to the lead. Weiland right there to capitalize. Vidmontien, he's going to try to send it one more time. White flag flying this time by. We've got interviews waiting in the wings here for you before we roll into X30 Senior. But away, here they come. Again, Ardiles. There goes Vidmontien. Look at this. Here comes Max Weiland right with him into second. Nicely done for Weiland. Ardiles goes back into third. Vidmontien is the leader. Can Weiland pull the trigger and go back to P1? Vidmontien's got the spot. It'll be a move potentially to the inside here. Looks over under, down to the bottom of the racetrack. Book it, he's through. Great pass to the inside.
Absolutely superb racecraft from Max Weiland. He let Enzo Vidmontien do the hard work going down the main straight and just followed him through and then just stuffed it up the inside. Now he's got to defend, but this is going to be, is it? Oh, he runs wide. No, he's going to lose it on the last corner. Diego Ardiles. Oh.
He's going to lose 3 spots on the last lap. Max Weiland. He took the position back, but went on full defense coming down into turn number 10 and just lost so much speed. He would have had to park it all the way on the inside of turn number 11, and he didn't. He rolled the corner, went way wide to try to set up, and that was just the over-under there for Diego Ardiles. So Max Weiland, like we said, another teaching moment.
Yep.
He goes from pole to 6th. Fights his way back, takes over the lead with a great move in turn number 7 and 8, and then gives it up over in turn number 10.
Yeah, and then drops. He's not even going to start on the inside row. He's going to be in the outside row of turn. But you know what? The Magic Kart team, yes, there were mistakes. You know, there were mistakes there. But the rest of the race, I mean, the way he did the first half of that last lap was superb. Was very smart.
And he's got the purple lap. He's got the fastest lap. That's the fastest car on the racetrack. Max just got to settle in and be okay.
You can temper down a fast driver that needs to hone his racecraft. It's much harder. It's much easier to do that than to make a slow driver go quickly. And Weiland is not a slow driver. So a teaching moment. But that was a heck of a race for Max Weiland.
It was, Ben. He came back and put on some great, a great show there. He was right there with Ardiles. Came through with Vidmontien. That was a fantastic drive there for Max Weiland. Didn't come up with the win that he wanted, but nonetheless, still a great drive. Diego Ardiles, though, does lock and load the championship with full points in the pre-final. Enzo Vidmontien second, Wolney third, Weiland fourth. Michael McGoy, though, up 3 spots. He ends up P5.
Yeah, Ty Fisher, Sarah Bradley, Aidan Young, well done to Aidan Young, Cole Medeiros and Chase Cassio-Lee round out your top 10 ahead of Nathan Dupuis, William Kim, Edward Kennedy, Lucas de Longchamp, and there's the rest of the running order. So we are going to have one driver at least, Alexander Vonchev, starting from the back row of the grid, moving forward in this afternoon's fight.
He'll be one to watch, there's no doubt about that. And again, we are still a couple of minutes away. 1 o'clock scheduled start time for X30 Senior. Those drivers on the grid, the helmets are on, they're getting set to go. Folks, don't go anywhere. We're getting ready to come back here really quickly with X30 Senior. 2 more pre-finals before we go main event racing. Stay tuned, more to come here on Kart Chaser.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Welcome back to AMR Homestead-Miami Motorplex, presented by MG Tires for Kart Chasers coverage of the SuperKarts USA Winter Series Championship weekend, powered by Acceleration Kart Racing, and this weekend's title coverage sponsor in SimCraft, as we're underway for the outlap in the Pro X30 Pre Final with a shaken up grid. It was already shaken up from rounds 1 and 2 to the way they lined up yesterday, and today, Rob, an even bigger shakeup. Stephen Miller on the pole out of the slow group in the Nash Motorsports AM Racing Team combination entry.
Yeah, you throw Dalton Haynes in there as well. Those two drivers coming from the slower group, very impressive. Miller will start on the inside of row 1, Haynes on the outside of row 2, and then you got the two RPG drivers in Donovan Bonilla and Laurent Legault. A really good run last lap for Laurent Legault, jumped him well up the order into P3.
And I am very excited to watch row number 3 get through this start. Ryan Norberg and Thomas Neveau just cannot lose each other here in this winter series. They start 5th and 6th with Paulie Massimino, had a decent run yesterday in 7th alongside the championship points leader ADT. Henry?
Santiago Fernandez, the Chad Docken Racing Team, and Brandon Carr round out your top 10. Lucas Nanji having a good run for Trinity Karting Group, and Brian Garcia for Ryan Perry Motorsports.
All Franklin Motorsports Hoach driver development on row number 7, and Kimmy Chan and Henry Leopard will be on row number 8.
Here we go into the start lanes for the Pro X30 Pre-Final. Stephen Miller, his Pro X30 debut. He's never led one before. He's going to do it on his first time to green here for Pro X30, and a great jump on the inside. And we've got turned around in front of the field in turn 1. Paulie Massimino, for the second year in a row going this direction, has been spun at the start of a pre-final.
Oh, that is tough after the great run that he had yesterday. Another driver there, the 26, getting shuffled to the outside, Brandon Carr. Again, a couple of drivers have been out there on the outside of turn number 2 and 3. Nonetheless, Stephen Miller, this program coming together on Friday afternoon. Had a chance to talk with him. Ariel Castro says, I got a chassis, I got a brand new engine for you, I got entry fees, let's go racing. And here he is putting the AM engines Xpree up front right now. The two RPG drivers, we've got 3 RPG drivers slotting there in to 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. So the RPG colors, the Cosmics, ready to line up to try to reel in Stephen Miller.
Now, as they come across the line to complete lap number 1, Norberg in 3rd. It was actually Thomas Neveau who ran wide coming out of turn number 2. So that solves the Norberg-Neveau equation for the time being, as Ryan Norberg now moves up into P3. In fact, no, there is Neveau. I apologize, number 50 car.
Yeah, Rob was right there. We had
car.
Yeah, sorry.
To you, Rob.
Sorry,
yeah,
that.
Neveau up into 4th, Norberg to 2nd. And DeTulio on the edge of Laurent Legault now, probably going to go into the infield hairpin as he signals back. And what a start for Santiago Fernandez as DeTulio goes by on Laurent Legault. Santi up to 7th. The Miami, Florida native would love to cap off the winter series here on home turf for him as well, to maybe get a career best pro national finish.
Yeah, the Chad Docken Racing Team have been quietly going about their business. They're out in the back end of the paddock there with the likes of Mike Doty Racing and U-Race. And so they've been a lot of time to think about their race strategies. They're walking up to the demi-grid, but that AM engines, that very, very distinctive, the black and orange of Ariel Castro's team, with Stephen Miller leading the way. But a driver in his very first X30 race is about to have to deal with a driver in his X30 race.
Exactly. Triple digits, maybe? I don't know. No, definitely double into triples. But the bottom line here is, I think what I loved about Norberg deal was yesterday, in just chatting with him, right? Putting that behind him.
Yep.
Yeah, it is what it is. You got to take the bad days with the good. I'm going to come back here today. Didn't have the best qualifying effort, P5, outpaced by 2 of his RPG teammates, but the racecraft is there, able to work his way back forward. Now he's going to put himself on the rear bumper of Stephen Miller. No need to really get too aggressive on him right now. Right there with them as they work their way out of turn number 3 over to turn number 4. And again, he's still got some cushion behind him because Donovan Bonilla, right there, yesterday's winner, slotting into the 3rd spot. Back there in 4th, though, Thomas Neveau, the TKG driver. And there you go, move to the inside. I love that pass down for 7 and 8. Xander, perfect pass for Norberg. A little tuck into the inside of turn number 9 just to cover off a bit.
Yeah, nice and smooth race here. So far, this race going the way that a lot of the good races for Ryan Norberg go. A slow, methodical cut through the field, not passing at the first opportunity, passing at the time when it makes the most sense. He waited a lap behind Laurent Legault, got around him, then went up to Stephen Miller, has gone around him. But Donovan Bonilla, I think, might even be a little better than Norberg right now. He's pressuring, and Miller in the RPG sandwich shuffles through, and Thomas Neveau does as well. He'll get to third.
As you were saying, I was about to say this is Stephen Miller's chance to learn an awful lot, and Stephen Miller saying, well, do you know what? I may be new to this category and new to the senior class, but I've done all my learning in juniors, and I'm going back to the front, and there's Bonilla's at the second, and there's a move to Tullio on Norberg.
These guys had problems yesterday too. A lot of choice words in the scale line from ADT and Norberg, and they were getting into each other quite a bit on the racetrack. The Kart Republic boys and the RPG Cosmic leader in Ryan Norberg. He's got the two drivers he keeps having his pods glued to, and the same for them as well. So watch this for fourth down the backstretch. Neveau going to push to Tullio by, and they're going to make sure they get clear of Norberg this time.
And just literally a sea of Kart Republic there, because right in behind them is Brandon Carr as well. Luckily, Norberg able to slot his way in there. Turn 2 has been his nemesis. I think he may have just lost another spot potentially to Carr. He's got a couple positions where he was lost coming through turn number 2. And indeed up front, it's Bonilla who's taken up the charge for the RPG crew right up there on Stephen Miller. Look at the gap now back to the next group now. Again, more drivers coming through. I believe that's who had Laurent Legault coming in. Maybe a wingman for Norberg there for a second as those Kart Republic drivers pushing like crazy. ADT able to pull out with Neveau. Crossed halfway flags this time by. So Tullio in third, Neveau in fourth. Then you go back to Brandon Carr, Norberg, Legault, Fernandez, and Harley Keeble coming back up after a really tough qualifying effort.
Yeah, indeed, we have a new leader. It's Donovan Bonilla who goes past Stephen Miller. I want to just go back a lap when Neveau and Tullio passed Norberg. Norberg just easing out of the gas, letting them go. Tried not to fight. We thought, you know what? I've been side by side and had incidents with these two drivers too many times, so I'm just going to let them go. I'm not even going to try and fight it on the outside. I'm going to keep my powder dry, as it were, live to fight another day. There he moves back ahead of Sheffield's Brandon Carr, and so it's behind. Look, there's a bit of clean air between himself, Neveau, and Tullio, and there's a lot more clean air between those two and our two leaders.
Listen, Donovan Bonilla, again, we saw it yesterday, gets that opening, able to pull away, and Xander, you just think about the confidence this young man, quiet confidence, right? We don't see him out there being outspoken or puffing the chest out or anything. Very shy kind of guy, very humble, but man, after that Super Nationals win, he has come out of the gate super strong here in Q1 of 2024.
Yeah, I mean, Ryan Norberg and him both look to be pretty even early in this session, and by Bonilla flying under the radar and Norberg being the one having more frustrations as Laurent Legault goes by on Brandon Carr, Norberg's the one they focus on shuffling backwards, and they forget about Dono, and he gets away with the lead. He's done it twice now here with the Winter Series yesterday and the Super Nats, and I think they might pay for it again here in this pre-final. I will give credit to Stephen Miller, though. He's holding them as honest as he can. Only gave up 400s last time by.
Yes, Miller is holding firm, and again, now it's a learning experience for Miller as Harley Keeble and Brandon Carr are chased around through the infield loop there by Laurent Legault and Santiago Fernandez. Dalton Haynes is next in line, long way back in the second, those orange and black Sodi carts, with Nicholas Terlecki 11th, and Diego Ramos. Bit of an anonymous race for Ramos down in P12.
Yeah, there's Dalton Haynes as well. Remember, Dalton, going to scroll down to 10th for him. He was up there in 4th, had a good qualifying run, but not so good here in the race as he has fallen back to the end of the top 10 here now. Let's see if he finds any more pace here in the last couple of laps. Looks like we got about 3 to go here. Haynes indeed turned his best lap, but again, he's leading that next group, with Nicholas Terlecki. He's well behind Santiago Fernandez. So again, a top 10 run for Dalton Haynes, maybe an outside row 5 starting spot for the main event.
Here's, again, a good look while you were talking lap times. Ryan Norberg within a couple thousandths of Donovan Bonilla. The difference was Thomas Neveau and ADT shuffling him backwards. Neveau this time waving him on by, though. So give some credit to Thomas Neveau. They've obviously traded blows a little bit, but maybe we were blowing it up a little too much here in this pre-final to wave on by Ryan. That's at least a decent show of respect in a relationship that sorely needed it these last 2 months. But 2 laps to go. Norberg into 4th. And part of that might be Neveau thinking, hey, I don't think you can catch ADT. Give me the inside lane. I'll drop to 5th.
Let's do it, right?
That's very good thinking. Either that or Thomas Neveau's thinking, look, is my discount for the Norberg Invitational still on?
We'll see. I don't know if he's even got the invite after how they've been.
Let's put it this way. He's not getting a Valentine's card next week. I guarantee you on that for sure.
How about Harley Keeble, though, here? Ahead of Brandon Carr, ahead of Laurent Legault. Again, tale of 2 different stories for the Sodi Racing USA by PK Sports Boys. Dalton Haynes going backwards, good quality. Harley Keeble, bad quality, going forwards here. Up 11 spots net so far. He'll join Norberg on row 3 if all things hold the same. With the white flag coming this time, I think he should be safe as he's starting to pull away from Carr.
That's really impressive in a 12-lapper. You think about that. He's essentially passed a Kart a lap right now. Harley Keeble has working his way forward from where he was. 11 positions up from 70th, really recovering on the day. And you know from 6th, outside of row 3, he can challenge from there. You're in the lead group. You get your elbows up, and you can find yourself in the lead within the first half a dozen laps of a 22-lap main event. So keying on Keeble here. This is the final lap. It's a 0.6 of a second lead for Dono. There he is right there. Bonilla, the leader up front. Back here again on Keeble. But here's a good look at everybody. First, second, third on down. Donovan Bonilla. Talk about rolling the momentum from a Saturday, rolling the momentum from a tremendous day in Las Vegas last November. He's going to start on the pole position of the main event. Donovan Bonilla with the win over Stephen Miller here in the pre-final for X30 Senior. Alessandro DiTullio third. Ryan Norberg back up to 4th after a lot of action. Thomas Neveau 5th. Harley Keeble, what a drive up from 17th to 6th. Brandon Carr up 3 to 7th. Laurent Legault dropped down a little bit. Santiago Fernandez holding station. Dalton Haynes down 6th. Started 4th, ends up in 10th.
Yeah, we talked about Harley Keeble gaining 11 places, gaining 10 places was Diego Ramos. I said he was having an anonymous run, and of course I forgot the fact that he only qualified 20 seconds. So 20 seconds to 12 for Ramos, to Licky Noah Jackson, Brian Garcia. After that spin on the opening corner, Paulie Massimino, he fights his way back up into the top 15.
Nice.
Ahead of James Stegman, Kimi Chan, William Boutillier, Satvak Sathi, and the top 20. In fact, looking down the order, do you know something? 29 drivers started this race, 29 finished.
Yeah, so for Massimino, that means he got spun, went all the way back to the rear, and picked up 14 spots. Let's see how it happened, though, with the full race highlights, of course, underway. Great jump for Stephen Miller. Massimino got down to the inside, and it looks like might have had some help from a white and orange Kart Republic driven by Thomas Neveau, but that whole line was lined up there. Obviously, that was as well, looked like maybe Brian Garcia.
That was Brandon Carr that I mistakenly took for Thomas Neveau, and then it all started going off between the 3 besties, Norberg, DiTullio, and Neveau.
Yeah, here's Norberg at first, getting by on Stephen Miller. Then Miller, this was smart, put the RPGs back behind you because he saw Bonilla get away. Neveau able to get through. And then after Norberg got around him, ADT said, I'm going to get to the inside on an aggressive move, shove him to the runoff. And then they continued to fight. This time they worked together, cleared him, and were able to break away.
Yeah, definitely an exciting battle there for sure. And again, you saw that Bonilla was finally able to make that move by to get the spot. And here's that wave by from Neveau pointing Norberg back through. And in the end, Bonilla with the win. Miller still holding station. You saw the rest of the drivers work their way through. An exciting run there on X30 Senior. Definitely a little precursor of what we're going to see in the afternoon main event, because you know for 22 laps, these guys are really going to lay it out here to wrap up the Winter Series. So indeed, one more race still to go. It is the drivers in the Pro Shifter category. Henry getting set to roll.
Yes, and this could be, I mean, we've had several sort of shifts in momentum in various different championship classes today. No more so, potentially, than this next race. Danny Formal only qualifying 7th. Or was it 5th? it was further back than he would like, with Matheus Morgado on point.
I want to say it was P6, I think, for Danny Formal. At least it was not top 4. I'm pretty sure it was P6 for Formal. Listen, that's the thing. He came in here as the outright championship contender, having had such a great weekend in January. Now for him, he's got to see what he can do to hold off an equally great weekend so far for Matheus Morgado. And obviously, perfect day for Morgado yesterday. Now trying to dial things in here today as well. So indeed, Formal starting in the 6th position. Matheus Morgado and Alan Isambard on row number 1. Giorgio Carrera and Cooper Becklin on row 2. Morgado on the PSL Karting Burrell Art. Isambard for Sodi Kart Racing USA. Carrara on the Kart Republic for Inter MS. And the Rawlison Performance Group Cosmic for the Pacific Northwest's Cooper Becklin.
Yeah, Henry Wheeler, and you were right, Rob. Danny Formal. I said somewhere between 5th and 7th, and you said 6th. So
boom, right in the middle.
Boom. Justin White and his Maranello USA teammate Vincenzo Saracino on row 4. Michael Riccio, don't count him out, and his Magic teammate Skitchy Barnes, Nicholas Andrea, and Shifter Kart newcomer Chris Marino.
12 drivers in the field here for the pre-final for the Pro Shifter category. These two classes, Pro and Master, brought to you by PSL Karting and Inter MS. Drivers getting aggressive on the wheel, trying to warm things up here now and again. That is Giorgio Carrera warming up things there in the number 12. We'll see the 62 of Matheus Morgado. They'll bring that Burrell Art machine into the P1 starting spot for our standing start once again. 12 laps. And this is it in terms of pre-finals for the 2024 SuperKarts USA Winter Series. After this, 22 laps, main event time, and we'll see who comes away with both the race wins and the series championships. Morgado, who had a little bit of trouble in one start, the pre-final yesterday, kind of wasn't quite sure on the start procedure from the flag, got caught off guard, had it neutral when the flag came out. Formal was able to stretch. That's what I think is going to be interesting here. Can Danny Formal get a couple of spots? You watched him line up there, a little bit kind of cockeyed, trying to make sure he gets the run. Field set. Isambard very good off the line as well. Formal from the outside of row number 3. Field set for the pre-final. Green, green, green. And Formal trying to get one. He's not good, but Isambard gets off the line very cleanly. Maybe one spot for Formal. I think he goes to P5. But look at Isambard quickly put the challenge to the inside. Over, under, and a block move coming out of turn number 2 from Matheus Morgado. He'll low line it into turn number 4 as well. That's going to stack everybody up. And the yellow gloves of Danny Formal to P3.
Great start from Formal there. He made two positions going into turn number 1, then got Carrara down the main straight. So Formal, he's saying, look, I may be under the cosh, as it were, but it's not over yet, not by a long shot. And if he could just get past Isambard into P2, then that's possibly the best he could do over this short race distance, although he'll be one person in the paddock looking to the skies and doing a bit of a rain dance, as it were, because here he comes down the straight, put Danny Formal into P2. Oh, and he's fired up. He's saying, no, come on, let's go.
Yeah, look at that opening lap for Morgado. He was on stretch out to about 0.4 of a second. Carrera right there on Isambard as well. So once again, we have all these drivers lining up there. Right behind them, Cooper Becklin runs in 5th. Saracino, Riccio, White, Barnes, Wheeler, Verino, and DeAndrea. I'm not sure that DeAndrea made, he did. Yeah, he made the call. Good. We have all 12 drivers out on the racetrack. That's fantastic. Formal trying to stretch away as Carrera going to work to see if he can't find some room to get by Alan Isambard, the Sodi Racing USA machine, but nonetheless, here goes Formal into the second spot. Morgado goes purple, and away everybody goes. What is it, 0.8 of a second?
0.8 of a second. We're neck and neck for third place. In fact, look at that. That is Giorgio Carrara, the Italian driver, pushing Alan Isambard in the Sodi Kart down the back straight at full speed, slipstreaming and drafting like a couple of micro drivers. They've got Becklin, and then the yellow and black cart of Vincenzo Saracino, or is that what was the Alfano logo on it?
That's Saracino.
That's Saracino. Then Riccio just in white Skitchy Barnes, Henry Wheeler, Chris Farino, and Nicholas DeAndrea. DeAndrea's got the Supernats sort of Las Vegas graphics kit.
Have a look at Becklin here right now. Cooper Becklin's going at it. And here comes the move as well. Riccio's going to go to the inside of Saraceno. That's going to allow Justin White to come through. But Becklin putting a ton of pressure right now on Giorgio Carrera, trying to find a way by in that RPG Cosmic Vortex. Look at him trying to see if he can't slip away by here. Becklin put a ton of pressure on Carrera. Carrera said his kart was fantastic yesterday, but just didn't have it in the main event. They just wasn't sure what it was. It was great early. They have not been able to get back to exactly where they were in the morning warm-up and how good the kart was earlier yesterday. But again, dialing things in here to try to see if he can't hold off a charging Cooper Becklin.
Yeah, I mean, Danny Formal has been working very hard, sort of tutoring and sort of giving sort of coaching Cooper Becklin, and we're seeing that work come off there. Becklin losing a little bit of ground through the second half of lap number 4 as we begin lap number 5. Meanwhile, the last time we checked, Rob Howden, the gap between Mateus Morgado and Danny Formal was 0.8 of a second. It's now 0.9 of a second. Morgado is keeping Formal well at arm's length.
Yeah, about 0.1 of a second was the difference there. We're going to have a quick look, folks. Go back to the opening of this event. There's a move to the inside a little further back with Henry Wheeler battling it out with Skitchy Barnes. But I believe we're going to have another look at the start. Let's have a look at that again here.
It was, we'll bring it up very shortly, but you're going to see Danny Formal make one of the best getaways of the 2024 Winter Trophy. There is Michael Riccio passing Cooper Becklin. So Becklin, that now the half the problem that Becklin have is being quick for the whole race distance. Here's a look at the start, Rob.
Here it is this time here. Here's the launch. You can see coming down the inside there. Becklin gets a really good launch. He actually goes to P3. Becklin really strong out of the gate as well. But again, back to the racing action here. And again, we watched what happened there with Becklin. He was putting the pressure on Carrera for a bit and then just essentially fell off the face of the earth in terms of that pace. Carrera's worked his way back up here onto Isambard, and that allowed Michael Riccio to kind of come in there and take that fifth spot away from Becklin.
Yeah, so Formal got ahead of Wheeler on the line. Wheeler was the driver he was sharing the third row with. And then he also got ahead of Carrara going around the outside of turn number 1. And obviously then overtook his teammate Becklin down the straight towards turn number 2. So that is how Formal went from 6th to 3rd. And then we've seen him as passing Isambard. And that's where we are at the moment. Isambard now falling back into clutches of Giorgio Carrara. They are 3.5 seconds behind the race leader Mateus Morgado, who has just gone purple once again. And that doesn't mean he's driving for Cosmic all of a sudden. That means that he's got the fastest lap of the race, a 45.843. The gap back to Formal now 1.1 seconds. And somewhere in there, I can see David Cole on the circuit, but the calculators are going to start working overtime now as we try to figure out the permutations of who needs to do what in the final race of each category. And Carrara really defending harshly from Isambard there with Riccio, Becklin, White, Wheeler and Barnes not far behind either. In fact, so is De Saraceno. We've still got all 12 cars running though.
So indeed, the weather's starting to get interesting. David Cole just came in from taking some shots and gave you a little signal that we're potentially starting to get some sprinkles right now.
Yes, the dark clouds that were over the circuit are now getting a little bit closer.
Yeah, indeed. So you can see that the wind here is still 80 degrees here trackside, but again, that's one of the things to set up as we're getting ready to go into the main events here right now. There is a potential for weather coming in. I don't think it's going to affect this particular race right now, but you're trying to kind of feel that wetness in the air. It's even coming underneath us here into the 10 a little bit because the rain is definitely starting to happen. I don't know whether or not, as I said, it will affect this. We still have 4 laps remaining right now. It's about a second gap between Morgado and Formal. We'll look at the lap times. 45.9 was the fast. 45 there are 46 flats, so they're still, let's see when they have it come across here. This will be a good indication of whether or not we see any kind of changes here now. Not really, maybe a tenth or two. So again, a lot of the residual heat in the track itself is going to evaporate any kind of moisture that hits at this point here. But indeed, if that rain is coming, it could affect things into the main event. You got to think about the fact KA100 Junior Mini Swift, they're definitely watching the skies right now to find out what's going to happen. It's a 1.2 second lead for Mateus Morgado. There'll be 2 laps to go when they get back around.
Yeah, I'm looking directly behind us at a grid of 50 plus KA100 Junior karts, all on slick tyres with several nervous glances pointing towards the sky. On track as we get the 2 to go signal this time around, drivers at about 2 to 3 tenths of a second off their personal best lap. In fact, Danny Formal almost equaling his personal best lap.
Still lots of grip, right, for these guys?
Still lots of grip, but I mean, Morgado will have felt those little sprinkles. You'll see them on the visor. Formal will be thinking, okay, I've got a chance here. We've got, 2 to go. We're going to get the last lap board this time, the white flag this time around. Morgado will be naturally more conscious. Carrara keeping the car parked on the apex every time he can.
Carrara doing the best to do a little bit of an early turn in. You saw that there to kind of defend from any kind of late move from Isambard. That turn in early. He's got that spot still. Again, that's the battle for 3rd and 4th that we're watching. Formal already coming across the line here now, as well as has Morgado. He's already cleared the line. 2.3 seconds. Morgado up on Formal to try to continue this perfect weekend. Pole, pre-final win, main event yesterday. He's got a pole already. Almost here to a pre-final win. This is going to make things very interesting in the calculations for the championship. Final lap right now. We're watching that battle. There's Morgado working his way through here. Cleanly through 7 and 8. Here comes the drivers running in the 3rd and 4th spot. Carrera really attacking that corner to make sure Isambard not close enough. Back up to turn number 9. Another early turn in. You can see the Carrera down to the bottom. Isambard trying to do the full run. This will finish this thing here off, and again, everybody wondering what's going to happen here as the weather feels like it's almost ready to turn. Again, the forecast has potentially a little bit of wet coming in. We'll see. Morgado wins by 3.2 seconds, continues to put the lap times down. Formal in 2nd, Carrera 3rd, Isambard 4th, Becklin 5th, White 6th, Wheeler and Barnes. And they were actually pretty close. Riccio, Becklin, White, and Wheeler were pretty much together coming across the line. Barnes ends up by himself, a 2.5 seconds back in 9th. Vincenzo Saracino in 10th. Nicholas DeAndrea and Chris Verino round out the 12 drivers. So obviously not much changing in terms of pace, as we saw a lot of the drivers were kind of there, but I think near the end it started to get a little bit different.
Yeah, and Danny Formal certainly backed off on the last lap.
As did Morgado,
he cruised home. That was more a case of, they know the fight for this race is over, so they were going to ease back. You saw the rest of the field, certainly Carrara and Alan Isambard. I mean, going through turn 7 on the last lap, Alan Isambard launched that Sodi kart over the curb. He had all 4 wheels off the ground. If any of the photographers out there caught that, that would be a great shot there in his attempts to get past Giorgio Carrara. But the time
Henry,
is now.
Yeah, we're 3 minutes away. It's main event time on Championship Sunday. Time to get the spreadsheet out. We're trying to figure out who potentially is going to come away with these championships. We know this very first one's one of the tightest ones, is it not? The battle between Sebastian Garzón and Diego Ardiles. That's the fight that's getting ready to roll out here right now for the drivers in KA100 Junior. Again, we're about 3 minutes away from getting that underway.
I tell you what,
So again, ladies and gentlemen, we are about 2 minutes away from getting things underway for main events here. The 2024 Super Karts USA Winter Series about to come to an end. The final day's action ready to go. Only 8 more main events set to go. The drivers in the Pro Shifter category rolling their way through the scales. And to get things underway officially, as we do in so many motorsports events do throughout the country and around the world, we're going to kick things off here, folks, with the playing of the national anthem. So if you would please rise and remove your hats for the playing of the national anthem. Thank you so much, everybody. Great way to get things underway for, again, as I said, the final main events of this year's SuperKarts USA Winter Series. 8 races for you, championships up for grabs. Engines firing on pit lane on cue at 1:30. KA100 Junior brought to you by Nash Motorsports. Sebastian Garzon and Diego Ardiles, the two primary title combatants, will start on the front row side by side. This weekend has belonged to Sebastian Garzon. Almost perfect day yesterday. He's got pole and the pre-final win today. Can he steal away the championship from Diego Ardiles as they came in tied in points into the weekend here? We'll see how it all plays out. Garzon essentially with about a 20-point lead heading in, although, of course, we got to look at the drop as well. Enzo Vidmontien and Max Christia will be on row number 2. Row 3, Jackson Wolney alongside Ty Fisher.
Row number 4, Alexander Vonchev and Walter Jenkins the 4th. Then it's Argentina's Fausto Onado and Lillian Scarborough.
We'll go outside the top 10 right now. Row 6, Luke Tao alongside Naomi Garcia. Naomi had the pace to run up the top 5 yesterday. I would keep my eye on Naomi in the number 820. Outside of that row, it'll be row 7, Salvador De La Vecchia and Fionn Shi.
Tristan Murphy and Sebastian Rist go from row number 8. Row number 9, Aidan Augustine and Michael McGoy, with Marco Romero and Nathan Dupuis rounding out your top 20.
We'll keep trucking through the order here. 51 drivers set to start. Aidan Nicotra alongside Cole Medeiros on row 11. Luis Cedeno and Briston Borman on row number 12. Row 13, Remy Andriatos and Sebastian Venegas.
Behind Venegas, it's Casey Mosley, Keith Lewis Jr., Max Weiland and Ethan Sky Majenchik. That's your top 30, and still they keep rolling.
Row number 16, Dean Peterson alongside Edward Kennedy. Then we'll have Frederick Manning and Eli Steinbrook, Juan Jose Paramo and Rex Cranston, all the way down to row number 18.
Jackson Deal is next, then Robert Randeros, Ruben Gutierrez, Luke Ferovitz, Carlo Ricchetti and Arthur Barby, but they're coming into the line. Rob Howden.
Let's get at it, folks. 51 strong. They're not even going to be in the staging lanes before this green flag flies because the field is so deep, and we are on it. Garçon with a big run. Not a great start for Ardiles, but he, I think, knew what he was doing. Checked up a bit, tucked back into P4, puts the bumper on the rear of Jackson Wolney, pushes him all the way down in to turn number 2. New leader, though, the driver in the Kart Republic has made the move. That is Enzo Vidmontien. He's gotten to P1 with Garzon slotting into second.
And I'm looking at the circuit, and barring one Nash Motorsport car running a little bit to the inside at the back of the pack, that would be Chase Gassio-Lee, and one driver being turned round, we've got all 51 carts still rolling, although there's a big battle going into turn number 9, and that is Ty Fisher in the middle of the pack here, but up at the front it is Vidmontien, then it's Garzon, and then it is the Speed Concepts kart of Jackson Wolney, and only 5th is Diego Ardiles.
Yeah, remember, Diego Ardiles was right on the rear bumper of Jackson Wolney through the first complex of corners. He has fallen all the way back to P5. Not sure what happened there. Garzon will go to the lead at the end of the straightaway into turn number 2. So move Garzon into the position, but boom, right back. Enzo Vidmontien says, I'm going to take that. Wolney going to rough up Garzon a little bit through the carousel. Garzon, though, with the inside line to 7. He'll take that position. Low line it down into turn number 8. That lesser amount of exit speed is going to give a little bit of cushion to Enzo Vidmontien.
Yeah, the Orsalon racing car. Sebastian Garzon dies at the inside. That was Vidmontien missing the apex. There are little droplets of the wet stuff in the air, and I have to say, Vidmontien and Wolney, they know that Garzon's got one eye on the title. They can afford to be more aggressive. Garzon has to be a bit, well, Garzon, that was an aggressive move, but Vidmontien retakes the lead, and this is going to bring 3 wide with Wolney on the outside, Garzon on the inside into turn number 2. Garzon has the lead back.
This is a hectic couple of opening laps. We're only working lap number 3, and they're dive bombing each other. Garzon up on the wheel. Look at this. Wolney going at it as well. This is all going to bring Diego Ardiles back in. Listen, I got the update from David Cole. Of course, this is unofficial. Calculations from eKartingNews.com. Ardiles needs to win, and Garzon needs to finish 3rd. So at this point here, Garzon, if he finishes 1st or 2nd, will take the win. Look at this battle here between Wolney and Garzon. And Vidmontien says, all right, I'll go through. He goes all the way into the lead, and that allows, again, Ardiles to work his way up to third. So Diego Ardiles needs to win. He needs to finish 2 spots ahead of Sebastian Garzon. That is what we're looking at here, but that's going to happen in another 18 laps.
And Garzon forced wide. Max Cristea sent the move up the inside. Suddenly it's all going wrong for Sebastian Garzon because that's Walter Jenkins, the fourth, that has gone through as well. So not only is Ardiles now in front of Garzon, there are now multiple karts between them. 200 points for the win. We're going to see how all this pans out. Fastest driver on the circuit is Fausto Bernardo. There's a whole train of them, and we don't even know what the weather's going to do yet.
Let's take a deep collective breath because it's lap number 4.
Yes.
22 lap distance.
Henry?
And this is how they're dropping the hammer here on lap number 4. We'll settle things in. Vid Montien, your leader. Diego Ardiles up into second. Garzon, like you said, got kind of shuffled off. You see him back there in the Orsilon machine. I think the P6 right now as he's behind Walter Jenkins, the fourth. Garzon, we know, has the overall speed. This just felt like it was like the early rounds of a heavyweight fight where they're like punching at each other and going at it, swinging, just wailing on each other early on. Now they're settling down here a little bit.
Yes, Garzon picks off the formula. Walter Jenkins, the fourth, up into P4. Further back, unfortunately, Luke Fedowitz has not gone out. Casey Mosley has retired. And Dean Pedersen is also right down at the back. No, Pedersen is still out there in 49th position. Of course, I didn't realise that you do get black flagged off the track if you're going to go a lap down in these finals.
Indeed,
which
yes.
I didn't know.
Yeah, so we want to leave the open track so that these drivers don't have to deal with lap traffic. And again, they'll give them enough of a cushion to pull them off before they end up getting to them. But that's still a long ways away right now. And again, watching the drivers up front trying to pull away. Enzo Vidmontien and Diego Ardiles. Good for Ardiles to push him away. But again, it's all about Garzon. Where is he going to finish? There he is right there, Sebastian Garzon in that number 850 Orsilon Racing Tony Kart. Right now, if they get away to first and second, this will be good for Ardiles. He can essentially send it on the final lap. Garzon, he's running third right now. And here's the move to the inside. Book it. Ardiles goes to P1.
I was just about to say, Garzon has moved into third position. What Ardiles really needs to do, he needs to push Vidmontien so far in front of Garzon and wait and make a move late in the race because Garzon now has the ability and potentially the pace to close in on the two leaders. And again, Ardiles needs to try and get as many karts between himself and Garzon as possible. Now, what David Cole didn't say is that what happens if Ardiles wins and Garzon finishes third?
Well, we'll get that. That's the update. That's what he says here. David told me that Ardiles needs to win and Garzon to finish third. That is for Ardiles to win it, I guess. We'll get now again. What about fast lap of the race? That's something to look at as well. Garzon has that right now. We'll have a look. Maybe it doesn't make a difference. But when David does come back in, we'll try to get another update from him. I'll jump over, have a quick chat. Here's more of the battling going on right now with Wolney, Fisher, Max Cristea. Now Walter Jenkins, it's a good battle there too.
Yeah, Fisher has managed to escape this battle, so Fisher's now up into fourth position. Wolney, Cristea, Jenkins, Arnaldo Della Vecchia is up into 8th. Salvador Della Vecchia, the Venezuelan driver.
Up 5.
Puerto La Cruz in Venezuela doing a great job. Naomi Garcia back into the top 10. She was nearly on the podium yesterday. We've got a 3-kart battle for the race lead.
I think you made a really good point there. Had Ardiles been able to put himself on the rear bumper of Vidmontien, that would have been the move. Garzon now going into second would lock himself into the championship, right? Had he been on Enzo Vidmontien and just pushed him away, never worrying about it and trying to keep themselves at bay and then make that last lap move to potentially go for the championship. What he's done now, even though he's leading the race, now he's relying on somebody else to come and reel in Garzon. And we know Garzon is literally the fastest driver on the racetrack, has been all day.
Well, let's look at the entire weekend in this class. Has anybody been able to race consistently on the same pace as Ardiles and Garzon? The answer is no. So we're relying now on Vidmontien, Fisher, or even Wolney, but they're already spreading out a little bit behind as Garzon closing in on Ardiles in a hurry.
He is reeling him in like nothing right now. Boom, there's the pass. What do you and I talk about?
Yeah.
As soon as he got there, made the pass, done, I'm through.
Gotta go. And you won't see Garzon now trying to defend. he will try and pull away because, and Ardiles goes back in.
He does.
And now Ardiles should start defending. He does defend. Here comes Vidmontier and Fischer.
That's now what does he sees what's happening right now. Ardiles needs to have everybody back in. He needs to have an absolute cluster of drivers together here. You can see Vidmontier going wide, down to the bottom, over under it comes. Here comes the freight train. Vidmontier's going to come with them. Ty Fischer in there as well in the TB cart. He'll push all the way up in. Ardiles will go back to 4. They're going to think about 3 wide, and indeed they're back through again. Garzone goes back. This is crazy stuff right now. Jackson Wolney coming to the fight. We're not even to the halfway point yet.
Yeah, ignore the ticker on the left-hand side of your screen. The ticker on the left-hand side of your screen is a few laps old. That is done. We are on lap number 10 of 22, and there's Ardiles. I've got to say that Ardiles and Garzon have raced beautifully with each other. They have been very respectful with one another, and of course they're all thinking, pushback bumper, time penalty, anything like that could happen with things so tight between them. Garzon at the inside. Now it's Ardiles' turn to get shuffled back, because here comes Fausto Monado on the Inter-MS cart. He passes both Ardiles and Wolney.
Yeah, you see there, Diego had to kind of stop the bleeding by making a dive bomb move to the inside, because he's got all those drivers coming up. Arnaudo, he's got Jenkins, Della Vecchia, everybody closing in here right now, trying to make a battle of it. Naomi Jade Garcia was right there too. He had to shut the door on her so she wouldn't go back by. But look at this breakout here right now between Vidmontier and Ty Fischer. Vidmontier and Fischer now out to over a second and a half. All that battling in the back. Everybody thinking championship. These guys have checked out.
Well, exactly. They've only got one focus. That is win this race. The cross flags. We are halfway home. And if the second half of this race is anything like the first, then Rob and I are going to take our tablets to get through the rest of the day.
Ty Fischer, of course, looking for that first big national victory. Vidmontier's been there. He stood on top of the podium. But we've watched the young Canadian Ty Fischer for the last couple of years. A lot of blinding speed, but a lot of times just horrible luck. It would be mechanical stuff. He would get taken out in another incident. He just hasn't had that kind of luck you need. They always say luck is when opportunity meets preparation, but you'd still have to have that in motorsports, right? Sometimes it hasn't been there for him. This time here right now, he's in the middle of a battle with Vidmontier. The two of these drivers now, depending on the pace of Garzone, if he's able to close back in, they could fight it out amongst themselves. We are kind of rounding down here on laps. Lap 12 in the books right now. When they come back through, 10 laps to go. But Garzone has cleared, and he is on his way back up. He was 2/10 faster than that lead group. Garzone is going to catch these guys before it's all said and done.
Yes, and he's still got that fastest lap. Looking down quickly down the order, Dean Pedersen has retired. We've still got 48 karts running as we have 10 laps to go. Vidmontier, Fischer on our screens now through turn number 7, up the straight towards turn 9. Garzon is 3rd. Ardiles is 6th. That's Garzon's title at the moment. Ardiles has got he's got a 2-second gap now to close in on Arnaudo and Wolney. So it is slipping away from Diego Ardiles. When we started this race, Ardiles was champion at one point, then it was Garzon, then it was Ardiles again. Now the ball is firmly in the Orsilon Racing drivers' court.
It is, and you mentioned this. Ardiles now 3 seconds behind Fausto Arnaudo. So again, just falling back. He's now right there with Naomi Garcia. That's right there. That is the 6th and 7th place drivers. Diego Ardiles, who has been so good, was so strong, of course, in January as well. Kind of watching the championship slip by the wayside. There's no doubt about it. He's going to hold on to second, but we have a pass for the lead. Ty Fischer's gone to P1. Fischer goes to P1, and look who is right there. Sebastian Garzon. He's the driver who wants to win this championship and put the exclamation point on it. That is a main event win at the end of it all. He's closed right up. There they come. Top 3 drivers. Fischer, Vidmontier. Garzone's arrived on the scene.
He has indeed. I'll tell you what else is arriving on the scene. And that is the stuff, the R word that we don't talk about. So, there's drivers spinning into turn number 9. The rain has hit the track. Now we look behind that's behind the camera there position, the rain is coming across. It's going to hit the outside of turn 12, 11, and the back straight first. It hasn't got to us yet. You can see it moving across the track. It's not over yet. Garzon leads Fischer and Vidmontien. Oh, it's going to be kart control. What kart control for Vidmontien, and they're going to be tiptoeing home lap 15 out of 22, Rob.
And I love this transition. The rain is coming. These drivers need to be smart.
Garzon in the wall.
Garzon into the wall. We'll see what that does potentially for the championship, but Ty Fischer is leading. They're not throwing yellow. They're not throwing red. Drivers need to slow down a little bit. Slider there. Way out to the outside for Ty Fischer. Again, yes, the rain is coming, but everybody has got to settle in here. There's no need to go red as of yet. As we know, it's all about trying to handle these particular conditions. We think that maybe Garzon was into the barriers. We'll see. No, P5 across the line. Ty Fischer trying to use all of this racetrack. This is fantastic for these young drivers. Full car control in conditions that are getting wetter and wetter, slicker and slicker. Vidmontien still leads. Fischer still runs in the second spot. Jackson Wolney, I believe, into the third position.
Yep.
And indeed, while we've got umbrellas going, we've got jackets going on, these racers are still driving down into turn number 9. Fischer trying to see if he can't find a way by, and now we're into the race line a little bit, outside line.
Oh, and that goes on the barriers again. Oh, the championship is going away. Ardiles is down in front. I was just about to say, I'm looking at the circuit, and okay, a couple of blue flags going out now. They're going to start flagging the slower drivers. But apart from Garzon, nobody is spinning. Everybody is just slowing down and driving to the conditions. Garzon is looking down there. He may have dislodged his front bumper.
Remember this one thing about Garzon. If he finishes far enough down, this will be his drop race potentially as well, right?
Okay, yeah.
David's working his way back in here right now to look at the points, where they are on the racetrack. At the Garzon, we believe, we'll see where he ends up coming back around when we get to the stripe. But again, if he finishes far enough down, this is the drop race. It depends on what Diego Ardiles can do. And look at Vidmontien trying to use that body. See if he can't get it to transition. Putting that weight over the outside rear wheel. Fischer still doing a good job in the second spot. Another driver looks like he's slowing.
Yeah, that
coming out of there. Just one of the.
That was one of the lappers. That's one of the drivers who's been blue flagged off the circuit, and driver getting out of the way.
So when they come back around, Henry, let's give them a lineup of the top 10 because things have obviously changed quite a bit. Here goes Vidmontien again, trying to stay away from those. You don't want to get on the outside on those rumble strips because it's so wet with the painted areas. They come across the line. Let's have a look at lap number 17. Vidmontien, your leader. Fischer second. Wolney third. Arnaudo in the fourth spot. Fifth is Diego Ardiles. Sixth is Naomi Garcia. Seventh, Walter Jenkins. Eighth is Sebastian Garzon. So he's now eighth. Luke Tall and Max Weiland. Now, will that be enough? As it runs here right now, this is from David Cole. Ardiles wins and Garzon is 10th. So I believe he's got a win right now.
Well, we'll have to see. Ardiles is 5th. Garzon is 8th. Cristea, Delavecchia, Scarborough, Vonchev and Jackson Deal, the rest of your top 15. Now, they are getting some of the lap drivers out of the way. Carlo Ricchetti, Jude Thermoswamy, Ruben Gutierrez, Juan Jose Paramo, Shane Smith and Jackson Elefante all out of the contention now. 40 drivers less. The Bahamian Tiziano Rosso Morcel in 40th position. We're watching Sebastian Garzon now. He's looking down at the left front corner of that kart. Now, there's obviously, he's had a couple of impacts with the various front running.
He's been to the barriers a couple times.
Yeah,
This is just from David Cole. As they run on the race track right now, Ardiles would win by 10 points over Garzon. As they run on the track right now, David trying to give us a running update here over the last couple of laps. Again, this is all unofficial, straight from the calculations of eKartingNews.com, not from Superkarts USA. So again, watching Vidmontien handle this weather conditions right now is absolutely fantastic. Ty Fischer the same. He's now into third, but Jackson Wolney has dialed things. You think about Ty being he's more of a diminutive stature. He just doesn't have that much weight to transfer over, right? The taller you are, the better. You can see Vidmontien using all of that upper body weight to try to get that weight transfer to the outside wheels.
I mean, Vidmontien now leads by over 3 seconds from this battle. Jackson Wolney, Ty Fischer and Fausto Arnaudo for Inter MS joining the battle as well. Then there's a gap back to Diego Ardiles in 5th. Garcia is still 6th. Jenkins is still 7th, And then half a second behind Jenkins in 8th is Garzon. He does have a 1.6. Oh, and there is somebody in the barriers. That is the 873. That's Fion Shi out of what was 20th position. But so Garzon has now moved past Jenkins into P7.
Interesting. We'll keep an update from David. There's still 2 laps to go when they get back around. Again, Wap's winding down in what has been a wild run here as the rain has come. And it did not come in one spot. It came kind of coming across as well.
Yeah.
Different parts of the racetrack. Caught several drivers off guard who went off track. Otherwise, the leaders have done a great job in kind of changing the way they approach this. You can see all these drivers going way to the outside of the racetrack, staying away from the painted areas, but you want to stay off the racing line. Water and rubber and oil do not mix, so there's no real grip down on the racing line. You need to go way offline. And again, watch these drives trying to work all of the curbing as well. Ty Fisher trying to hold on to a podium position as Fausto Arnaudo is right there. Arnaudo, impressive run right now in the Inter-MS machine. That's for the final spot on the podium, 2 laps remaining.
Yes, indeed. And Vidmontien 4 seconds in front of Walney. This is the battle for 3rd place, the final step on the podium. Is it going to go to the Race Lab TV kart of Fisher, or is it going to go to the Inter-MS kart of Arnaudo? It looks like Fisher at the moment, but Arnaudo is still pressuring.
So here's what it is right now. Sebastian Garzon in 7th needs to finish 6th to win the championship. If he can get to P6, he's behind by about a second from Garcia. 104.0 his fast lap, and a 104.2 for Garcia. He was 0.2 of a second quicker. A couple laps back. Here's a move down the inside here, and an over-under for Ty Fisher. This is that battle for the final spot on the podium, but Garzon, we believe, needs to find a way by. Fisher has held him back for now, but Garzon needs to find a way by and get to Garcia. That'll be the move that will give him the championship unofficially. We'll keep looking at it. White flag flying this time by. Vidmontien, Wolny, Fisher, Arnaudo, the top 4 drivers. Ardiles still in 5th. That is enough right now. But watch between Garcia and Garzon. It is only 0.4 of a second. That's the battle we got to watch for. The Garcia in the Sodi Kart 820 and Garzon in the Orslon Racing 850. That is the battle for the championship. Garzon is right there. Garzon in that yellow helmet has got to get by Garcia. That's for the championship right there. As Garcia trying to hold on to P6, final lap. Garzon goes to the inside, trying to get some grip on the bottom, closes right up. Another over-under. Garcia holds the spot, really trying to work it. This could be the pass. No, to the inside, side by side, not enough. Good exit speed for Garcia. Here's the battle right now, and behind, this is even more. Here's a move to the inside from Walter Jenkins. He'll go to the inside as well. That's going to hold him off. This could be the pass right now as Ardiles runs 5th.
Ardiles has passed Arnaudo for 4th place. What does that do?
So here we go.
Let's have a look. Here we come to the line, Rob.
Coming across the line again. Here's that battle we talked about. It's going to be Garcia holding off Garzon. I think it might not be enough. I think Ardiles may have snuck this through. We'll wait for the update from David Cole. But Enzo Vidmontien with the win on the racetrack. Jackson Wolney finishes 2nd. Ty Fisher in 3rd. Diego Ardiles getting by. Henry, good pickup on that. He's able to find a way by. Ardiles wins the championship. Unofficially from David Cole, Ardiles wins the championship, finishing 4th. Garzon back in 7th, wasn't able to get by Garcia. So many permutations, but nonetheless in tough conditions. Henry, a great drive for Enzo Vidmontien.
And I don't want to spoil the excitement here, but of course we don't know if any of these drivers will have front bumper penalties.
Exactly.
But provisionally. And let's have a little look. We got Enzo Vidmontien, then Jackson Walney, Ty Fisher in 3rd, Ardiles is 4th, Arnaudo 5th, Naomi Garcia. Now, they don't race in the rain in Trinidad and Tobago, and so Naomi Garcia holding off Garzon. Oh, Enzo.
That is on camera. Enzo Vidmontien trying to kick the front bumper back out and right on the camera. You can't do that with kart chaser cameras around. A big pickup there of Enzo Vidmontien trying to kick that bumper back out.
You can't do it full stop, cameras or not. It's against the rules and everybody knows it. So we try not to, but I mean, these are young drivers. Enzo Vidmontien has battled very, very hard for a win. And in the heat of the moment, you can all remember what it's like being a teenager, but that says it all. And so we are going to have a different winner.
Yeah, we have rain. We got rain coming.
We got rain, and we're going to have a different winner. Yeah. But I mean, it could have. So that'll move Ardiles provisionally into third, and it'll move Garzon into sixth.
You wonder whether or not the points will be enough. We'll see how it all plays out again. But the bottom line is, on the racetrack, Enzo Vidmontien got the race win. Let's have a look at the replay here. This is your kind of summary of the race. A good start there for Sebastian Garzon. So much stuff happening in this particular race. Enzo Vidmontien able to take the lead early. You see Jackson Wolney in the middle of the fight as well. Garzon going back out. There's Ty Fisher. They're all kind of scrapping it out further back in the pack. Diego Ardiles, who did not get a great start, digging his way forward. And again, the battle up front, Garzon was able to go to the lead early as well in the Orsolon machine. Wolney was right there. You see Jackson Wolney, Enzo Vidmontien back to the inside as well. So some pretty wild action there.
And yes, early nomination for Race of the Year, I think. Early nomination for Kart Chaser stroke e-karting news Race of the Year, I think, is in the bag already. I mean, Xander Clements has come back in, and Xander, well, I mean, I got to go and have a lie down in a darkened room for one moment.
Well, what do you think of that, Xander?
Well, I mean, so much to talk about from this race here as the highlights continue to play, obviously. This was championship on the line, race on the line, and had about everything thrown at these young kids. I mean, I only even got bits and pieces of it myself, but a lot to take away from it. Of course, there's a good look at the gap they were starting to have, and this is all still well before the rain showers. There's Jackson Wolney with a move down the inside as there was one of the Interim S boys going side by side with Max Christia. There's Garzon on Vidmontien, and I think that might have been, or close to it, where Vidmontien's bumper might have gone in because he kind of got hooked on the rear. Similar way for Garzon there on Ardiles, but no, I'm mistaken. It was contact once the rain did begin to fall, but even then, it's still misting now. The track is darkening here as we continue to wait, and it's while we're watching these highlights right now, the minis getting set to go. But there was the beginning of the showers, I believe, as the passes continue to go. Ardiles down the inside. So much shuffling. I mean, this highlight reel is just nothing but passes back and forth all the way, Rob.
Well, you're able to see once the rain keeps coming, obviously that line pushes way off the racing line. They start running the outside line. You see the drivers kind of sliding in a little bit there. I think still here we got quite a bit of grip at this point here. Fisher going back to the lead. We saw him battling like crazy. This is when it all happens. We start seeing drivers kind of slide off of it. That might have been there, right there, the contact there between them. They're fighting it out over here, coming over top as well. This is these drivers scrapping up front. Garzon, Vidmontien, Fisher, climbing curbs. And once we eventually, there's another shot right there. That may have been it too.
Oh, wow. Yep. And into the wall for Garzon too, man. That was all right in that moment. So that's where it went in. And I'm sure here on this next clip, this is what, unfortunately, word officially coming in. A disqualification for the entire day for Enzo Vidmontien for trying to kick his bumper back out while on the racetrack. Wasn't thinking clearly. That's just unfortunately a lesson he's going to have to learn. Much better to try and fight it in the penalty room with video over that, although the contact would have been hard to overturn.
Indeed.
But at least then you have a fighting chance trying to get away with one, especially in a live-streamed race.
Right.
Our camera crew is, we could always do better, but they're pretty darn good at what they do.
Indeed they are. Obviously a shot right down the straightaway as well. They picked that up pretty quickly, especially as the leader. So indeed a disqualification for Enzo Vidmontien for trying to affect the rear bumper pushback. The excitement obviously big time there on track again. So listen, the battle's up and down. Of course, David Cole from EKN kind of giving us the update based on what I got from him on the initial results. Was that Diego Ardiles unofficially getting the championship in the KA100 junior category over Sebastian Garzon. Garzon was in the wall twice, for goodness sakes. Ardiles was all the way back. He had to try to fight his way forward. A late pass for him to go to P4, I think, kind of sealed his position as well.
Yeah, I mean, and that's far from the only class that we're going to be having probably the championship trade hands a little bit on the racetrack. We're doing calculations all the way through. I know at least in the last couple with X30, there's only an 8-point difference between Donovan Bonilla and ADT going in, and both of them with bad drops, which means it's really going to be heads up. Norberg comes in about 65 points back. That sounds pretty big, but if he could win out with fastest lap and they fall to outside the top 5, all of a sudden he's got a chance to win another Winter Series title. But could you imagine right now here in the mini class to think championship and at the same time try to guess on tire? Because that's a big swing if you guess the tire right or wrong. We're still getting missed But I mean, even at the end of that KA Junior session, times were coming back up and it wasn't dry, but the slick tires, I would have probably thought would have been the move. Once the track gets going, because there's so much heat that gets built up with a full field.
Exactly that. You know this track very well, Xander. You spent a lot of time down here, so indeed, how long does track take to dry with a big field of drivers? Now, granted, the Mini, not quite as heavy, you're not putting as much heat into the track itself. Again, what do you do if you're on pit lane? What's the call right now? Again, you're looking at the forecast. It doesn't look like it's going to be raining for the rest of the day. More kind of just an intermittent hit here right now over the last little bit. So I don't know. I don't know what I would do. I'm glad I'm in the booth and not running a kart program right now, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I mean, it's all hands on deck down here on the grid. And there's no doubt if you're going to go with the wet tires, and you probably would, this is, again, a 50-50 call as it continues to mist. But, we've got dark and ominous skies to one side of us where it's come from, but the wind is now kind of blowing from down by turn number 1, and behind turn 1 and behind the paddock where the wind seems to be blowing, we're already mostly through this thing. It's gone kind of towards the way of the Homestead-Miami Speedway, and overall a bit more north of us than south. So I think we're, like you said, mostly clear. We're not expecting a lot to happen, and truth be told, if it's even as light as it is right now, Rob, by lap 5, you'll see that dry line come through here. This track and just the area seems to dry really, really nicely from a little dampening. Now, when we flood, like what we did in January, that's a different story. We obviously had ran a little bit shorter main events in the opening 2 rounds on Sunday, specifically with the wet weather because of the way that the drainage was here, and we had gotten so much rain over 2 weeks that every bit of the water table was up at ground level. But yeah, if we get going pretty quickly here, I don't know, slick tires, someone gambles on it, I wouldn't bet against it, but I think you'll see mostly wets for everyone.
I mean, I went out and overlooked Parc Ferme just there. The rain, it's still falling, but there's that warm sort of tarmac-y smell that you get, wet tarmac, which means that the moisture is being sort of absorbed by the ground, and there's a bit of steam coming off it because we have had very warm weather over the last 2 or 3 days, but we've got Mini Swift on track, and we'll get a check on the tyres this time. I would imagine that nearly everybody would be on wet tyres. The track at the moment looks soaking, but these are long races, 21 Mini Swift karts. It's going to be Marco Samut and Royce Vega on the front row, Julian Rivera and Ashton Woon on row 2, Troy Ferguson and Josh Bergman on row 3. Then Benja Fernandez, Max Ormacha, Valentino Santillon and Grayson Walcott, your top 10. And Rob, that is wet weather conditions at the moment, if ever I saw them. Although that part of the track at the far end away from us looks a lot wetter than it does here at the turn 1 and the final complex.
So for me, these longer races, and Xander, you'll speak to this, when's the transition, right? If it's not raining, if it's only misting, as we start to go, when do we get to the point where you think that maybe somebody, maybe sitting on the grid right now, could roll the dice and go with slick tires instead? This is at this point, like you said, this track is so wide, so different. We are green flag racing underway again on the wet weather tire. When will it turn into to dry weather? Once again, a driver spinning around right in the middle of the track and no one getting into it. That was, I believe, potentially Rivera.
Yeah, that was an RPG kart going around, and everybody else scattering left and right. So the Condor will have to fly pretty quickly to get back up to the front of the field. 20 laps, however. And in these types of conditions, you can expect things to get a little bit more strung out than usual now that they're all on the correct tyre for the conditions. But, I mean, it's almost changing corner to corner, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, well, you can see how much here in the back half of the track looks like it got a lot more rain than the front half where we are on the front straightaway. As there's a move for Benja Fernandez by Ashton Woon. They have got rooster tails coming out of the back hairpin and through the turn 2-3 complex. But then we go to the turns 1 and 2, and sure, there's water in the curbing as you see guys get sideways. But this front straightaway is mostly dry, and that is just a typical South Florida situation with a rain shower that literally split the track in half. A little dusting on this side, a major dousing where they're about to enter in turns 2 and 3. And I need to eat a little bit of crow right now, because turns 2 and 3, that's going to be wet for the entire session. 100% the right call to go with the wet tires. And to be honest, it's going to be still 50-50 for them when the KA seniors roll up here in a few moments. For sure, the front side of the track towards timing is dry, but right here, as that Marco Samet takes over the lead, that's the only part that'll be good for slicks. That back section, that may take another race.
Yeah, exactly that. That's what's so interesting about this track and this setup again. You can see how much water is down here. The rooster tails they'll get. In fact, they're running way wide lines there as well. There's all those rooster tails we talked about. These wet weather tires getting an opportunity to cool off a little bit. They get warmed up quite a bit when we don't have a lot of the grip and the slide, more grip coming on the front straightaway. So indeed, try to cool them off whenever you can. You've often seen drivers who will work their way to try to find some water on the track when it starts to dry up. Right now, the drivers doing a pretty good job up front here right now. Vega, Fernandez, Samet, Ferguson, and Woon all there in the top 5. Bergman runs in 6th, Etienne in 7th. Baruch, Macha, and Ardelian running now in the 10th position. So I'll tell you, Henry, interesting conditions for sure. We thought we were going to get through this weekend with beautiful, sunny and 75. Not today. Well,
it was beautiful and sunny and 75 up until about half an hour ago. I mean, we've still got a lot of racing to go. You live in hope, Rob, that there are some lighter skies behind us. Now, title picture in this one. This is between Royce Vega and Marco Samut by our calculations. David Cole did an absolutely sterling job of keeping us appraised of the situation in KA Junior 100, but it's the Dallas native Royce Vega getting all over the curbs there, and there's proof, if you ever needed it, that the painted curbs are a lot more slippery than the bitumen track surface.
Indeed that. The painted surface is very, very difficult. You have to watch out that if you're on it, you got to make sure the power's not getting rolled on too much. You got to make sure you're kind of rolling straight. If you're trying to get the wheel into it, it's going to be tough. You see the drivers just kind of touching it a little bit on the outside. Although the drivers are putting themselves into position here to work for it. Marco Samet has worked his way backwards. An issue there with Samet following deep in the field into 12th. We just picked him up there. Marco Samet all the way back there in that 175 deep in the field. You have to expect a spin somewhere that we weren't able to see. Yeah. He has fallen back deep in the field. So that has moved a number of drivers forward. Because remember, Samet was within the top 5. Here we have the breakaway right now. Royce Vega leading the way. Vega is the top driver here now. Benja Fernandez in the 106 right there in the second. They've got themselves a bit of a cushion as well. An early break away of about 2 seconds back to Ashton Woon and Troy Ferguson and Josh Bergman. So again, there's the next group there. Woon, Ferguson, and Bergman in the Sodi Kart. That is 3rd, 4th, and 5th. But there's the lead gap right there. Royce Vega and Fernandez out comfortably into the lead.
Yeah, so Samut was running battling for the race lead. And he waits, he crosses the line in 11th place now, 7.5 seconds behind race leader and a champion-elect at this point, Royce Vega. So we'll watch Samut's progress. So Marco Samut is a lot taller than Royce Vega. His dad was joking that he's less aerodynamically efficient than some of his rivals because he is tall. However, in these wet conditions, the bigger drivers, they can move their body weight around the kart and help the rear end of the kart grip better coming out of the corners. So we'll watch the gap between Samut in 11th and Vega in the race lead keenly as we move past quarter distance.
Now getting an update from race control. David Cole came out and gave me the update there. Indeed, they are going to go full distance as a race as well. They have not elected yet to go a shorter distance. Normally in a wet weather race, they may cut a couple of laps. Full distance for this race here. As of yet, they'll have a look at what the track conditions look like for the next race, then make a decision moving forward. But it is a full 20-lap duration for the drivers here in the Mini Swift category, our second of 8 main events on the day. Royce Vega currently leading over Benja Fernandez, Ashton Woon, Troy Ferguson, and Josh Bergman, the top 5 drivers. A little bit back back to the Sentian, Macha, Walcott, Schniegenberg, Marco Samet now back into the top 10. Turned his fast lap of a 103.3. Still not quite as quick as the leaders, but a 103.3 his best as Samet right there in the LN cart. In front of him, you see the 144 of Grayson Walcott and the 174 of Maxwell Macha. This is Samet trying to work his way back up front.
Now in the pre-final, Samet also got pushed back, but not this far. And of course, it was much closer in the slick conditions, the dry conditions. So Samet's got a lot more work to do, but we know that he's not going to get phased. He's not going to lose his head. He's going to keep plugging away. He is quicker than those around him. He's got past Mika Baruch. Julian Rivera is back up into 13th position. From the very back of the pack, 21st and last, the Condor from Ecuador is setting off after this group, and he's not too far behind. He's got, Samut's got past Schniegenberg, he's got Walcott, Macha, and Bergman with Santillon next in line. And the good news for Samut is that certainly Walcott, Bergman, and the other Saudi karts of number 1, 1, 2, Valentino Santillon are all together.
I'll say this right now, we'll just throw it out there. What a great opportunity for these young drivers as well to get a chance to run in these difficult conditions. We talk about the training aspects of running as a micro and a mini driver. You know, if you're trying to work your way potentially to a career in motorsports, like look at this run to the outside. I love that for Marco Samet. Oh, he's way off into he's going to lose 4 or 5 spots there. Tough one for Samet. I was just going to say, great job on the wheel, holding on to it, but then he got shoveled off to the outside there. There's lots of runoff until you get to the end of it, and then you're in the dirt.
Yeah, well, and it all started, he got onto that serrated teeth curbing and slided, and there was great kart control to keep it on track, but of course then, that opened the door, there was a freight train underneath him, and he just ran out of track. All that hard work from Marco Samut now comes to nothing. He's back to 11th, and he's over 10 seconds behind this man, number 133, Dallas, Texas, is Royce Vega.
All right, so the information from David Cole right now as they run the track, Royce Vega winning the championship by 104 points. He has to finish 11th or better for Royce Vega.
And that is with Marco Samut, no matter where Marco Samut is.
That's just coming from David. I don't have the update there, so I'm assuming that right now 11th or better is enough for Royce Vega. I'm not sure exactly the full results from Marco Samet, so we'll have a look at that when David comes back in. But that's what he said, 11th or better, and Royce Vega wins the championship.
Yep, and of course, I mean, if Samut then gets ahead of Vega, then we'll go from there. But I think Vega is ahead of Samut anyway coming into the start of this race. Oh, Samut there on the outside. Marco Samut, the driver from New Jersey, has got to lay it all on the line here. He has got to grab that Mike Doty Racing, Brandon Jars of Crack entered, Lando Norris chassis by the scruff of its neck. All he can do now is just go for it, go for broke and hope it don't break. He's driving magnificently. There's obviously he had one spin to put himself in this situation, but he is driving on the absolute edge of adhesion. And of course, there's no margin for error in the rain, and Samut there is literally, while the rest of the field are tiptoeing around. Now behind this battle, we're waiting for Julian Rivera, is still 13th. Well, this group of karts, then there's a big gap back to Rivera in 13th position. It is still raining. And
it's raining
and
now.
It's raining harder than it was before. So, we don't know what's going to happen with race distances, but certainly, now, the racing line is not as wet. You are seeing off the racing line where it's getting very wet. Now, sometimes drivers almost prefer that when it gets very wet. You can set the kart up on a full wet setup for it to bite. When it's greasy, it doesn't handle anywhere. But, and there's a spin, and that was in front of Samut. That, I think, was the number 129 kart. Was that Colton Schniegenberg?
The 144 has gone around as well.
It was Grayson Walcott.
Grayson Walcott. It is definitely raining here, folks. It's a steady rain here outside our tower here now. You can see it even more, how much it's raining here. Steady coming down, full wet track all the way around. I guarantee we're going to change some change the race distances from here, at least for a little while, if the track stays as wet as it is, because the rain is most definitely coming down now. And again, talking to David Cole, the line of 11th for Royce Vega is as they run on the racetrack. So I get the 11th for him, and then Samet being 10th. I believe Vega would still win the championship based on drops. So indeed, we'll get more of an update from David. We'll wait for us to get a little closer to the end of this one here to find out exactly how it plays out. Again, those are all unofficial in terms of what we have. Pushback bumpers could change things, as we talked about already, any kind of other penalties. So indeed, a full wet weather race. Great opportunity for these young drivers to get the seat time they need. We are right at across halfway flags here now, 10 down, 10 laps remaining. Royce Vega in the middle of a great scrap here right now. There's a move for Benja Fernandez down to the inside. This is the drivers running first and second as they work their way through turns number 10, 11, and 12. Benja Fernandez has gone back to P1. Royce Vega running in the second spot. Ashton Moon about 3.5 seconds back. Looks closer to me, but again, a 3.5 last time. Yeah, 2.3. I was going to say looked a lot more, and that's a big advancement there for Ashton Moon. He gained a full second on that last lap.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about Marco Samut a lot because of the trials and tribulations that he's having and how he's having to fight and battle. Let's talk about Royce Vega for a minute. You know, inch perfect. He's not battling with the lead. He doesn't need to. And, he's controlling things. You know, the Supernats winner last year, and he is simply just controlling the pace as he's doing what he needs to do, not getting flustered, checks over his shoulder. You're not seeing him go anywhere near the curbs. So he's driving conservatively and still very, very quickly. Woon third, Ferguson fourth, and Bergman fifth. There are 6.5 seconds separating the top five. Then 2 seconds back to Santillon. Schniegenberg, a great drive for Colton Schniegenberg in kart 117. Then it's Samut back up to 8th. Matcher is 9th. Ardillian is 10th, followed by Baruch, Nico Katowski, Grayson Walcott, Lorenzo Varela, and then it is Giovanni D'Antonio, Darren Kidd, Pasha Ali, Max Mitev, Simon Klein. Oh, Julian Rivera's had another spin and has dropped back to 20th. Sadly, Brandon and G is out of the race.
Update, Henry, from Race Control. The KA Senior Final, those in the paddock, KA Senior Final will be 17 minutes plus 1 lap. 17 minutes plus 1 lap for the KA Senior Final. I guess the one thing, Henry, if you're a KA guy, you're not really worried about making the choice. It's going to be a wet weather run here for sure. The rain is out. We have umbrellas at the trackside here. Race Control will continue to monitor the weather throughout the entire day to make decisions on every race. But right now, I would expect we're going to see that 17 minutes plus 1 lap, at least for a couple of races right now.
Yeah, and that's still a long race. And of course, I mean, the mini Swifts are doing 103s on wet tyres, and track conditions have worsened, and they're still doing 103s. So even though the conditions have got worse, the speeds haven't dropped because, of course, in full wet conditions, you can get these wet MG tyres, or which brand are we using? Wet tyres, wet MG tyres.
MGs, yep.
Yep, you can get them to bite a lot more. So, you know, even 17 minutes plus a lap. Oh, there's one of the Ives karts. That is the number 135. Further back, we're looking down at Giovanni Antonio in 16th position, battling along with Darren Kidd. And some of the rest of this kid looking to the inside now. And this is further back in the back. Great battling, though.
Yeah, that's Pasha Ali in the middle of that fight there, along with Lorenzo Varela, Giovanni D'Antonio, I think, in that one as well. Darren Kidd, all in a good little scrap further back. That's outside the top 15, really 15th on back right now. And again, they're having a tremendous little scrap here in the wet. Again, I love the opportunity for all these drivers to get this experience in these tough conditions. Big move to the inside there as well for Pasha Ali, trying to get the run out of the corner. Tucked back in behind the driver in front of Pasha, which is Lorenzo Varela.
And there's Julian Rivera making a move. So he's passed these drivers once, and now he's passing them again. And again, you know, Julian is always a smile. I got a feeling even Julian might struggle to raise a smile at the end of this race. It's been a tough one. There's Darren Kidd. And somewhere in the paddock, the largest dog in the world, Frank Kidd, is watching and barking his approval, I am sure.
We see a little bit of blue sky coming out here a little bit. It's not quite as dark as it was, but you can see how soaked the track is now. It is a full wet condition race here now as we're wrapping things up. We have about 5 laps to go when they get back. We're watching this battle for about essentially 14th, 15th, 16th on back. A good little scrap there just outside the top 15 with Pasha Ali and Varela, D'Antonio, Kidd, Klein, Rivera all in there. We mentioned that Julian Rivera trying to work his way back up into the lead pack as well. Up front, though, Benja Fernandez, Henry, has finally pulled away a little bit from Royce Vega. He has 1.6. He is out there by himself.
Look at this, that's Darren Kidd pointing. Oh no, you go to the inside, I'll go around the outside. Oh, they're 3 wide. Darren Kidd, high, wide and handsome, running the rim and making about 3 places.
That was good.
Fantastic racing. And he called his shot. He did a Babe Ruth and called his shot. Oh, he's called something else there. As he went, no, you go in there, I'm staying on the outside. And effectively, this is for last place.
Yeah, this is the tail of the field, no doubt.
This is the back end of the field. Fantastic racing.
All getting an opportunity to challenge themselves in these conditions. You saw a kid run the outside of turn number 9 all the way around the outside to come out. He's going to do it again, trying to run the outside line here. As once again, that is the 110 there, I believe. Lorenzo Varela. Yeah,
yep.
that's 14th right now. And against 14th back to 20th, essentially in the middle of this battle. These 7 drivers all in the middle of a great scrap. Let's see if Kidd does it again, trying to over-under here now. Oh, almost a slider.
Curb.
Yep.
lots of curb. Now, here we go again. This is where now, Darren's he's signaling again.
Here we go.
Come on, let's think. We're going to, what's it? We're going to hook the cushion. Gets the back end out. Oh, this time he's a bit more on the exit.
Yeah, just gets past Pasha Ali coming down into the corner. There's Rivera. He's trying to work his way through. Rivera's picking and choosing his way to get past and get through here, trying to work his way up into the top 15 again for Julian Rivera. Again, we're not really keying on the leaders, Benja Fernandez, who has gone out by himself right now. It's this great scrap further back here from 14th on back.
Somewhere in the paddock, Mike Kidd is looking on eBay for junior sprint cars and World of Outlaws.
Right.
Thinking, this kid's got a future on dirt, but he's got the Hoosier race suit, and he's certainly got the kart control as well. There goes Julian Rivera in the number 124 kart, back ahead of this group. He's thinking, oh, do you know what? I don't race these guys normally because I'm at one end of the field and they're at the other. But hey, this is quite a lot of fun.
Yeah, Rivera doing a great job coming through, just kind of picking them off one by one, trying to be smart, finally getting by Kidd there. He'll run the outside line, gets a better run out of the turn number 7-8 corner. Here comes the run down again. He's got that Sodi cart in front of him, right in front there, as well as that Eyes machine as well.
Yeah, so that's the Eyes machine is Devani, D'Antonio. Oh, and it's all gone wrong. Derek, he tried. He flipped the cushion. Is that what they call it in sprint kart racing?
I don't know if that's the word for it, but he definitely got out there on the cushion and went on the other side into the wall, I guess, to a certain extent.
Oh, but it was fun while it lasted, and certainly, there's a lot to look back on the footage. These drivers, they don't often get, a great amount of camera time, but they can look back there. And they can look back the footage and sort of study. What did I do right? What did I do wrong? There's this driver on our screens now. He is doing everything right for the SLA karting team. Benja Fernandez, 2 laps to go, and Royce Vega. We haven't talked about the championship scenario too much, and of course it isn't official, but Royce Vega is now 2 laps away from his first title of 2024.
As he runs on the racetrack, Royce Vega's got it handled here. P2 on track, significantly ahead of Ashton Woon, 2.1 seconds behind Benja Fernandez. It's Fernandez up front, Vega in second, Woon runs in third, Ferguson fourth. Josh Bergman rounding out the current top 5, and against a couple laps to go, this driver right here, Benja Fernandez, will see the white flag when he gets himself back around to start finish. Again, nicely done out front, really handling these challenging conditions extremely well. You see the nice quiet hands as he comes through turn number 9, just making sure it's all about calming down your input on the steering, on the throttle, on the braking. You got to be super smart, working your way through the corners here. Don't be giving too much in, no jerking motions. That's what sees the car go around. And indeed, a great run, smooth run here for Benja Fernandez. But again, Royce Vega coming across the line. The margin between first and second, 2.3 seconds. Vega looking to cruise it through to score that win. We've got wet weather tires on the KA100 seniors behind us on the grid. This is going to be a tremendous fight. We'll see which one of our senior drivers steps up in these tough, challenging, wet conditions. But hey, they're being led and given a fine example by Benja Fernandez. He was challenged early by Royce Vega, but he just kept putting the lap times down. A 102.7, his best, about a second off as the conditions got worse and worse. And we'll wrap things up here for the drivers here in the Mini Swift category. Again, Mini Swift brought to you this weekend and throughout the week, the program by Trinity Karting Group and Kart Republic. And indeed, there's a Kart Republic driver, I believe, out front right now here, and Benja Fernandez going to try to bring this thing home right now. Final couple of corners, staying off the rumbles. Nice and clean. Twin checkers. Benja Fernandez loving that win here today in the wet weather conditions. Royce Vega into second. We believe unofficially the champion in the category. Ashton Woon coming home into third. Troy Ferguson fourth. Josh Bergman in fifth. Valentino Santillan in sixth spot. Colton Schneegenberg up 8 positions in the wet. Started 15th, ends up in 7th. Marco Samet up and down day for Marco, but he fights his way all the way back to the 8th position.
And we will look at the rest of the field coming across the line. Fantastic effort from Royce Vega. Marco Samut drove his heart out, and that heart will be breaking ever so slightly when he gets back to the pits, I am sure, but he has got nothing to be ashamed of. He took the fight right down to the wire, and again, Mother Nature can be a cruel mistress when she wants to be. Nicholas Ardilan in 9th position. Maxwell Matcher rounds out your top 10. Nico Katowski, a good result by Nico. And the Spirit of America, a liveried U-Race team. Grayson Walcott, Mika Baruch, Julian Rivera from 4th to 20th to 13th to 20th. To 40.
Yeah, that was he passed a lot of carts, let's put it that way.
Passed a lot of carts, yeah.
Over the 20 laps. And again, reminder everybody on the grid right now, 17 minutes plus a lap for the drivers here in KA100 Senior. And an interesting thing, it feels like the weather has kind of changed a bit. It's the rain that was there has kind of fallen back a little bit. Let's see whether or not looks like everybody's again rolling up here on the reins as we get set to go for KA100 Senior. Folks, quick break in the action. We get back. We got KA100 Senior up. Big shout out to Benja Fernandez, your winner in the Mini Swift category. Lots of racing to come. Things are getting interesting. A wet weather day here in Homestead.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at Simcraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in Simcraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
So back here trackside at AMR Homestead-Miami Motorplex presented by MG Tires. And man, it is a weird day because we had some rain come, Henrik, and myself, Rob Howden, alongside Henry Beaudet as we roll our way through, again, our main events on the day. 2 down, 6 still to go. Oddly weird afternoon here right now. We had the rain come during KA100 Junior. Full wet session during the Mini Swift category, and now it's full wet. But it's not raining anymore. There's actually blue sky.
Yeah, I mean, the KA100 seniors are going out. We'll tell you about the weather once we told you about the grid. Alessandro Di Tullio and Stephen Eisert on row number 1. Mick Gabriel and James Overbeck on row number 2. And then Stephen Miller and Di Tullio's title rival, Donovan Bonilla, on row 3.
Cameron Weinberg, who's been in the battle for most of the day, will start on the inside of row number 4 alongside Anthony Rivera, Chase Busaglia, and Colin Lloyd on row number 5. We'll see Ivana Richards and Raheem Alibi on row number 6.
Row number 7, Valentino Gabarino, then Joseph Botting, Seamus McKendry, Logan Adams, CJ Bowman, and Quentin Angeli on row number 9, Charlie Fonseca and Xavier Diaz rounding out your top 20 on what should be a 30, well, Spencer Master and Alex Udell are not out there. I'm not sure if I saw Piers Jaso. Michael Boyadzis with injured ribs is out there, but...
Yeah, being told that Mick Gabriel potentially not coming to the grid, so I'm not sure what happened with Mick Gabriel there, electing maybe just not to come out because of the weather. I don't know what the call is here right now, but being told Mick Gabriel not to presenting himself to the grid. We'll have a look here. Drivers coming into their grid slots here right now, getting things underway. And we are green flag right. No, yellow.
Yeah, there was one driver who was trying to get in.
Yeah, but he was by that point is this, that you saw the one driver in the middle there, way past the commitment cone. If you're not in your position by that, you can't come into the grid and expect to get that spot. When you get to the commitment cone, if you're not in your position, that is your fault at that point there. I'm not sure who exactly that might have been.
A couple of other names to look out for. Austin Olds. We have followed the trials and tribulations of Austin Olds. New frame last night, qualified 8th this morning, half a pound underweight. Had to start from the back, made it all the way up into about 15th, and then had an incident and made it like 20 positions, and then is now starting, had to retire, starting 33rd. Noah Rosser, 28th, as another driver to keep an eye out for as well. Now, the weather behind the Motor Speedway, so above the track there, you have blue skies. And if when the camera looks around to behind us there, above this shot, you have black skies. The black skies are behind us, and blue skies are in front of us.
Yeah, I think there's an opportunity potentially, knowing this racetrack, that we could end up getting some dry racing before it's all said and done. This race, 17 minutes plus 1 lap. So actually a timed race, not particular laps, based on the fact that these lap times in the wet are so significantly long. We'll see how this track develops. There is going to be some standing water. Field finally in position, and we are underway. Di Tullio will lead him down into turn number 1. Big run around the outside as well for Stephen Eisert, trying to hold the spot. Everybody else in the blind stream, the mist coming down into turn number 2. Everybody trying to hold on to position. Cameron Weinberg is going to maybe come out of here with 2nd or 3rd. Looks like P3 is Eisert able to run around the outside. The blind run into turn number 4. Again, so tough to see with the mist, the rooster tails off the back of these karts, and again with the visor, doing your best to try to throw the kart where you think everybody's not going to be. Look at the scrap behind the leader right now. A good opportunity. Almost sideways there for Miller in the 973, but a great opportunity for the leader Alessandro DiTullio to maybe be able to stretch away with so much racing behind him.
Yeah, and they're very, very closely packed. Now, there is Ivana Richards in the Valvoline-sponsored entry. Don't forget, and a spin just behind Richards. That is the number, that's the 851 Kart, and a 360 with style points and a bent axle for number 981. We'll look down the order. That is game over for that driver. That is Lorenzo Kaufmann out of the race.
I think that might have been Chase Busaglia who went around as well,
yes,
the 925.
Yes, so now let's have a look. Yes, so we did not have Luca Quattromano, Spencer Mast, Alex Udell. We didn't have Logan Adams either, nor Raheem Alibi at the start. Mick Gabriel also now, so 32 drivers at the start. We had a couple, Christian Blevins Jr. had a spin on the opening lap, so we're already cutting the wheat from the chaff, so to speak. And up front, great battling.
Yeah, that was Stephen Miller trying to signal a move to the inside, trying to get around, I believe, Steven Eisert. Kind of signaled him to go forward. He just didn't pull to the inside. Miller went down to the bottom of the racetrack. We're going to see whether or not the racing line starts to develop. They'll work their way down into turn number 1. Remember, again, Alessandro DiTullio, you don't even see him in your screen because he's 3.2 seconds out. A long way. You'll catch him here very likely when they come through. There he is right there. He's been able to leverage all the action behind him to pull well out front. The 994 of James Overbeck now digging his way forward as well.
Pierce Jaso has just been given the mechanical flag. The Florida-based driver who he missed the pre-final and started towards the back of this event. He had made it up into about 26th position, and his race, sadly, is run.
So there's Overbeck there in the middle of the battle here with Cameron Weinberg. Weinberg will run him wide a little bit on the corner there. Colin Lloyd diving into the fight here as well up front. Throw Rivera in there, but right now it's DiTullio, Miller, Eisert, Overbeck, Weinberg, Lloyd, Rivera, Richards, Garbarino, and C.J. Bowman. That's your current top 10. Drivers able to kind of get through the chaos here early on to get in there to find themselves a spot. So indeed, the battle continuing here in the KA100 senior class, and definitely a wild day here, full wet. Not something I would have figured when we started the day when I looked at the forecast. But again, it's Homestead. You never know when that kind of mid-afternoon rainstorm can work its way through. We're a couple of miles from the Atlantic Ocean here right now, so it doesn't take much to have any kind of weather like this. That mid-day storm happens occasionally and probably on a more of a regular basis down here in South Florida. So it wetted us down, made things exciting here on a championship Sunday, that's for sure.
What's Alessandro? What's the song? I can see clearly now the rain is gone. That's what Alessandro DiTullio will be singing to himself. There's Ivana Richards at the inside of James Overbeck there. This is for 6th position. Now, okay, DiTullio might be leading by 3.5 seconds. Miller in P2 has got a 1.5 second advantage over Weinberg. Lloyd is just behind Weinberg with Eisert and then Overbeck and Richards. So a second podium for Richards is not out of the question, although the number 919 running side by side there, Valentino Garbarino having a great run.
Remember when she was here back in January, she ended up winning the race. She finished second on the racetrack. Obviously the DQ for rear tire width and the bumper width for DiTullio. She's got the skills here for sure in the wet weather. We're going to watch to see if she can work her way forward again. Remember, 17 minutes plus 1 lap here in the category. I don't know that we have a time. Yeah, we have the time limit on there. We'll watch the time. But need to see if Ivana Richards can work her way forward here now. She's right there with Garbarino, trying to clear that run there. And next up the road would be Steven Eisert. She did a 102.7 last time by. 101.6 for DiTullio. He is managing it up front here in the wet.
And look at this. 6 out of the top 7 drivers have just done their fastest lap of the race. That tells me that the track conditions are improving. And of course, they'll continue to improve for some time until suddenly they get so dry, the wet tyres can't bite. And again, you're going to have almost like the glare of the sun on the wet track is going to start causing visibility issues. Because coming over the paddock now is bright blue sunshine, contrasting with the dark, dark clouds that are now fading to behind us, and you can see, look how bright that TB kart looks, and the white on the pic of the Inter MS kart. That's because the sun is blazing down on them, and that is also going to help heat the track surface and disperse the water, because it's got very, very hot and very, very muggy all of a sudden.
And this is P3 battling it out right now. Cameron Weinberg of the TB kart and Colin Lloyd in the Inter MS machine. They're scrapping it out right now for third position. And you can see how much the sun's starting to come out here. And indeed, we talked a little bit about the wind throughout the day, and that's going to help out dry the track. The wind is pretty substantial here. Not crazy, but substantial enough to keep drying out this racetrack through a bit of evaporation. Again, we're going to see the track change if we don't see any more wet. Remember, we got a long way to go. This is only the third of 8 races, so as we get our way through to the end of the day, you never know. We could be in a couple of races. Even next race, we could potentially be in that transition. Where do you go wet or do you go dry? Someone's going to make a good call, someone's going to make a bad call. Inevitably, in a day that has only one stream of rain, like one cell come through, when you're going back to the dry tires, dry track, someone's going to make a call to go to the dries instead of the wets, and that driver's going to be able to work their way to the front.
It's not going to be a case of if slick tires are going to be the best option. It's a case of when slick tires are going to be the best option. We haven't talked much about the championship scenario in this race, and I'm looking there, we haven't mentioned really Donovan Bonilla.
Where is Bonilla on the racetrack now? You got to scroll down to 20th position for Donovan Bonilla, indeed.
Now, I don't know what's happened there. I mean, obviously, coming into today, it was neck and neck between DeTulio and Bonilla. So DeTulio really just needs to sort of make sure he finishes. Bonilla has out the thing, and again, that's not us doing the maths. That is David Cole doing the maths, which is far more reliable than us. Looking further back here, CJ Bowman cracking the top 10 in the number 929 kart for MPG Motorsports. Charlie Fonseca running in 11th. Austin Olds, P12.
Wow, both he and Alex Mercado up 21.
From 33rd and 34th on the grid.
I love it.
Row 17 marching towards the front. Xavier Diaz, John McCusker, the rest of the top 15. Quentin Angeli, Dominic Karai, Seamus McKendry, Joseph Botting, and then Bonilla all the way back in 20th. McPherson, Clark, Torres Jr., Shimbashi, Martinez, Din, and another big shout out up 10 places. Michael Boyadzis with his injured ribs still out there, just in front of Autumn Fisher and Christian Blevins Jr. They're the last 2 karts running. Noah Rosser has retired, and also, of course, we lost the luckless Pierce Jaso.
As he runs on the racetrack right now, Alessandro DeTulio will bring home the championship. Of course, had to drop the DQ that he had in race number 2 in January. This would be a 3rd straight win if he holds on to it. So if he just got to bring the victory home here. Still watching this good battle here as Ivana Richards continue to work her way forward. She was able to get by Ventilo Garbarino first, and now she's worked her way all the way up to Cameron Weinberg. So she's now up into the 4th spot. So once again, Ivana Richards showing this wet weather prowess that she showed back in January. This young lady can handle it in the wet, and she is doing a great job here, working her way in front of Cameron Weinberg, now trying to see if she can't lead him past Colin Lloyd. Could be another podium finish in the wet for Ivana Richards as she has worked her way forward, started back in 11th position, currently runs in 4th. Again, trying to find her way back onto the podium. DeTulio by himself as the leader. Stephen Miller running in the 2nd spot, 6.3 seconds back. And this battle between Lloyd, Richards, and Weinberg about 4 seconds behind Stephen Miller.
So one thing that none of the drivers had time to do was to change their visors. They've all still got their tinted iridium visors on. There goes Richards past Lloyd, put Ivana Richards on the podium. But of course they've got their tinted visors on, and most of them have. Ivana Richards doesn't.
She does not.
But the rest of them do. The tinted visors with the sunlight on the wet track causing glare, that's going to cause visibility issues for anybody not with a clear visor. Ivana Richards has got her clear visor on, and at least she can see far better the different parts of the track. Certainly in the race. Oh, Colin Lloyd almost slid into her, but Richards on the outside. This is 3rd, 4th, and 5th positions, and they are 5 seconds behind Stephen Miller. who's having a very lonely run, and there goes Weinberg and Lloyd back in front of Richards. Oh, sideways action there.
Yeah, she lost a couple of spots there, but she's able to get the cart to go down to the bottom of the racetrack and kind of hold on to it for a little bit. We'll see if she gets back by here again. So this is a great fight for the final step on the podium. Back down to the inside. It seems to me like Colin Lloyd keeps trying to use that outside line coming through turn number 8, but it doesn't work. The inside line seems to be better. Here comes, again, Richards to the inside, little contact, where we didn't even see Cameron Weinberg going all the way to the inside there to come out with the position. So Cameron Weinberg on the TB cart now into P3. So a good run here for Weinberg back up front here in the wet into third position. Lloyd runs in fourth. Fifth is a great run here still for Ivana Richards. It's 7-second lead for Alessandra DiTullio. And again, as we said, 17 minutes minus a lap, 13 minutes. So about 4 minutes plus a lap, rather. About 4 minutes plus a lap. So I'm going to say 5 laps, you think, based on lap times here?
Yeah, I mean, looking at the lap times, okay, these drivers, they're going much slower than their fast lap because they're battling. DiTullio and Miller, they're about half a second to 7/10 of a second off their ultimate pace. Now that could be a sign of the wet tyres just wearing ever so slightly, or the track is drying out. It's not drying that quickly. There's still obviously very, very wet patches all the way around, standing water in some areas, but then there is a dry line emerging in other areas. Stephen Isett is behind this battle in 7th, then Overbeck and Austin Olds has cracked the top 10.
Wow, what a drive for Austin Olds. Gets himself up into the top 10, 24 position improvement. Olds now into the 9th position as Alex Marcato, he and them coming together as well. But where is Olds? How far behind Stephen Isert is he? It seems like a pretty significant amount right now, 3.7 seconds. A full second faster, though, and we've got about 5 laps to go. So Austin Olds there in that number 950, putting on a show. Let's key on him for a little bit here. Austin Olds is rolling. Remember, 17 minutes plus a lap. The same thing for the minis. The Micro Swift drivers are getting ready to roll out. They'll go 17 minutes plus a lap as well. And look at this drive for Austin Olds. He is up on the wheel. He's using the full body to get over here. He's been able to get by Charlie Fonseca. And he is really throwing that body around, trying to get as much weight as he can, jamming that outside hand into the wheel to try to straighten that to get as much grip as he possibly can. What a drive here for Austin Olds. And you mentioned trials and tribulations. I love that description because really that's what it's all about. Here's the fight here. Ivana Richards is going to get shoveled a little bit there on the outside. She tried to run the outside on Cameron Weinberg. She's going to lose a spot, and that's going to bring Valentino Garbarino back in as she lost both 3rd and 4th to Weinberg and Lloyd.
Yeah, now once again behind
this.
this
Oh, look at that. Oh, it's off the track.
Weinberg just understeering again.
No, that was contact from the bind. The minute he turned in, Colin Lloyd just tapped it in the back. He had full wheel in it and got shot off. I'd love to see a replay on that if we possibly could. That was down into turn number 2, and I think there was contact on the entry into that corner, but that has put him off. Thankfully, he was able to continue pretty quickly, but that's going to drop him down, I would bet, back to 7th. Maybe 6th, maybe 7th, because here comes the battle again. This is Colin Lloyd. That's the big move down to the bottom of the racetrack. He'll roll the over-under on Ivana Richards. This is the final battle here for the last position on the podium. 17 minutes plus a lap. We're coming around to the 16-minute mark. About a minute to go. Maybe 2, maybe 3 laps left.
Yeah, we'll have to see if we've got a replay of that incident between Weinberg and Lloyd. I'm sure that the Kart Chaser crew are firing that up there. Lloyd looking over his shoulder. Ivana Richards, and of course, she's diving into the corner very deep, but then there's not enough grip, enough traction for her to park it on the apex. If she could get it to the inside and then just stop on the apex. Now let's have a look. Oh, yes, that was...
yeah. The minute they kind of got into the corner, the braking zone where they're trying to turn, Weinberg starts the corner, and you get that shot from Lloyd in the back, and he just went straight off. As we know at that point, you're on the edge of adhesion as it is.
Absolutely.
A little bit of help, and you're going, then there's Weinberg back there, so he's not that far back. He ends up in P6. This is Ivana Richards. She keeps trying to park it on the apex. Not quite enough to get by Colin Lloyd.
No, this is the battle for 3rd position. So Garbarino and Weinberg, the recovering Weinberg is next in line. Then it's Overbeck. Then it's Isert. and then it is Austin Olds. So, well, Austin Olds and Alex Mercado. Alex is saying, anything you can do, Austin, I can do just as well, because they both gained 24 positions.
Amazing.
They started on the 17th row in 33rd and 34th. They're now 9th and 10th.
Yeah, Olds is
and separated by 1 second.
Yeah, Olds is quicker than Steven Iser by a couple of tenths of a second again, but he's 3.3 back. Nonetheless, a great drive to work his way up into the to the top 10. But
and Mercado's actually half a second quicker now than Olds.
I want to know that Olds may have backed it up a little bit because he did a 102.3 a couple laps before. Here's that fight again. Now finally to the inside. She gets the job done again with an inside move. Ivana Richards taking the spot. Here comes Valentino Garbarino into the fight as well. She'll go to the bottom, try to park it. Lloyd gets a better run again out of the corner. But does she have inside position?
Nope.
She does not. She gave it up again to the inside. Again, what a fight for third. This is the final position on the podium. White flag flying this time by. White flag has been given to DeTulio and Miller, who's going to be on the podium as they work their way up into turn number 1. Richards keeps trying the bottom line. Valentino Garbarino getting another opportunity to potentially work his way up to the podium as well. She'll have a look to the inside. She was the race winner, second on the racetrack, race winner when it was all said and done in January. Ivana Richards trying to get it done here again in the 982. Colin Lloyd, though, former SKUSA Winter Series champion in the KA100 category, parks it to the inside of 4. Look at Garbarino rolling around the outside. Let's key back on the leader. What a performance in the wet. He has dominated the action. 4 straight on-track victories. Didn't get the one for a penalty, but he's won every main event in KA100 senior this year. And indeed, Alessandro DeTulio wins it today for Inter MS. He will be your champion in the category as well. Richards finally able to get by. And does she hold on to it? They're going to try to hold it up here. Stephen Miller coming home to finish in the second spot, and they get drive over top of each other. Colin Lloyd throws it inside Ivana Richards and drives over top of her in turn number 11. Tried to throw it to the inside. She had third spot. It's going to go to Valentino Garbarino. Weinberg comes up into 4th. James Overbeck into 5th spot. Ivana Richards ends up in 6th. Colin Lloyd 7th. Steven Iser, Austin Olds, and Alex Mercado, and not the way you would have liked to have seen that spirited dice end, because it was a lot of fun to watch over the last 5 laps.
Yes, it looked as though at one point Ivana Richards had finally, after trying seemingly for about 10 laps, to get the kart parked on the apex of turn number 9, which meant that she kept the advantage over Lloyd going into the final complex, the 10-11 complex, and then you saw what happened. And let's not forget. Let's Valentino Garbarino on the podium, but Alessandro DeTulio, he puts the exclamation point on a well-deserved championship, it has to be said.
On-track victory in all 4 races. Doesn't get the win, of course, as we know in the January deal because of a tech issue with rear tire width, but he ends up winning once again in the wet. Wet, dry, he can get the job done. DeTulio for Inter MS on the Kart Republic with the win. Stephen Miller coming home in the 2nd spot. Garbarino, a well-deserved 3rd.
Yes.
Weinberg gifted 4th after running essentially in the 6th spot. Overbeck up there as well. Richards. But again, that contact, we'll try to have a look at here. Okay, here's our replay we've got of the race. We're going to kind of look back through it again. You can see, again, all the stuff that happened with all the mist, everything going in the back. This is the opening corner. You can see a lot of wheel there for DeTulio. He defends a little bit coming through with Steven Iser, but from there, he checks out. He's essentially gone.
Yeah, he checks out. There's Bonilla. That is as close as Bonilla got to the front. He must have spun at some point, and we'll even check where, we don't even know where Bonilla finished. Miller getting sideways. Miller eventually finds his way past Steven Isert, and although Isert there there was somebody, a couple of drivers.
That was Basaglia going around.
That was Basaglia spinning, and that was into the barrier. That was Kaufman going out. Now Isert and Miller to the inside, Isert to the outside, and Isert at this point he was battling hard there, so I'm trying to recall where he faded or what happened to him. Yes, this is what happened to him. He runs a little bit wide and just starts to fall back and getting freight train through turn number 2. And
yeah, got hung out to dry on the outside there for sure. And again, here's a couple of moves. This is Weinberg take it to the bottom. That was a good move for him to be able to push Overbeck back a little bit. A lot of drivers making that big move to the bottom. You see the over-under we saw there a number of times. Ivana Richards really started getting things going here in the second half of the race. She was made a lot of moves there to the inside of turn number 8. You come through 7, everybody trying to run that outside line, and she tossed it into the bottom for sure. The battle continuing. This is Weinberg going at it with Colin Lloyd. They really fought it out quite a bit for that position as well. And again, you can see at one point, there's Miller up the road. That's really before it got to the point. Here's the big move to the inside here as well. They continue to try to run the inside, the outside. A couple drivers go way around the outside. The battle between Lloyd and Weinberg was good. But then here comes the young lady out of Mexico, Ivana Richards. The first pass to the inside of turn number 8. She's able to get by first Weinberg. Then she does the same thing to Colin Lloyd. And again, this thing, of course, as we know, is going to go to the final lap. This is them backing into it again. She had the spot for a second, but the final lap got pretty exciting. Got pushed to the outside a little bit. Here comes the move to the inside. She follows him through in turn number 8. A lot of passes in turn number 8. I think she makes the move to the inside here on Weinberg. A little bit of contact there. A lot of contact there in the exit of those corners. Lloyd right in there again. Here's the pass coming through again over to turn number 9. I love the passes to the inside of 9, but I want to just get a set up for that pile. There's the contact that put Weinberg in. Lloyd gets to the inside and touches Weinberg in turn number 2. Another pass to the inside for Ivana in turn number 8. They're kind of side by side. She'll try the bottom side again. Can't quite set up the over-under. Man, this thing never ends.
But you could see as the laps wound down, she was getting closer and closer to being able to park it. And finally, at turn number 8, Ivana managed to hold the position, and Lloyd tries to get underneath her, but Ivana is still on the outside, and she tries again and again. If at first you don't succeed, keep trying until you can park it.
Yeah.
And now... Wow.
Here it is here, coming through. He just throws it up the inside, climbs over top of her in turn number 11. That was a disappointing overtake there for Colin Lloyd. That one shouldn't have happened.
It won't go down in his Hall of Fame passes, put it that way.
That was just frustration, I think. Last minute over into turn number 11, just drove right over top of her. I'm sure the race director will have a look at that for sure. That one's not going to go unnoticed. Nonetheless, back in it again in another race where we have 17 minutes plus 1 lap. But look over our shoulder again, Henry. We got full blue skies. The flags, though, not as much in the wind. It's kind of calmed down a little bit here right now, which is rough. But at this point here, getting set to go for the drivers in the micro category. They had a great race yesterday. They are in the wet. Let's have a look at the grid with Santiago Orioli on the pole alongside the all-MPG front row. His teammate Danny O'Gara on the front row. Leo Simoni and Jake Manaleo on row number 2.
Easton Kabinski and Win Gottschalk go from row number 3. Cooper Lorenzo Lopez and championship leader Zane Burgess on the outside of row 4. Zane Burgess elected to change engines. He'd been having power problems all weekend, changed his engine, had to start from the back of the field. Started 36th, moved his way up to 8th. It's Orioli versus Burgess for the title. Burgess has a slender lead.
Already passed a lot of karts there as well, and it goes obviously way different conditions right now than we know. Behind Burgess, Lawrence Perriman and Alvaro Medeiros will be on row number 5. Brody Stoffel and Parker Stewart on row 6. Daniel Ramirez alongside Taylin Wolf on row 7. Marcelo Flores and Luca Besserell on row number 8. Row 9 will see Dominic Gaddis alongside Marco Berges, and then Ian Hammaker and Cameron Johnson rounding out the top 20.
With a few non-starters, including Byron Bowman and Mr. Nachawati, but here we go.
Number of drivers potentially getting out of the staging lanes there, the tram lines. We'll see how they go coming through turn number 1. Thus far, pretty clean. And again, I think one thing we'll talk about here throughout this race, Henry, is this track, I think it's going to start to change a little bit. We see a bit of spray there, but I have a feeling with another 17, 18 laps, whatever we end up getting to put in here, we're going to see this track start to work its way towards being dry again. We're not going to see any more precipitation on the day. So as we look at KA100 Master, X30 Junior, Senior, where is going to be the transition race where we end up going to wets, or going to dries rather?
The number 288 car of Marco Burgess has just been pushed off to the side of the circuit, the DRT Racing Team driver. Now, that is an MPG car at the front, but it is not the pole sitter, Orioli. It is Danny O'Gara. Orioli is back to 3rd. Now, I was going to say that we needed to... oh, there's another spinner there. So what Zane Burgess, there he is, the number 255 Kart, 2, 4, 6. He's already 7. Oh, he's on that curb, and he loses a place to win Godshot there. So Burgess, he couldn't afford to let Orioli get away. What we saw with the Tullio in the previous race, we could see again with the leader getting clear, and in the wet, you often see it, don't you, Rob? If you get away at the start, the pole sitter, you can break away from the pack, but it's not happened, and O'Gara leads.
Well, listen, here's the big thing. It's all about visibility to a certain extent, right? If you're out front, you got that open racetrack. You don't have that spray. You don't have that mist, that lack of visibility. If you're out front, the best place to be in the wet. And right now, Danny O'Gara's getting it done. Easton Kubinski runs second, Santiago Orioli in third, Leo Simone in fourth, and Cooper Lorenzo Lopez rounding out the top 5. Time to go side by side again, folks, as we have a driver who has dominated KA100 here in the Winter Series for 2024. It is Alessandro Di Tullio standing by with our Alex Searle.
Yeah, thank you, Rob. Dominating is actually an understatement, I'd say, Ale. Besides the DQ there, I mean, you swept pretty much the entire past 2 months here in Homestead. I mean, how are you guys able to get it done and be so dominant in this class?
Yeah, the pace has been really good in KA, as well as two rain days. So that helped a bit since I'm decent in the rain. So yeah, to clean sweep today was nice, and yeah, good to be champions in KA.
Yeah, and I don't want you to give away any secrets, but I mean, what do you think makes you so strong around here in the rain? Obviously, this is the home track for you, so you kind of know a little bit of secrets from the rest of the field. But I mean, why do you think it is that you're able to stand out in the rain?
I'll tell you at the end of the day.
Congratulations all on the championship.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
I'll tell you at the end of the day. He's like, man, maybe I have one more rain race still. I'm not going to let any of the secrets go. He's never going to tell us. You never tell anybody your rain secrets. I'll tell you what, here's the one secret. You want to like it. I've always said this before. Yep. If a driver says, I don't like being in the rain, don't like racing in the rain, you're not going to be good in the rain. You got to embrace the challenge and learn to love it.
Yeah, because I mean, so many times being at a kart track, you're testing, it's cold, it's horrible, it's wet. You're thinking, oh, do I really want to get out of the back of the van? Well, the ones that do well, they're jumping out of the van with their wetsuits on, saying, come on, bring it on. And Easton Kubinski is saying, bring it on, because Kubinski has taken the lead from O'Gara, Orioli running in third, from Win Godchuk in fourth, and Zane Burgess in fifth. So our two title protagonists, third and fifth at the moment, with Lorenzo Lopez next, Daniel Ramirez in seventh, Alvaro Medeiros, Lawrence Perriman, Marcelo Flores, and then, do you know what? Talon Wolf up into P11. Now, as we were watching the last two races unfold, I was looking over the shoulder. The pre-grid was empty.
There you go.
We call it a dummy grid
I know,
Europe.
I love it.
But and it was only three people looking over the barrier: Talon, a mum, and a dad. And they were looking and just studying the track. And then they trotted off to get into their go-kart, the Dan Devereaux run parallel chassis. So obviously Talon paying attention to track conditions, and they thought, okay, this is what's happening with the track. We've got X amount of minutes before our race. Let's go back. We'll tell the team this is what we want, the setups, the pressures, and things like that. And Talon is on the verge of cracking the top 10.
Very nicely done. Currently running there in the 11th spot for Talon Wolf with a 2:31, a 1:06.041. About a half a second off the pace being laid down right now by Kubinski, who leads the way over Danny O'Gara. But Talon Wolf quicker than O'Gara, although the fast driver on the track is Zane Burgess. Let's do a little bit of housekeeping here right now. First and foremost, all of the races till the end of the day will be 17 minutes plus one lap. We'll let you people know about that. 17 minutes plus one lap, and what I'm being told unofficially as well in terms of the championship, if Zane Burgess finishes top 5 or better, he wins the championship. So right now, as he runs on the racetrack, Zane Burgess has things locked down. P4 for the Sodi Kart driver, who just went purple on lap number 4.
Yes, he's also currently got the extra 10 points in his hand for that 105.275 lap. So 17 minutes plus one lap. I know the ticker says lap 5 out of 20, but that is it's not right. We've got 5 minutes of this race gone, so just under 12 minutes plus a lap to go.
Zane Burgess is rolling, by the way. He was just fourth with the fast lap of the race. He got by both Santiago Orioli and Danny Arguera. So he is now up into the third spot. Zane Burgess rolling in the number 255. We've talked about the fact that all he's got to do is finish top 5 or better. Again, we talked about also the exclamation point you put on the end of a championship sentence. We saw Alessandro Di Tullio do it in KA 100. You know that Zane Burgess would love to reel in Kubinski and go for a big race win here.
I mean, I don't know what the stress levels have been in the Burgess and the Sony Kart Tampa. They must be astronomical, because you sweep the first weekend, then on Saturday you don't have a good weekend. But it's not because you're just taking it easy, it's because the problem that you cannot cure with the motor. It carries on this morning, and so before the penultimate race of the championship, with your title rival up at the front, you decide to change the engine and drop back from the 4th row of the grid to 36th on the grid, and leave it to Zane, who is 7 years old, don't forget, to leave it to Zane to say, okay, you've got to go forward. He picks up 28 places, no front bumper penalties, and then it rains, and it's like, okay, now you've got to battle on. You've still got to pass Orioli on the track and get it done, and then tomorrow you're going to go to school and do colouring.
That's exactly it, right? Back to grade 2.
Yeah. It's insane. It's absolutely incredible. I mean, that's not just Zane, although I've highlighted. That's all these young drivers.
Agreed.
Every single last one of them.
And a purple lap again last time by for Zane Burgess, 1.4 seconds behind Easton Kubinski, the leader. He was quicker by about 0.3 of a second. So you're looking 4 or 5 laps right now. And again, we still have a lot of time left, about 10 minutes remaining. 17 minutes plus 1 lap for all the remaining categories on the day. We are right coming up to our halfway point here with Micro Swift. From there, we'll go to KA 100 Master. Those drivers working their way up to the grid right now.
Oh, and a spin, and that's going to be... Oh, what kart control. Sorry, Rob. That was the curb there.
That was Gottschalk. Win Gottschalk went around.
Out of 7th place. Lawrence Perriman, he was dancing on the scales yesterday. He was dancing on the steering wheel there as he just squeezed past Gottschalk's kart. It moves Marcelo Flores, don't forget, who rolled out of his kart in morning warm-up. The SLA karting team who have just taken a win in Mini Swift with Benja Fernandez. They rebuilt the kart, and he's now been in the top 8, and Taylor Wolf runs 9th.
Leo Simone, he was up there a little bit before. He's fallen back, but it's just turned his fast time of the race, so he's trying to get himself back forward again. A number of drivers going quick here in the last lap. Watch this battle here. This is essentially 3rd, 4th, and 5th. You're seeing on the screen right now O'Gara, Orioli, and Cooper Lorenzo Lopez, who just turned his fast lap to close up. That's essentially the fight for the final spot on the podium. O'Gara in the 267, your winner from yesterday for MPG Motorsports, getting a big victory there. A very popular win in the paddock as well. Big times for the drivers from MPG. And again, both these drivers trying to see if they can get back there again. It may not be a win this time around, but again, a solid run overall for Easton Kubinski. Trying to see what we're... So cross halfway flag. So they're given the halfway flag point. Is this essentially the timeline, right, of 17 minutes? So right at 8:30 being the halfway point. So across halfway flags. And this time by, okay, we continue to watch the track as well, because if this thing dries up, we're going to eventually see some category move to the dries.
Yeah, Easton Kubinski in kart number 2, that Tony Kart chassis for the AEM karting team. He's enjoyed his time at the front, but that time at the front is about to come to an end.
Very likely, yes.
Because Zane Burgess is honing in on that. I mean, the last Jamaican I saw run that fast was Usain Bolt in the Olympics. Zane Burgess is absolutely eating into Kubinski's lead. Now, he's got to be careful he can't overcook it. O'Gara is 3rd, 2.8 seconds back. Orioli is just behind his teammate in 4th, with Lorenzo Lopez, Ramirez, Perriman, Flores, and Wolf next in line. Simone, who had a spin earlier on, is recovering in 10th position. Oh, it's a 104.5 for Burgess. That's 7/10 second, 7/10 of a second quicker than O'Gara and Orioli, and 3/10 quicker than the race leader.
So let's give Kubinski some props as well, because he's faster than everybody else as well, other than Zane Burgess. Zane's the driver really getting it done now. Now, here's the thing. He's got to get there, and he's got to get by him. It's been 0.3 of a second now. He's quicker by about 0.3 last time by. You can see the track slowly starting to dry up in some areas here right now. The sun that's hitting the facility. What do you do if you're a Masters driver? Do you potentially go with the slicks? I don't know.
I'm telling you something is that they've got 6.5 minutes plus a lap to go. The Masters carts are on the grid and they're all still on their trolleys. As apart from Mr. Carapalati going partners, but most of the runners, they're not taking the carts down off their trolleys, which means they haven't quite decided on tyres.
I'm looking at a couple back here. Here comes Santiago here. Alfonso Santiago. He's got the dries underneath the cart stand. Got the wets on him right now. We'll see how that plays out. I don't know. Right now, they've all got the wets on right now. I think it's going to definitely change for X30 Junior. There's a possibility there.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's, well, look at the lap times. Easton Kubinski, maybe I spoke too soon. Easton was listening. He said, Henry, I'm not done yet, because he's just posted the fastest lap of the race, 104.470, to respond to the advances of the Jamaican sensation, Zane Burgess. And in fact, everybody on the top 10, apart from Burgess, just set their personal best lap of the race.
So track most definitely starting to come in. Again, the dry line starting to develop to a certain extent. You don't see anybody running that outside line we saw back in the KA 100 senior race. So again, this track is drying. You wonder whether or not you can roll the dice here if you're a Masters driver. Put on those slicks and see if it'll work for you. I don't know right now still, although even Burgess went quicker again. Here comes the move to the inside, finally down into turn number 2. Book it. He is finally through, even with Kubinski stepping things up. Finally, Burgess able to find a way by. Got a really good run of turn number 1, that big draft all the way down into turn number 2. Now the question is, can Kubinski can he mount a challenge? Can he find a way by quickly? Or is this an opportunity for Burgess to stretch it, pull it out? Here goes Kubinski back to the inside, and he does it over in turn number 8. I like that. You have to come right back and take it back.
Absolutely. Don't let Zane Burgess get into a rhythm. And you can see Burgess didn't want to dive up the inside. He didn't want to take the Ivana Richards line into turn number 9 because the racing line is now drying out. When these drivers stop putting in personal best laps, that's the moment that the wet tyres are going off. The track is drying out, but the wet tyres are still enjoying the track and they're still going quicker. We'll see. When we stop seeing green and purple up on our monitors, that's when the wet tyres are going off, and that's when you need to start getting the slicks out.
Yeah, I think you're right on that one. And again, I'd be out there trying to have a look if I possibly could, because this is starting to get to the point where we may be looking at a driver being able to kind of roll the dice and try for those slick tires. It is still Easton Kubinski up front by 1/10 of a second last time by. We're past the 13-minute mark, coming to 13.5 minutes, so say about 3.5 minutes before we get the white flag for one more lap. Kubinski still holding the spot, but you got to go back to Danny O'Gara now for the fast lap at 103.979. Those flat lap times continue to fall. They're significantly back, though. I don't even know if enough of the pace they have will reel into the front running duo of Kubinski and Burgess, but everybody, Lopez, Orioli, O'Gara, Ramirez, all going quicker further back.
Yes, and as you are looking at the screen, I was looking behind us, we have our first gambler. Charlie Fonseca has rolled past us on slick MG tyres for the Masters race, and here comes Burgess again.
He's a veteran driver too, so that if anybody has the ability to hold on to it, it could be Fonseca there. But you're right, Burgess taking the spot back with a move down into 2.
So we're into the infield complex now, the inner loop. Kubinski hasn't been able to fight back yet. The last time Burgess went into the lead, Kubinski retook the lead coming into this corner. He tries again, and he retakes the lead again, parks it on the apex, because the track has got that much more grip because it's drying out. Here comes Burgess once again, but look at that. They've got to stick to the outside line there because there's still water. Charlie Fonseca needs to come and have a little look at the Kart Chaser live stream because there are still puddles out there, and on the opening lap he could find them.
I'm really surprised that Zane Burgess didn't go right to the apex of turn number 8 after making that pass. Right, he opened the door wide open again for Kubinski to get to the inside. I feel like he probably had a chance to get this job done. Here comes the run down the straightaway. Let's see if he does it again. Make the pass in turn number 2. He's done it a couple times down here. This time Kubinski going to dive to the inside. He'll block the bottom of the racetrack and hold the spot coming through turn number 2. Remember, Time starting to tick away. Maybe 2 minutes, not even quite 2 minutes remaining before we see that white flag. So, indeed, maybe 3 laps to go, maybe only 2 laps, to be honest, before we see them wrap things up here. It's still Easton Kubinski holding on. Listen, we kind of gave up on him and said he was going to be second. We figured Burgess was going to roll by because he was closing on such short order, right?
I gave up on him, Rob. You didn't. I'll take the blame for that one. Not a problem at all. I certainly underestimated the fight within young Easton Kubinski and that AEM Tony karting entry. It's not over yet. These drivers are 3.5 seconds in front of Cooper Lorenzo Lopez, who is still putting down purple lap after purple lap. Orioli is 4th and O'Gara is 5th. And it's Ramirez, Perriman, Flores, Simone and Taylor Wolf hanging on to a top 10 finish, and she has a 3.5 second advantage over Luca Becerril, then Brody Stoffel, Mazzacolo, Stewart, Gottschalk, Salazar, Carney, Medeiros and Johnson, the rest of the top 20.
Burgess just made a big move to the inside, coming down to turn 1 to take over the spot. Actually ran the wet tires over some water that'll cool them down a little bit. You can see again out a little bit wider. He's been able to really roll them down into turn number 1 at a good, rather turn 2 and turn 3. A little bit of a cushion finally for Zane Burgess. We'll see whether or not it's enough. Another fast lap for Lopez, as you said, 2.9 seconds back. And you can actually see Lopez in the back. Although I believe white flag standing are in the hands of our starter right now. We're almost to the 17-minute mark. And indeed, when Zane Burgess gets back around here, he's going to see the 1 to go. Looking for the exclamation point on a championship for Sodi Racing USA and himself here in the Micro Swift category. White flag flying this time by. Does Easton Kubinski have anything for Zane Burgess? Another purple lap for Cooper Lorenzo Lopez. He gets to within 2 seconds. 102.5, a full second faster than Kubinski on that last lap. He'll probably come up just a little too late. Burgess stretching away, a 103 flat, 0.3 of a second at the line. And indeed, Zane Burgess, who started back in the 8th position in very difficult conditions. Remember, started dead last in the pre-final. He goes again up into the 8th spot, a tremendous pre-final drive outside of row number 4. Methodically works his way forward and has been able to get to the lead after quickly reeling in Zane Burgess. Wasn't able to make a move early, but just took his time. A couple of passes, a couple of retakes, but this is the job, and he's got it done. A great move to the inside of 1, a couple laps to go to take the position. The Sodi Racing USA driver out of 11, out of 12, and what a great way to cap things off. And a championship here in Micro. It is Zane Burgess, the winner in the category. The margin of victory, 1.217 seconds over Easton Kubinski. Cooper Lopez to within 1.3. Danny O'Gara finishes in 4th. A couple of top 5s for O'Gara with the win yesterday. Daniel Ramirez in 5th. Santiago Orioli fades down to 6th in the end. Lawrence Pearman, Leo Simoni, Marcelo Flores, and Taylor Wolf up 4. She will wrap up the top 10. Henry the winner and the champion in Micro Swift, unofficially Zane Burgess.
Jamaica have been hanging their entire motorsport hopes on the shoulders of Alex Powell for many years. Alex Powell now has somebody else that the Jamaican country can hold their hopes against. It is Zane Burgess. He is a SKUSA Winter Series champion. He is just 7 years old, and he is a name we are going to be hearing an awful lot more about in the months and years to come. What a drive. Commiserations to Santiago Orioli, but nerves of steel for Zane Burgess to change an engine and drop to 36 before the penultimate race of the championship, and then drive through the field to take a win and beat Easton Kubinski in a fantastic battle. That is something else. Congratulations. And he's not called the Jamaican sensation for nothing.
This looks to be like the transition race here,
yes,
folks, because everybody on the grid right now in KA100 Master continue to get rid of those reins. And we see a lot of them putting on the dry tires. We'll see whether or not we get another set of dries here on the number 458 of Grace Hamerd. We saw Tom Gerster go to the reins, the dries. We know Charlie Fonseca on the dries. Not quite sure if Grace is going to do that yet. She may stick with the wets. May not be the worst idea out of the gate.
Well, I mean, you're going to see the drivers on wet tyres, Rob, Scarpa and get an early lead. And then it's a question of how long can they hold on for? How far back will those on slick tyres fall? Will there be any spins, which could take them out of contention? So, for Fonseca, for Gerster, for the others on slick tyres, tiptoe around, minimise your losses in the early stages, and then wait patiently for the track to come to you. Because when it does, suddenly you'll see the drivers on slick tyres, they won't be half a second a lap quicker, they'll be 2, 3, 4 seconds a lap quicker than those on wets. But at the start, you'll see some of those on wet tyres being an awful lot faster.
The drivers rolling out here. We'll see which drivers potentially have gone to the dry tire. Mario Barrios starting on pole alongside essentially the champion-elect Miguel Mir. Doesn't need to do much to rock a championship down here. Michelle Garrido starting on the inside of road number 2 alongside yesterday's winner Charlie Fonseca. Grace AMR, we know she's stuck with the rain tires for RPG. She'll start alongside Jesus Portillo. Luis Quiones and Scott Carapelletti, row 4. Tom Gerstner and Junaid Dean on row number 5. Kim Carapelletti and Alfonso Santiago rounding out the 12 drivers we have here in KA 100 Master.
Miguel Mir, champion-elect, he's on wet tyres. Why risk it, at this late stage? And look at that. That is dry. And if I was on wet tyres, I wouldn't be doing that because I'd be scrubbing life out of them that I will need. Now, what the driver, and I'm not condoning any sort of mischievous behaviour, Rob Howden, but if I were on wet tyres, I would be looking for the nearest driver on slick tyres and just making sure that I was taking the racing line and I was forcing those drivers on slick tyres out onto the moisture.
Yeah, again, it looks to me like it's dried so much over the last couple of, last minute and a half. This is not looking like a wet weather track again. The drivers that are on the wets, we're going to have to really take advantage of it early on here. I think we're looking at a dry track, field set, and we are going racing. We are underway now, down into turn number 1. Again, we'll look at the Grace AMR to see if she's able to take full advantage of it. The track looks pretty dry coming through there. Had a couple drivers slipping and sliding through turn number 1. Here's 2 and 3. And again, I feel like there's a pretty solid dry line there right now. The drivers working their way forward. I think the guys up front are all on slicks right now. And again, AMR, maybe the first driver in the group on the wets. A
lot of them went past on wets, and I didn't see them change into slicks here, but certainly Mario Barrios on slicks. Fonseca was on slicks. He was the first driver to commit. Mir is on slicks. Fonseca dropping back a little bit. Now, there is that Hamid in 4th position coming through. So, definitely slick tyres for Barrios and Miguel Mir. And they're already streaking clear of everybody else, tiptoeing round. And Tom Gerstner was an early committer to slick tyres. And of course, slightly different regulations over here. You're allowed to change tyres right up into the last minute. Once you're on the dummy, once you're on the pre-grid, I'm the dummy for keeping saying dummy grid. Once you're on pre-grid, so we've got a lot longer to make the decision, provided, of course, that you have bolted the tyres on properly by the time the race is due to start.
So indeed, the drivers, we talked about the fact earlier on that there was going to be that transition race where somebody was going to go to the dries. This is 100% it, as right now, Mario Barrios, what has happened? We got Mir. Mir drove off. Something happened to Miguel Mir. I'm not sure what happened here to the championship contender. He's got some kind of an issue right now.
Oh, the several drivers seem to have an issue. And that is handed here. Oh dear. Miguel Mir in the number 477 slowing down, and we'll try and have a look. He looks absolutely heartbroken, but I'm sure that Miguel Garrido, does he know something we don't?
Well, we'll have a look at the points later on. Michelle Garrido, maybe if he finishes second, does have a chance to steal the championship away. I don't know.
I'm not sure. I mean, looking at his body language, Miguel Mir,
he seems to think like he's lost the championship, right?
That looks like he's lost the championship. And I mean, for those of you that think that it doesn't matter as much to these Masters drivers, well, there's the proof. It matters just as much.
Oh, 100%. Miguel just beside himself right now as he works his way in here in the number 477. I don't know whether or not it'll be an issue. I'm not sure what happened to the car. He kind of came out of turn number 7. It's obviously not a chain because he was able to get his way back, but he came out of turn 7 and all of a sudden pulled to the right instead of going to the left of turn number 8. I have no idea what happened there. Up front right now, Mario Barrios leading by 4.5 seconds. The fight here, Michel Garrido runs in second, Charlie Fonseca in third, Jesus Portillo fourth, and Luis Quiones in fifth spot. Grace Amerd holding on now to 6th position. Again, we don't know which drivers have fully gone to the dries of those that are still on the wets at this point. But nonetheless, the guys up front, Mario Barrios is checking out, 4.6 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, it looks okay. So we know that Grace Amerd is on wet tyres. She's doing 60.5s. So therefore, we know that the top 5 drivers are all doing laps 3 seconds quicker than that. Yeah. They're on dry. So Barrios, Garrido, Fonseca, Portillo, and Quinones are on slicks, as is Tom Gerstner, who is running 9th. Who else we lost? Alfonso Santiago. He was on the grid because you saw him.
I did. I don't know what happened to Santiago.
Maybe a problem on the rolling lap, the pace lap. Who knows? We've obviously lost Miguel Mia, but Junet did in 10th, Kim Carapalati in 8th, Scott Carapalati in 7th, and Grace Amerd in 6th. They're all on wet tyres.
I think you're going to see, if the Carapalatis are stayed on wets, I think you're going to see Tom Gerstner potentially going to be able to get them before it's all said and done, right?
Oh, and even Grace Amerd as well. You know, Tom Gerstner, the ageless wonder, 67 years young, and on course for potentially a top 6 finish.
Yeah,
and
indeed.
That group is all together going down the straight towards turn number 2. 5 drivers, the 2 Carapalatis, Gerstner, Din, and Grace Amerd, all together heading through the inner loop now as we watch the battle in front of them between Quinones and that is Garrido and Fonseca. Was that Quinones? Here's the battle.
Indeed it is. These are the drivers all on the reins, other than the driver there on the Magic Kart who is on the slick tires. So these reins are going to start to have trouble. Here goes Gerstner. Tom Gerstner trying to find a way by. He needs to get himself positioned correctly to leverage these these dry tires. And again, out of turn 12, out of turn 1, that's what he wants to do. Drop the hammer there, get that run on the straightaway. That's the key for Tom. Get the big run on the straightaway, drive them all the way down. Here goes Tom to the inside. Not quite there, through a little bit of wet weather there. Got to leverage what you can with those drives to really continue to pick up the corner speed, because you're going to have better grip through the corners from the drivers here at both Carapalati. So he's able to get at least one spot. He's by Grace Amerd. I would not be surprised to see Grace pull off the side of the racetrack. No need to get out there. You've already chewed up a set of wet tires. So it's the Carapalatis next up as the T-Train.
Yes.
Tom Gerstner's coming.
Yeah, indeed. There is your race leader, Mario Barrios. Michel Garrido in second, and we still as yet don't know how significant that second place could be. Obviously, Miguel Mia out of this race, thinking that it's very significant, but we will have to see. Now, of course, Miguel will still get points for finishing in 11th place. He did go out there, so he's 11th, and I'm not quite sure what Garrido's second place points would look like, but of course, Miguel Mia scoring very well, so he's dropping a great number of points. We'll have to see. We don't want to second guess anything. In fact, we should probably, I think, yeah.
We'll wait.
Well, David.
Yeah. There's Barrios right there, fully leveraging his dry tires out to a 4.4 second advantage right now. This is Tom Gerstner again, right on the bumper of the 2 Carapaletis. Again, he's got to leverage those tires, get by than he possibly can here. He's going to have much more grip than the Carapaletis here as their dry start to go away. And that's the one thing. These softer compound tires, number 1, they're softer compound, and number 2, they don't have the tread. They always have the tread, so they burn up so much, they get soft, and they end up starting to fall apart. You really lose the tread on the inside. There's Gerstner to the inside right there, turn number 11.
Tom Gerstner goes past number 416 Kim Carapalati, and you are quite right, Rob Howden. Grace Amerd has called it a day, and here we are. Now, we do have, we've got a special guest in the commentary box. Frank Kidd has arrived to us. We've got a camera in the comment box. Hello, Frank. Frank is a big old pooch. Coming this way, Frank. Come on. He's had 4 Micromax drivers for lunch, and he's watched Darren going round. Yeah, there we go. There's a good boy. Have your ears scratched. There we are. Sorry, there's a... talk about yourselves. There's still a go-kart race going on.
I'll talk about the go-kart race. You take care of the horse.
Yes, indeed. Hi, Frank. Yep, I don't need those trousers anymore. They've got lots of slobber on them.
He's a big dog. I love it.
Oh, yes, indeed. And he's one of the characters of the paddock. And, of course, the families travel the country. They've got to bring the pets with them. And the pets become the personalities.
There he is.
There's the horse. There's the hoss. There's Frank. Oh, he's got a bit camera shy. He knows that. Oh, he's just scared of David Land is what it is, because David's holding the camera. But there we are. He's a big soft.
There's Tom Gerstner, folks. I'll get back to the race. You play with the horse.
Yeah, speaking of big dogs, there's Tom Gerstner.
Tom Gerstner finally able to get by Scott Carpelletti, I believe, so he's moved himself up into the 6th position. That is Tom's a big dog, so is Frank. That is a great species right there. What a great animal.
Yes, indeed. And again, people, I think Mr. and Mrs. Kidd are like, oh, we're so happy to see you. Where's Frank? It's like, oh, you're happy to see us as well. But again, part of this colourful circus that we travel the country up and down week in after week. And Frank is part of that circus. But
so let me give you the update what's going on right now, because obviously we had our little pet inclusion here.
Yeah, sorry.
Mario Barrios out by 3 seconds. Michel Garrido actually running 2nd spot. If he finishes top 4, he's going to win the title and steal it away from Miguel Mir. So Mir, who had the issue here in the final race, ends up finishing 11th. Some kind of a mechanical for Miguel Mir. That is going to rob him of the championship. Michel Garrido needs to finish top 4. If he finished 5th on back, then the title will go back to Miguel Mir. Right now, Michel Garrido sitting 2nd spot. In fact, reeling in the leader a little bit here on Barrios. Potentially could win as well with an exclamation point on the end. But nonetheless, as they run on the racetrack right now, there's still significant time to go. About 7.5 minutes before we see the white flag. You see the leader there. There's Garrido in 2nd, and there's 3rd place Charlie Fonseca. Luis Quiones in 4th. Jesus Portillo 5th. And Tom Gerstner in that 6th position.
So, I mean, okay, Charlie Fonseca has been as quick, if not as quick, if not a little bit quicker than Garrido. So it's so Garrido. It's not beyond the realms of possibility that Fonseca can pass Garrido, but Luis Quinones, at the moment, the person that can prevent Michel Garrido winning the title is Luis Quinones.
Yeah, indeed that. He's 10 seconds back, however, even more than that. So,
and I have to say that Quinones has not been at the same pace of Garrido all weekend.
So, barring any kind of mechanical to Michel Garrido, he's going to be able to cruise into potentially a 2nd place finish that would give him the championship here in this KA 100 Masters class. And tough one there again for Miguel Mir, who was ready. He pulled away with Mario Barrios. He was going to cruise to 2nd or maybe even a win, whatever it may be. Not in the card today for Miguel Mir.
But if it can happen to one wagon, it can happen to any of them. We've seen drivers retire. The teams, they bolt these wagons together very, very well, but again, they're very complex bits of equipment. And, there's many, many, many moving parts. And, of course, all it takes maybe one curb. You hit one curb. They're on slick tires. There are still puddles out there. One little mistake, a puncture. Who knows? But Miguel Mir will not wish ill upon Michel Garrido, even though he's obviously hoping. But again, every time the back end of Michel Garrido's Alessandro's racing kart steps out like that, Miguel Mir's heart skips a beat a little bit.
Well, let's say this right now, too. Anybody who was on the wets has retired.
Yep.
They have not been out there. They're not staying on the racetrack. So the 6 drivers that did go to the dries remain on the racetrack. Barrios, Garrido, who just went purple that last time by. In fact, Mario, look at Garrido. This is the battle for the lead. Michel Garrido's closed up. But Fonseca, Quiones, Portillo, and now Gerstner has decided to retire as well. So Tom Gerstner, and there's a meatball flag for a driver coming through here as well.
427. That's Jesus Portillo. Right, well, that gets So we're down to 4 karts, ladies and gentlemen.
Indeed, and again, that with Portilla going off the racetrack, it is Garrido's championship. He cannot finish any worse than 5th. Now again, you never know what happened with a DQ, pushback bumper, whatever it may be, but with enough drivers pulling off the pushback bumper, even a time penalty is not going to affect it. We've got ourselves a battle, though, for the race win. Let's put it that way. We're not done at all yet. Mario Barrios and Michel Garrido. There's Garrido looking to the inside of Barrios. This is a one-on-one battle for the race win. Now, let's not worry about the championship. These two drivers are scrapping it out. Garrido looking to the inside. No. Coming through turn number 1. They put 14 laps in the books. We are 12:50 on the clock here right now. So indeed, remember, 17 minutes plus a lap. So we are 4 minutes plus 1 lap. And that means we're probably going to have at least 5, maybe at least 6 more laps in this one here. So we're going to get a lot of laps in. It's all trouble for Garrido coming through. Got a little wide all over the wet. Yes, there is a dry line, but when you get off the dry line, it is super wet, and that has allowed Charlie Fonseca to get by. Fonseca has now moved into the second spot, but down the inside again comes Garrido. He better watch himself right now because Portillo's still on the racetrack at this point.
And look at Fonseca, both hands on the wheel saying, think, and Garrido's like, I am thinking, I've just thought about overtaking you. I thought it, I thunk it, and I did it. And of course, this is where Miguel Villa, he's pleading, he's going, please, if you're on wet tyres, go back out. But it's a lost cause.
Too late now, yeah, too late now. 4 drivers remain on the racetrack. Jesus Portillo has retired. So with the 4 drivers still on the track, barring a technical disqualification, Michel Garrido will be your unofficial champion in the KA 100 Masters category for Alessandro's Racing. Barrios still with the lead. And it looked like, I think, that Garrido may have had an opportunity to potentially go for the race win, but kind of missed the corner coming through turn number 4 over to 5, got into the the standing water on the outside of the track. He went well off, and that allowed Charlie Fonseca to get back into the scrap and get into that fight again, take the spot, at least for a couple of corners.
Yeah, and I mean, suddenly Michel Garrido, it's almost like he's got the mechanics, obviously, like all these drivers have, explaining. He suddenly put the hammer down, and the level of aggression has shot him. He's closing in. He's just done a 52.3. Mario Barrios is in trouble. Mario Barrios did a 54.1. Barrios is slowing. The leader is slowing down, and Garrido is closing in for the win.
He was almost 2 seconds faster on that last lap, 52.3 to a 54.1. 1.8 seconds faster on that last lap alone. You wonder what's going on with Mario Barrios right now. Charlie Fonseca is closing up as well. He was quicker, significantly quicker. Something wrong here with Barrios. You wonder if they had the full wet setup on that thing and putting the dries on, it's overstuck it. He's burned the tires off it. Because right now, Garrido's gotten into the lead. New leader, Garrido, who's going to walk away with the championship, going to try to add on a race win here as well. Charlie Fonseca, he's going to come by Barrios here as well to make it a battle up front.
Yeah, and so the race has been turned on its head here at the moment. We've only got 4 karts left running of the 12 that started, and they're all on slick tyres, but it seems as though Garrido, that kart is absolutely just lit up. He made a mistake, went through the wet stuff, lost a position, upset Charlie Fonseca, and then drove back past Fonseca, drove up to the race leader, took the race lead, and now Barrios is in danger of losing second place.
His fast lap, Garrido's fast lap, is quicker by 0.4 of a second on Fonseca and a 1.2 seconds faster than that of Barrios. So I don't know, some kind of an issue here with Mario Barrios. Like I said, whether or not maybe they had a full rain setup on it, and when they put the dries on, it just has overstuck the kart, and maybe more of a full dry setup for Garrido, kind of rolling the dice there. Nonetheless, Barrios trying to hold on for position right now as Garrido stretching out by 1.6 seconds. A massive lead for him. Charlie Fonseca, I have a feeling that he's eventually going to go by Barrios. His fast lap was a half a second quicker.
Well, yeah, and I mean, looking at the Mario Barrios going into the corners, when he turns into the corners, he's having to make 3 or 4 stabs at the steering wheel to get it turned in. The back end isn't stepping out, it's the front end. So the front end is far too pointed, which says that the front end is on a wet setting, which is far narrower.
Quite wide in the front, narrow on the rear.
Yeah, and so the front and the pressure, it's the front end of the kart that is not happy. The back end looked quite stable and planted, but it's the turn in which he doesn't do. It's not doing what he wants it to do.
So when you set a car up for the rain, you're going to go wide on the front, narrow on the rear.
Yep.
That's what happened to Alessandro Di Tullio, obviously, in the race. He was too narrow on the rear. The bodywork went on the outside of the rear tires. But maybe they didn't get a chance to change the front of the car. Maybe that's what it was. You can obviously the rear tires are wide enough. They don't have a narrow rear track, but the front track looks pretty wide still on that RPG. Maybe not enough time to get those fronts put in, and that was the issue for him because it's so stuck right now. This is again the battle for second and third.
And again, or maybe you think it was a conscious decision to to say, okay, well, we don't think the track's going to draw out this much.
That's true.
Yeah. So there we go. We've seen the white flag. The white flag has gone in the air, so this is 17 minutes plus a lap. The checkered flag is about to unfold for this man, Michel Garrido.
Yeah, it's going to be a race win and a championship for Garrido. I don't know that he knows that yet, as Mir off the racetrack. Mir obviously fallen down. Michel Garrido is going to win the championship here in KA100 Master after a early retirement from Miguel Mir, the Alessandro's racing driver, scoring the title. Mario Barrios in second. Charlie Fonseca coming home in third. And Luis Quiones, the last driver to come across the line, holding on to fourth position. Only 4 drivers made it to the end. 6 drivers going with the dries, the remainder with the wet. Michel Garrido getting the race win.
Now, I know that the next race will be going out very quickly, but there's about to be a moment at the scales. There's going to be a moment where somebody tells Michel Garrido that he is the champion. And that is a moment. Now, we know we have a camera that can see into the pit lane onto the scales, but as they drive in, someone is going to be signaling to Michel Garrido, your P1, and there we go. So, Michel Garrido, he's lifted up his visor. Does he know yet? We'll wait for see at the side of the circuit there. Somebody there from his team he's going to look around. He's going to see that, oh, right, Miguel Mir is not there. And when does Garrido realize? Maybe not now. Maybe it'll go down. There's David Cole. Maybe David Cole will be the one to tell him. He's looking up and down. But anyway.
And I just got an update from David Cole down there. Indeed, you said he was there. A broken brake rotor for Miguel Mir. So as he came through turn number 7, got on the brakes. That's why the car obviously.
Yes.
Obviously had the braking issue, pulled off the side quickly.
There's the moment. He's got. I think is that his son there's cheering. A bit of a muted celebration, but maybe that was just for the win. But certainly, and there's the Alessandros. There's the moment. Now he knows he's the champion.
Indeed, and we are rolling with the next category already. Right back into it. 3 more races still to come. X30 Junior, X30 Senior, and Pro Shifter still to roll onto the racetrack here right now. We'll get things underway. X30 Junior brought to you by Rollison Performance Group. The drivers out front, Diego Ardiles. He pretty much has this one already locked and loaded. Enzo Vidmontien in the second spot. Jackson Wolney in third, Max Weiland fourth, Michael McGoy fifth, and rounding out the top 6 outside of road number 3 is Sarah Bradley.
A surprise package. Aidan Young goes to the inside of row number 4 alongside Cole Medeiros, Ty Fisher, and Chase Cassioli are next. Then it's Nathan Dupuis, William Kim, Edward Kennedy, Lucas de Longchamp. The names keep coming, but we look for one driver towards the back of the field that we know is going to have something to say about this, and that is Alexander Vonchev going from the outside of row 12.
Yeah, from 24th for the 706, Alexander Vanchev. Both Henry and Al kind of keep an eye on him coming through the field because he's shown pace throughout the weekend. They'll come through now. Turn number 11, turn number 12. Ardiles on the inside. Vidmontien not here. Remember, excluded from the weekend after the issue with the pushback bumper. That's going to move Max Weiland up here as well. So field set, no Vidmontien, and it'll be Ardiles rolling his way down into turn number 1. He is your leader. One driver taking evasive maneuvers. One of the RPG drivers far left of the curbing on the exit of turn number 1. And away we go. Jackson Wolney digging in there. Max Weiland as well. See Max Weiland working his way up into the second position, but Diego Ardiles out to the lead.
Yeah, so the question is, Max Weiland came within a whisker of his first big pre-final win. Can he get it done in the main event? Slightly different conditions. The fact that he didn't have Vidmontien in front of him, that helped. He's up into P2. get into your rhythm, Max, and now just learn from your mistakes earlier on.
But what did he learn from that race that he can now bring into this one, right? He was in the middle of a fight, lost the lead, fought his way back. This is the opportunity now for him to turn around, use what he learned, and potentially get a race win. But he's going to battle against Diego Ardiles.
Yeah, but I mean, he knows he can pass Ardiles. He's done it before. What he did do, for me, looking back at it, it was tension. He tensed up, and that over-defensive driving was just utter tension and nerves. Sometimes it can almost affect your muscles, and he's got to learn to relax.
Well, there's so much stuff you do for the first time.
Oh, yeah.
It is so brand new, right? You got to get in there. You got to stretch yourself. As you said, you got to go through those experiences to be able to come out on top. Right now, we see these drivers settling in here early on. Oh, big miss at the apex there for the 761 of Michael McGoy. Tried to get the thing turned out at turn number 8 and just couldn't get it done. Full dry, as we know, after some wild wet weather action. These drivers settling in early on for, again, 17 minutes plus 1 lap. That is Ty Fisher right there as well. Ty Fisher in the Race Lab TV Kart number 738, the young Canadian. We're watching Alexander Vanchev. Give it up for Vanchev, already up 12 spots into 12th.
Yeah, he's of the 24 karts started this race because in addition to Vidmontien, Remy Andriatos also didn't take the start. So of the 24 karts that took the race, took the start, Ardiles leading Violent, Walney, McGoy, Fisher, DeLongchamp, fastest driver on the track, 721. Looking at him now, just in front of there's Sarah Bradley in 7th, Young, Ramirez, and now Alexander Vonchev into the top 10. Now, Alexander Vonchev, there he is. You can't see the DHL logos on his race suit. That's his race suit sponsor. But I'll use it again, sorry, Rob. He's hauling the mail today.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Sorry.
Express package, I believe they call that.
Yes.
He is working his way up forward big time here right now. As you said, very quick order, couple of laps from 24th all the way up into the 19th position. 15 position improvement already for Alexander Vanchev in that Zanella machine, the Jose Nakazanella racing entry. He is doing a tremendous job here. But again, we're watching this great battle between Lucas DeLongchamp and Ty Fisher. Everybody turning fast laps right now, but they're all kind of settling in. Up front, again, Diego Ardiles is the leader. Again, watching here, there is a move for Vanchev to the inside of the 717 of Aiden Young. Another pass. He goes up to what? Is that P8 now?
Yeah, P8, although I think Young in that plain white car briefly got back ahead. And Vonchev, man on a mission. He's got the American flag in his racing. Also got the Bulgarian flag, I believe it is, showing a part of his Bulgarian heritage. But further up the order, there's Ty Fisher. Not that much further up the order. Ty Fisher and Lucas DeLongchamp battling over 5th position.
West Coast of Canada, East Coast of Canada. West Coast for Ty Fisher, Lucas DeLongchamp on the East Coast of Canada. The two Canadians currently running now in the 5th and 6th spot. Last time by, trying to reel up here on Michael McGoy. That'll be the next hit for them. That's P4. But get up front, how about Max Weiland on the Magic Kart? Just set a fast lap, 0.8 of a second behind Ardiles, but the quickest driver on the racetrack. Still has to keep digging. A long way to go in this one, but good to see Max Weiland with his head up.
Yes, indeed. He's again, you've got to completely wipe that from your memory. Obviously, since that race, the pre-final in this class, Max has had a run in the KA 100 Junior race. Can't remember how he did in that because that was a long time ago and an awful lot happened in that race. So it is. This is the battle for 5th and 6th position. Sarah Bradley is 7th, and you see here on the Speed Concepts kart. Then there is a bit of a gap, a 2-second gap back to Vonchev in 8th. Now, you said about Lucas DeLongchamp from the east coast of Canada, from Quebec. And I don't know what is Quebecois for turning around and seeing Alexander Vonchev and saying, oh, bugger.
Ty Fisher was able to get by, and he's already kind of made short order of him, stretching away by about 3 or 4 kart lengths at this point here. McGoy actually trying to see if he can't reel up here on Fisher on Michael McGoy, but to be honest, McGoy's lap times are quicker right now than Ty Fisher, 50 flat to 50.2. So really, Ty Fisher may have hit the wall in terms of moving forward. He gets started 9th, now up to P5. McGoy now running in the 6th spot, or the 4th spot. Jackson Wolney in 3rd, because really only the top 3 drivers right now down into the 49s. You got to go down, of course, down to Vanchev as well in 8th position. He did a 49.8. Only the front-running trio breaking underneath the 50-second mark, other than Vanchez, who's trying to work his way back forward.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, Ardiles, 49.30, Weiland last time a 49.8. That's a half-second deficit.
Sorry, continue. I was going to say David Cole let me know that Diego Ardiles has clinched this championship.
Yes, yeah.
So we can lock that down now.
Okay, that's fair enough. So Ardiles now, pressure is off, and he free to fight for the win with Weiland and Walney. But meanwhile, the Pro Show, the Pro X30 class up next, and one of the protagonists is Harley Keeble. And as you go side by side, Alex Searle is going to speak to Harley.
Thank you, Henry. Here with Harley Keeble. Harley, after a head-scratching qualifying for you, you clawed your way through to a P6 finish in the pre-final. I mean, where's your head at going to this one?
I have no idea what happened in qualifying. I had zero grip in the go-kart. I don't know what happened. And then in the pre-final, same tires, same everything. We was very fast again. So I don't know, but I think I'm pretty confident. Well, I am pretty confident. We was fast yesterday. Was fast again in the pre-final. It's just about getting a good start. I mean, yesterday the starts didn't quite go to plan, and I'm hoping everything should go to plan today.
Yeah, and the track's a bit of an unknown right now. I mean, how do you think, from what you've been able to watch out there, and from your SOTI teammates, what does it look like, and what can we expect the track conditions to be like right now?
Well, it looks dry. I mean, everyone's still using the outside curbs and on the entry as well. So I think it dried up pretty quick, and I'm pretty sure it's back to normal now.
And how do you think that suits your guys' chassis, right? With a lot of the rubber being washed off, it's pretty much a brand new racetrack like we showed up on Thursday. So does that play into your hands a little bit, or the opposite?
No, I think it's just going to be pretty normal. Like, it's not going to play into my hands. It's not going to affect us or any way. I think it's just going to be we're going to be fast either way, I think.
All right, good luck, bud.
Thank you.
Yeah, good indication there from Harley Keeble. Good look at the racetrack. They, of course, had to look at everything you're using, the track itself, the curbing you're going to use. I think pretty much maybe just a little cleaner than it was earlier. But otherwise, all in all, a pretty good run here. Let's have a quick little update here on the racetrack. Diego Ardiles leading by 2.9 seconds. He stretched away a little bit here from Jackson Wolney, who's been able to get back by Max Weiland. Michael McGoey in the 4th spot. Ty Fisher in 5th. 6th, Lucas DeLongchamp and Sarah Bradley in the 7th position. Alexander Vanchev continues to try to reel up here on Sarah Bradley, but very similar lap times. Aiden Young and Nathan Dupuis rounding out the top 10. Another side-by-side, folks, as we're getting ready to go with X30 Senior. Alexander Searle standing by with Diego Ramos.
Thank you, Rob. Diego, you and a lot of the guys in the fast group struggled in qualifying. Made a pretty good effort there in the pre-final. I mean, how are you feeling going into this one?
Yeah, we didn't know exactly what happened in quali. Warm-up was good. Then we put the new tires for quali and our speed disappeared. We did some change for the pre-final to compensate that, and works good, but we're still missing 2 tenths. We did some changes again. I think the track will be a little trick too, and we see. We do my best.
All right, good luck, buddy.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, guys. Great to have a chance to talk with Harley and Diego before we roll in here with the drivers in the X30 Senior category. The Pro class is still to come, X30 Pro Senior, and then, of course, the Pro Shifter class. This is the fight a little further back. This is the Fisher, DeLongchamp, Bradley, and Vanchev's 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, all separated by maybe 2 seconds. And again, up front, as I said, Ardiles got the lead by 2.6 seconds over Jackson Wolney. Everybody but Diego Ardiles in the top 10 turning their best laps here on lap number 11. Still, again, 17 minutes plus a lap, so we got still 7.5 minutes remaining in this one here. A long way to go. Ardiles, though, as we said, out front. This is the fight here right now for the last spot inside the top 5. Henry Beaudet back with us here right now. Fisher running in the 5th spot. Lucas DeLongchamp right with them. Sarah Bradley, Alexander Vanchev. Vanchev has slowly closed up to the tail of that group. Whether or not he used up the rubber a little bit, we'll see. Nonetheless, a run from 24th to 8th for Vanchev with an opportunity now to potentially go to the top 5.
And of course, again, it's momentum. Vanchev has got to make the moves quickly. Bradley is the first. Bradley's the first driver that Vanchev will have to try and pass, and we'll see if Vanchev can make the move when we go side by side as we speak to Alessandro Di Tullio.
Thank you, Henry. Ale, I mean, shortly after just winning the championship there, you have a chance at doubling it here. Winning the X30 Senior Championship is on the cards here into this final. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. Obviously, the track condition is it's going to be quite new for everyone this weekend since we haven't raced in this weird conditions. So, yeah, let's see what happens. It's a very, very close fight with Donovan and Ryan for the championship. So I'm going to give it everything. And even if we don't get it, I'm so proud of all the work the team has done. And yeah, we're still going to go for it.
Yeah, things have gotten pretty chippy, I'd say, in the X30 class. A lot of argy-bargy racing going on. All fair, all clean, but elbows are out for sure. I mean, you're starting alongside one of your championship contenders there, so can we expect, some aggressiveness, you think within the field, or are you still going to try to play things smart?
I mean, I'm gonna race how I need to race, but obviously always clean. And if it's there for us, it's there. If it's not, then it's not. It is what it is. But we're gonna give it everything, and hopefully it's a clean battle. And obviously, I hope we could take it.
And one more thing here, with yesterday most likely being your drop day, does that linger in the back of your mind, knowing that you can't really make the moves that you'd like to risk if you had a better result yesterday?
Each race day for me is just a new race day, so I'm just gonna go for the win, go for what I always go for, and then hope for the best.
All right, good luck, buddy.
Thank you.
Sometimes that's the kind of call you need to make. Yeah, you can over-strategize things a little bit, but sometimes you need to stay focused and just go out there and run your race. Like they always, race winners say, hey, I'm just going to win races and let the championship take care of itself.
Yeah, exactly. That's the only attitude that the Tullio can have. On track, you have seen Alexander Vonchev pass Lucas de Longchamp and Sarah Bradley. Bradley has also managed to get past de Longchamp. And dropping down the order is Max Weiland. He's had an off-track excursion on the Magic Kart, and as you look at the back of this shot there, you just briefly saw Weiland, who is down to 8th place. There he is. We didn't see where he went off, but it's not meant to be today for Weiland, but his day will come, I'm sure.
That is such a shame. Max Weiland had so much speed here in that Magic Kart USA machine up front, qualifying on pole, doing what he could do, was almost there for the podium, just a little off there for him. But as you said, it's all about experience. The day will come. Feel really bad for the young driver who potentially could have got himself again onto that first big national podium. But again, listen, you got a taste of it, right? He knows the pace is there. They know they can put the kart together. So watch for him to stand out a little more. We'll have some big races here throughout 2024. Ardila's out the front. Jackson Wolney 1.6 seconds up. That puts Michael McGoy now up onto the podium, potential podium into the top three. 1.2 back is Ty Fisher. Fisher trying to find some more. So he is like 0.4 of a second quicker. Again, remember, folks, we are looking, 3.5, 4 minutes, not even 4 minutes remaining, plus that one lap. We got an opportunity before we go to the end of this one to have another quick interview. Alexander Sturl standing by right now with Donovan Bonilla.
Thank you, Rob. Dono there, so close in the KA championship. You got a decent shot at it here. I mean, you've been perfect up until this point, right? Besides the qualifying today where you missed it out by 500th. I mean, are you confident going to this one knowing how quick you've been all weekend?
Yeah, we had great speed all weekend. I think the track is a bit sketchy right now, but we just got to figure it out, like the first 2 laps. I don't think we'll be fast, so.
Yeah, with how aggressive everyone has been in this class, I mean, does that play in your mind a little bit? Are you still going to, try to run your own race, or you're going to try to be defensive early knowing these guys are going to try to get around you?
I'll just do my own race. The goal is to win, so I'm going to aim for that. If I won the championship, I don't care, but just aim for the win, and that's it.
All right, thank you, Dono. Donovan Bonilla looking to go back-to-back, just like the Chiefs. Let's go.
Very similar to what we heard before. These guys just want to go out and get the race done, right? That's it. I'm going to go out. I'm going to go race for the win. If I get the championship, I do. If I don't, I don't.
Yeah, exactly. And again, that's very typical of Donovan Bonilla, very understated, not confident in his own abilities, but not wanting to just, shout about it across the paddock. And Alex Searle also choosing to upset every San Francisco 49er fan in the paddock as well.
One of the things that he said in the initial interview that he had was talking about kind of the way things got pretty chippy yesterday,
Yes.
right? We had some very disappointing behavior at the podium after things wrapped things up yesterday. Not the podium, at the scales,
Yes.
actually, yesterday. I got a big scoop on that. That was super disappointing to hear, and that's the kind of stuff you don't want to see. We're all sportsmen here, right? You're out there, and again, it's an aggressive sport. We know that. It's a high-speed chess match, and there's going to be some contact here and there. It's when it starts to fade over the line into more deliberate actions that I don't like. That really kind of upsets me.
Well, I have to say, the key word that you mentioned on that, sport.
Agree.
Aggressive, yes. Competitive, yes. Important, relatively, yes. Life and death, no. Sport.
Very true.
And fun. Meanwhile, back at the track, Alexander Vonchev is about to pass Michael McGoy for a place on the podium. Wow. From 26th to 3rd briefly, but you know what? McGoy and Fisher, who are both still there, they're not going to give up without a fight, but can anybody hold back, resist the irresistible Alexander Vonchev?
And get ready, Aaron Likens just grabbed the white flag. We are coming right around to the 17-minute mark. Alexander Vonchev, indeed, 24th to 3rd. What a drive, 21 spots forward for the Zanella Racing Machine, but he's got Ty Fisher right there as well. The young Canadian looks aggressive here right now. Michael McGoy has faded back to P5. We got ourselves a mano battle for the final position on the podium. Diego Ardiles is the race leader right now, 1.1 second up on Jackson Wolney, who just went purple. Wolney trying to close up, but not enough. Both those drivers very consistent with a 48.8. This is the fight for the final spot on the podium. Again, there it is. That's 5th, 6th, and 7th. McGoy, DeLongchamp, and Sarah Bradley. White flag flying. That is 1st and 2nd across the line. And I'll tell you, 0.4 of a second quicker for Jackson Wolney as well. White flag flying for the final spot on the podium. There is Vanchev. There is Fisher. Here is first place runner Diego Ardiles. He is the champion, already locked in for the category. Diego Ardiles going to try to put the exclamation point on the championship run as well. But Jackson Wolney cut, 0.4 of a second out of the lead, got it down to 7/10 last time by. Not going to be enough as they come down here now into turn number 9. Wolney, though, putting on a show. We're not quite done yet, though, with the drivers coming here in for P3. Final spot on the podium. Have a look over his shoulder. Big block to the inside, maybe an over-under here for Ty Fisher. Does he come out with it? We don't know. It's going to be a win in the championship for Diego Ardiles. Close is Jackson Wolney. Here's the final battle, and Vanchev has got the spot, and he finishes off a tremendous drive, 24th to 3rd. The podium for Alexander Vanchev could be the drive of the day from the tail of the field. Works his way up to the podium. Diego Ardiles, though, with the championship. Jackson Wolney 2nd. Vanchev, we made sure to talk about him in the intro, and he delivered, working his way up into 3rd position.
I mean, I'll say this. I thought that he would be coming up and challenging for at least a place in the top 10. A podium, well, I mean, it was on from very early on. When he passed half the field on lap 1,
right.
That was incredible.
Yeah, no
Fisher, McGoy round out the top 5. DeLongchamp and Sarah Bradley 6th and 7th. Aiden Young, really strong day for Aiden Young. Got to say, impressed by that young man. Nathan Dupuis and Chase Gassioli round out your top 10 ahead of David Ramirez. Aiden Augustine up to 12th place from 25th on the grid. Cole Medeiros, Renzo Barboy, Tristan Murphy and Juan Jose Paramo, the only other finishers. A couple of the tail enders there were flagged off as the race progressed. Edgar Rodriguez, Max Weiland, a mechanical issue at the end.
Let me throw a couple things out there, Henry. 22 laps we got in the books. That was the initial run anyway. 17 minutes plus 1 lap is your 22 laps. So
and we are bang
right on
timetable.
We are right back on time at 4 o'clock. Indeed, the engines have fired on pit lane for Pro X30. A great field of drivers set to go. And let's jump right on into it. Donovan Badilla, we just had a chance to talk to him. Got a chance to go for a championship here to potentially another victory. The winner yesterday, the RPG driver starting on the pole alongside Stephen Miller on the AM Racing engines. Ariel Castro's Xpree, he'll start 2nd. Road 2, Alessandro DeTullio alongside Ryan Norberg, multi-time champion. And of course, Norberg DeTullio already with a championship in KA 100.
Thomas DeVoe and Harley Keeble share row 3. Brandon Carr, who was saying he wished the rain would come back, starting on row 4 with Laurent Legault. Santiago Fernandez having a good day, and Dalton Haynes round out your top 10.
Yeah, Nicholas Terlecki will start on the inside of road number 6 alongside Diego Ramos, while Noah Jackson, good run for him, starting in the 13th spot. RPM driver Brian Garcia on the outside in 14th.
Row number 8, Paulie Massimino and James Stegman, then Kitty Chan, William Boutillier, Savdik Sarthi and Henry Lepard round out your top 20 as we look down towards any drivers there that could be coming up from the back. Well, Lucas Nanji starting out at position, Blake Nash as well, and Jacob Kohler.
Yeah.
So impressive last weekend, not so much this weekend.
And again, we saw the Franklin Karts be fast with Nicholas Terlecki, so don't count out Josh Houtz working his way back forward again. Xander Clements back in the booth to join us for the last couple of races of the day. Rain is gone. We've got the sunshine back out again. Time to go racing.
Here it is, the final X30 Pro main event of the SKUSA Winter Series is green. Donovan Bonilla and Stephen Miller are dead even down at turn 1, and they're all going to tiptoe because that outside lane's still a bit damp offline. But a good start for Dono, but a better start for Alessandro Di Tullio, who goes through the lead. Bonilla gets turned in front of the field. He'll drop back about 15 spots. And again, for Donovan Bonilla, he needed another big win. He needed to put ADT behind him to win the championship. Now it's Di Tullio who leads over Thomas Nevo, and then a little gap back.
Wow, what a issue there for Bonilla. Got real wide, dropped the wheel, and almost looped it back around in front of the entire field, able to come back. We'll see where he ends up slotting in, and Bonilla will have to put his head down. Stark contrast to what he had yesterday when he was able to pull away and essentially run uncontested to a race win. Now we've got the Canadian Thomas Deveau out front in the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic. The number 50 leads the way. Di Tullio runs in the second spot. Brandon Carr may have wanted the wet weather, but he's looking pretty good in the dry. He goes to P3. Santiago Fernandez in 4th. Dalton Haynes up to 5th spot. 6th, Nicholas Terlecki. 7th, Stephen Miller all the way back to P7. Harley Keeble, Paulie Massimino, Ryan Norberg all the way back to the tail of the top 10. And we're just getting underway based on the 17 minutes plus a lap. Henry, we're going to have 22 laps of racing, and the leader right now is Thomas Deveau.
Thomas Deveau, who put a wheel on the outside paint going into turn number 1. And we saw the number 50 kart suddenly jackknife sideways. He caught it and held on to the lead. Donovan Bonilla crossed the line at the end of lap number 1 in 24th position of the 29 karts in this race. Neveau leads. Di Tullio now in control, but Brandon Carr is right there in 3rd position. It's gone badly for Donovan Bonilla so far. It could have got a lot worse. So many quick reactions at this corner on the opening lap, saving a monumental incident.
Brandon Carr to the inside for 2nd. He moves the championship contender Di Tullio back to 3rd. And then it's Fernandez. Keep an eye on Carr's bumper. That thing looked a little bit loose coming through turns 2 and 3. I wouldn't be surprised starting mid-grid if the TKG KR driver has a little bit of a pushback for him in 2nd. Santiago Fernandez still 4th, and then they got back to Dalton Haynes in the 5th spot, who got a good start. But the other oddball in the championship is Ryan Norberg. If Norberg could get up and win this thing, and Di Tullio faded outside the top 5 along with Bonilla, who's already well outside of it, Ryan Norberg could steal a title. But as it stands, ADT leads the way.
Yeah, Norberg's got work to do all the way back in the 9th position right now. Again, a long 22-lapper, though, so he will have to methodically work his way forward and maybe have a little bit of luck with the drivers up front working. He needs that front-running pace to slow down enough that they're not going to have to worry about it. And the two Kart Republics look pretty good out front right now, though. Neveau and Brandon Carr running 1-2. They've got a little bit of a gap back to Santiago Fernandez, who runs now there in the 4th spot, but he's closing up the next one, and they're doing a lot of talking there. Dalton Haynes having to look to the inside. There we go, side by side. Nicholas Terlecki going to the inside. They are really battling it out here right now. Haynes trying to see if he can hold them back up front, but he's got a lot of guys there trying to find a way by. There is Stephen Miller in the AM Racing Engines machine. Harley Keeble. Ryan Norberg just goes purple last time by as well, P9. They are really stacking things up there right now.
Donovan Bonilla has already gained a few places back. He's up to 19th. He didn't lose any time to the race leader last time. He's 10 seconds behind the race leader. The problem that Donovan is going to have, he's going to get up and pass Noah Jackson, which puts him 13th. Then he's got 3.5 seconds before he gets to Diego Ramos in 12th. So the positions are going to come, and there's a move. Di Tullio back to P2.
And Haynes got back around Santiago Fernandez for the second time. He passed him a lap prior, then tried to tell him to work together. Santi threw it right back in on him, and that's what cost them a ton of time to the top three, who are now out in front by about 2 seconds. And all three Kart Republics, 2 different teams, but they, out of all the different manufacturers, have the most cross-team synergy, it feels like, in the paddock. So they know that they want to bring a KR championship home. Their best shot is ADT, and then also to keep a race win within the 3 of them. So I don't think you'll see a lot of fighting unless the pace is really off. I thought for a moment Carr was faster than Neveau, but obviously he's dropped back to 3rd, Rob.
I'll tell you this, when you're back 4th, 5th, and 6th, and you're kind of in that next chase group, you realize who's up front, man. You just can't do that. You've got to work together. Haynes, of course, asking for some help. Keeble's there right now, and again, Norberg's saying the same thing. He's looking over at Keeble saying, hey, man, let's go. Now, Norberg is going to get a little bit of help from one of his teammates. Laurent Legault has finally found a way up here as well. They were able to get by. They're right back on Keeble now, and you can see Norberg is pointing to Keeble. Come on, I got to push you forward here right now. Indeed, no, Norberg's going to make the move to the inside. You know what? You wonder when these drivers make signals and nobody listens to them why they even do it anymore, because he's trying to get Keeble to go with him. Instead, he goes by him in turn number 1. Keeble's probably saying, listen, man, you're asking me to work with you, and you're driving by me. You better be fast enough to pull us all the way back to the front.
That's the big thing, right? I mean, they signal to work together, but 9 times out of 10, it's work together as in follow me, not me follow you. As problems for Jacob Kolar. He had an outside shot of the championship coming into this weekend after a pretty solid run on the second round, and unfortunately, he snapped a chassis yesterday in a crash with the rear axle completely destroying the rear end of the go-kart, and then today he's out again.
Yeah, the Vice Racing team, very good in the first weekend here, having a tough time of it this time around. Now, a couple of laps ago, just as you were talking about the Tullio taking things easy, the Tullio got his line wrong going into turn number 7 and literally had all 4 wheels. There's Norberg to the inside, but Norberg ahead of Fernandez for P5.
Oh, and he just drove into the side of him there, and now there's contact in the carousel. Hartley Keeble up and over the side bod of Santiago Fernandez. Fernandez obviously felt like he got roughed up by Norberg. I think he went in deep and Norberg was right behind him. I don't know if there was contact or not.
I don't know.
But to be honest with both of you guys, that's a bit of inexperience in Santi Fernandez. Even early in the race, he fought a lot with Dalton Haynes, and that broke the pack up, and now he's fighting hard as more guys are going by. Just a driver not used to the difference of racecraft in the front of the field.
And he's got the pace to be there, right? So all of a sudden he's got the pace, and he finds himself up with those guys there. And listen, when you get moved or whatever happens at turn 2, you look over and you're swerving at Ryan Norberg, you're probably not going to come out on the top end of that deal. And there was more guys behind him that were more than happy to pay him off. Norberg goes down to the bottom. He's trying to hold everybody back off here right now as they're all kind of settling in the middle of a battle. Diego Ramos is in there as well. There's a couple of Sodi kart drivers. Again, everybody fighting forward. Nicholas Terlecki in that scrap as well. Norberg kind of leads that next group as they're trying to work their way forward. Remember, he was all the way back into 10th, worked his way forward. I said a methodical run forward. He's now up to P5. He's going to have to ask for a little bit of help, maybe a little bit of respect from some of the drivers behind him, because they got to start lining up right now and getting working forward, because it's 2.6 seconds up to Dalton Haynes, and then another 1.5 seconds up to Brandon Carr.
Well, as this group here, that's Paulie Massimino and Stephen Miller on screen are rolling. It's Laurent Legault, Nick Terlecki, Harley Keeble up the road, 8th, 9th, 10th. Update on Donovan Benias back in 16th. The lap times, though, keeping a tab on him. Dalton Haynes was tracking down the leaders a little bit. He is not now, as Keeble goes back and forth, him and Terlecki going by on Laurent Legault, who was starting to defend a bit for his spot down the end of the backstretch. And sometimes I think what's getting thrown off for these guys is there's a lot of defensive driving down into turn number 2, just because if you go offline in 2 and have to touch any of those exit curbs, you're out to lunch. It doesn't necessarily mean you're worried about the drivers going by you for one spot or that you're slower than them. But anytime someone defends at this point in the race, Rob, Henry, you guys know it's a signal that they're slow, so they're going to do everything they can to shuffle them back.
Yeah, I mean, okay, Donovan Benia still down in 16th position. He's actually gained time on race leader Thomas Neveau. Only a second. He was 10.5 seconds behind him when he was in 20th place. He's now in 16th. 9.5 seconds. I mean, he's not going to catch the leaders. That's beyond. But that just, again, we talk about maturity of the driver. You know, it's gone wrong. The title is almost certainly, although you can never say never, the title's gone. But is he overdriving the car? No. Is he making rash moves and losing more time? No. He is driving as fast as he possibly can, cutting his way through the pack like so, without losing any time. He's proving a point.
Yeah, another solid move there. Going to dive to the inside by Noah Jackson in turn number 9. And you know, the thing about turn number 2, a lot of these drivers, we've seen so many of them get freight trained. The minute you could have 4 or 5 guys behind you, it's hard to get back in. In turn number 2, if you got moved to the inside, it's really hard to tuck yourself back, and you can find yourself losing a lot of spots. And I think that's another reason why we've seen a bunch of drivers defending up at the end of the back straightaway, just to try to preserve the position they have. They may have not got a good run out of 12, not a good run through turn 1. They're doing whatever they can. But as you said, I think even more to your point, Xander, if you're doing the big block in the first half of the race, the cart's just not there yet.
No, and again, I think sometimes guys are blocking in turn 2, and they may have the cart to be there, but they're just so worried about getting water on the tires by going to the outside curb. Watching the leaders, they're starting to use more and more of the rumble strips, and that's the last part of this track that dries, because those divots in the ground are just pockets, mini lakes for water at every single divot, so it holds longer than anything else. You have to drive over them to get that water to go out. You can see they're using all of it in turns 2 and 3 now, and most of it in the entry to turn number 4. Maybe not as aggressive as before. They have to be careful to have the wheel straight. But as we keep an eye on the times here, Dalton Haynes was making ground up in the early couple laps. He's stabilized. That gap is staying dead even. He might be faster, but they're working together. Norberg, though,
you could see the
really
signals between the drivers there as they went up the straight. The 3 Kart Republic drivers, like you said, Xander, 2 teams, same chassis, all saying, like, come on, let's go. You know, the 2 Trinity Kart Group entries are sort of protecting the Inter-MS entry there from any interlopers. Haynes and Norberg in 5th with the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, another fast lap for Ryan Norberg. And I know we're on a time schedule here, 17 minutes plus a lap, but it really does kind of equate to a 22 lap run, right? So just know that we're past the halfway point in terms of time. Got 13 laps in. I'm going to say approximately we're going to go to 22. So we still have 9 laps remaining in this race. I will say this, there's an issue there. A driver has gone off as well. Further back in the pack, someone lost a barrier at one of the LN carts.
It's Kimi Chan,
all right,
the Dan Devereaux racing driver, who was actually doing really, really well. Kimi Chan got Zach Valentino doing the spanners for him this weekend and was flirting with the top 12, but now did a lot more than flirt with the barriers there.
Let's touch in on the championship right now. Really, it's Alessandro Di Tullio's to lose at this point here, right? He's got about 100 points as they run on the racetrack right now. So really for him, he settles in here, finishes anywhere here in this front-running group, he's going to win the championship. But he said, Xander, in the interview, I'm not sure if you heard it or not, but I'm here to win races, right? I want to win, and if I win, everything will kind of slot into place. So I expect him to go for the race win regardless right now. Maybe the back of his mind, he may say, yeah, second brings me that title to Inter-MS, and of course for the crew here at Kart Republic as well. But right now, as I said, when it comes to the title, it's all about Alessandro Di Tullio and his to lose up front.
Yeah, let's talk the top 3, right? Who are the guys and where's their story? Well, Thomas Neveau, he's won before, and he's podium before. He's led many laps. So for Thomas Neveau, the driver who came off his NASCAR Pinty Series rookie season, he said in his interviews in January that I'm just here for fun, to train, and to help Kart Republic because they helped me get to these races. So for him, I don't know how hard he'll fight for the win. We heard from ADT. He's got championship on his mind, but if he wins, it falls in. And then there's Brandon Carr. Brandon Carr was in a very similar scenario to this one 1 year ago in March at the U.S. Pro Kart Series. He, Paulie Massimino, and Diego Cantecha pulled away by seconds early in the race. By the very end, they got reeled in. He led some laps in that 3-car pack, ultimately didn't get the win. And outside of the Stars Championship Series, he has not gotten that big breakthrough U.S. Pro Nat win. And with all the stars here, I think he's got the biggest chip on his shoulder to pull a win off, just considering the fact that Tullio's won before, Nevo's won before.
Yeah, I will say for certain that Brandon Carr, no, he will not want to take out his teammates.
Here's Di Tullio.
But absolutely, as he follows Di Tullio into P2, you're right, Xander, Neveau doesn't fight it. We're on lap 17 of what we think will be a 22-lap race. But Brandon Carr, if you give, he will put he knows DeTulio's fighting for a championship. I will say this now. Brandon Carr will put DeTulio in a position. He'll make the move and he'll go, okay, Alessandro, if you want the title, you're going to let me pass for the win. If you want a battle for the win, then you've got two options, the break or the grass. It's up to you. And he'll let DeTulio decide for himself. Brandon Carr's in a prime position here.
Just like the drivers to the middle part of a race kind of settle in and kind of get their spots, and we're kind of filling in a little bit with a lot of information. Now it's become crunch time because we're down to just 5 laps to go. Now you start thinking about where you want to be. If you want to win this race, you're not doing it from P3. So indeed, if Nouveau wants to start pushing himself into a spot to potentially get by, he'll have to step things up. That's Dalton Haynes right there. That is the 4th position. But Ryan Norberg potentially coming through to P4. Norberg, who went all the way back to 10th. I told him he had to methodically work his way forward. He is now working up to Dalton Haynes, who keeps looking over the shoulder here. Norberg right with him. This may be a good battle to watch because I don't know how much action we're going to get up front. I think Haynes is expecting, he just actually lets him kind of go by on the inside. I think he realizes how quick Norberg is. Norberg could be the guy that brings Haynes back up to the lead.
And Dalton Haynes yesterday did the opposite. He defended a bit too much early, and he came off the racetrack and talked to his older brother, his mechanic, the team owners, and they let him know, hey man, there wasn't a pack behind you. It was only 1 or 2 guys, and you kind of cost us a lot of time racing with yourself. He felt super bad about it, almost heartbroken that he would have been able to let his teammate get the win who had more speed. He kind of humbled himself Saturday night and said, you know what, I need to race a little bit smarter, need to keep my head on straight. That was a smart move by Dalton's case, because if he lets Norberg get up there like you said, all of a sudden, there's a chance.
And they're only 1.9 seconds back. Remember, the closer you get, if you can get them within a second, wait till the DeTulio Carr and Nouveau start going at it for real. Right now, they're being super friendly, right? A little pass here, a little pass there. When it starts getting aggressive, at this track especially, look how close Norberg and Haynes is. If Haynes has some coming into the podium here, that'll be a brilliant stroke to allow Norberg to kind of pull you forward.
And you can see Nouveau has sort of eased back a little bit. Now, I don't think that is because he's not quick enough. I think that's because he's probably thinking, okay, you know, like I said, I'm a NASCAR Pinty Series driver now. Like you said, Xander, you know, I'd love to win, but I don't need to win so much. We'll see what happens up front. If the pieces fall right, then great, but I'm not going to force the issue here. As I say that, though, he catches back up there. I think Brandon Carr is going to make one decisive move, and it's going to happen within the final 2 laps.
Just want to throw this out there, come back to that, but Norberg was 0.2 or 0.3 of a second quicker than the leaders up front. 1.7 back right now with still about 3 laps to go. They haven't started racing. Norberg and Haynes continue to push.
It'll be right on the limit here, Rob, for the race for sure. I will say also, Henry, to your counterpoint, I think Thomas Nouveau, honestly, I think he is losing a little pace because when the 2 guys run behind him, they break about 5 feet earlier, and it's an accordion effect back. They did not work their tires nearly as hard as Thomas Nouveau did, towing the line for the entire first 15 laps of this race. He's trying to cool them back off and run in their wake now, but DeTulio and Carr, and especially for Brandon Carr, I mean, he's braking twice as early. He's rolling less speed, letting the tow keep him along, and he's going to be primed and ready for a last lap battle. The question is when he pulls the pin here, Rob. When does Brandon Carr want to go, and how close can Norberg get?
Look at the ticker.
Indeed.
And I'm looking at the flag man as well. So the clock strikes zero.
And they have not thrown the white flag as of yet.
No white flag. We race the white flag and the checkered flag now.
We're going to go, I think, 23 laps. They have not thrown the flag yet. I'm surprised we didn't get it right at 17 minutes. Aaron Likens has not grabbed that white flag yet. We're past the ticker. DeTulio, Carr, Nouveau. All right, folks, dial things in. At least 2 laps. Yeah, they're going to get the white flag this next time by. That may play into the hands of Ryan Norberg a little bit. He's closed within 1.1 seconds. He needs these drivers to start battling. Norberg digging. Haynes as well. Behind them, Diego Ramos. First move to the inside. Carr to the inside of turn number 9. He'll take the spot, and DeTulio slotting back into P2.
Has Brandon Carr gone too early? He's got to defend over this final lap. But again, DeTulio, yes, he wants to win. He's thinking title. Carr is thinking first SKUSA final win. Here we go, though, down the back straight.
Nouveau pushing Carr on the outside. Thomas Nouveau chose his teammate over ADT, pushed him through to keep the lead, and now it's a couple car lengths. DeTulio on this final lap is 3 away. He's got to worry about Nouveau. They were chassis teammates, but they're teammates by team first, and I think That is going to bring Norberg in, and Brandon Carr, Rob, is headed for home as he chases his first SKUSA win.
It would have to be a big dive moving to turn number 9. It's not going to come. Carr out of the corner cleanly. DeTulio with a shot still through turn number 11. And it's Norberg trying to find a way by he and his nemesis there, Naveau, coming out of the final corner. Not close enough for ADT. The winner here is going to be Brandon Carr. Carr will win in X30 Pro, but the championship goes to the P2 driver, Alessandra DeTulio. Naveau holding back a charging Ryan Norberg. Dalton Haynes ends up in 5th, Diego Ramos 6th, Hartley Keeble 7th, Laurent Legault 8th, Nicholas Terlecki 9th, Blake Nash up 13 positions, 23rd to 10th for Blake Nash. Donovan Bonilla, who went all the way back, fights his way back up to 11th, but a couple very impressive winners here. Number 1, Brandon Carr, a big victory in round number 4, and Alessandro DeTulio for Inter MS winning the championship here in the Pro X30 class. How about back-to-back championships for Alessandro DeTulio? 2 here this year.
And he seals it with a kiss as he takes the congratulations from his competitors. A word about Donovan Bonilla. I'm sure he will be gracious in defeat. At the end of lap number 1, he crossed the line in 24th place, 10 seconds behind the race leader. He finishes 11th, passing 13 drivers, and finishes 9 seconds.
I don't know if you guys were paying too close attention here in the scale line, but DeTulio seemed like he was blowing those kisses to a specific driver's way in purple and pink. I know they had a run-in yesterday, and I think that might have been towards Norberg, but
we're
maybe
dressed in purple and pink. Maybe it was to us. Maybe it was to us, Sander. Who knows?
Either way, congrats to Alessandro DeTulio. It's a Kart Republic domination here. First, second, and third with 2 different outfits. The Trinity Karting Group boys will be celebrating as their new signee, Brandon Carr, in only his second weekend with the team for 2024. He gets his first X30 Pro win. He's already got a couple of national level wins in the States after a good run in the Stars Championship Series, getting a title there. But this is definitely another step up with the likes of RPG here, the likes of Inter MS here, and again, the caliber through the field, just massive. Let's take a look at first the start, and especially down this backstretch here, Rob. Walk us through kind of how it goes wrong for Donovan Bonilla.
Yeah, indeed. Watch Bonilla literally just kind of hung it out to dry, and I don't know that there's just a little less grip than we had earlier with all the rain that we had there, but just kind of lost the rear end. Maybe a little bit of help, but the minute you're outside that you've dropped a wheel, he falls all the way back. Luckily, honestly, not to go all the way around and get collected by everybody else.
Yeah, great reactions. Naveau and the three Kart Republic drivers, Naveau, Kart, and DeTulio, were able to break away there. There is Keeble and Norberg having a battle, and they were working well together until this happened.
Yeah, Fernandez got a little aggressive there. Keeble gets caught up a bit there, too. That was part of Norberg's march back forward after falling back to 10th position. Here's the move again for DeTulio. He got himself in a spot where it looked like he may be able to take it. And again, this is Haynes letting by Norberg to chase him down. And listen, they literally got the job done. There's the pass for the lead, the pass for the win in turn number 9. He's able to get through there as well. And a little bit of help there as well. You said that, Xander. Big help there from Naveau pushing Carr by.
Yeah, and you can see he finished the job off defending from Ryan Norberg to keep the Kart Republic podium. And one other thing I want to bookend it here is you can see the celebrations across the line for Brandon Carr and the emphatic celebrations for Alessandro DeTulio as he was stoked about it. Is, to be honest, they also should probably share maybe a drink or a dinner for Santiago Fernandez, because regardless of the contact with Keeble, had Fernandez not battled with Dalton Haynes for about 2 laps early on and cost him about a second to second and a half on the gap, Norberg and Haynes probably would have got there about 2 laps earlier.
Great.
We might have been talking about a different podium.
That's true. That's very true.
I just want to say one last thing before we move on to Pro Shifter. Brandon Carr is obviously from the UK. He's a second-year senior driver, so he's 16, 17 years old. He basically comes out here and lives in the US for half the year while he's racing. Brandon's mum and dad, they have to split their time. So the mum is here at the moment. Dad was here in Vegas, but I was speaking to them and they hardly see each other. They you know, the whole family is behind Brandon's move to the US, and you know, families, they make all these sacrifices monetary, but I mean, this is like they hardly see each other at all because they're supporting Brandon's racing. And I know Brandon's mum has got a big birthday coming up. They're going on a cruise to celebrate this birthday starting in a few weeks. What better way to celebrate and make it all worthwhile, the family being back together for the first time in months, than to celebrate, say, okay, we've won a SKUSA event, the sacrifices we're making, it's all coming together, and it is worth it.
Yeah, indeed. It's so much a family sport, especially when you're trying to do it overseas as well. Guys, 7 races down, just 1 more to go. Again, your coverage here today of the final round of the SuperKarts USA Winter Series presented by SimCraft. We are set to go. Pro Shifter, and listen, we saw some really solid dominance throughout this Winter Series. Alessandro Di Tullio, of course, in that KA 100 senior category, but man, Mateus Morgado has been so good here in this Pro Shifter class. He has been absolutely flawless in everything he's been able to put together so far. We're going to be able to have a look at the grid here soon. We're going to get a chance to talk to Alessandro Di Tullio, of course, as we get set to go. Scheduled start time here again for this final category just about 2 minutes ago, so I think we're just trying to get the track dialed in and ready to go. Drivers are ready to fire up on the grid as well. Let's have a look at the grid while we have a chance. No, I think we're going to be able to go right into the interview before we go to the grid, folks. He's coming right off the scales. The emotion still there. Alessandro Di Tullio standing by with David Land.
Yeah, Ali, that was, couldn't go better as a weekend goes. 2 championships in one day. How you feeling right now?
Yeah, I feel great. I mean, yesterday we were a bit worried, after we had that issue with in the X30, but we solved it for today. Pace was good today, and the track conditions, changed quite a bit, so that makes everything up. But yeah, I tried to just keep it clean, not go off track, because some parts were wet, and just not battle too much. Like I wasn't racing for the win. I just wanted the championship. So yeah, great way to end the weekend.
Yeah, it was such an interesting way you won it. You almost had some help from your Kart Republic teammates there. Kind of describe the thought process of you guys kind of staying in line till the last couple of laps. Were you trying to do that, just try to stay out of trouble and hope that they didn't race you too hard?
Yeah. I mean, every time I looked back, there was a Kart Republic, which made me smile, and all they did was point forward. So, I mean, that was just great teamwork from all of them. I think it was Brandon, Thomas, and one more I forgot, but yeah, thanks to them for supporting us and for making KR on the 1, 2, 3 and championship win.
Alessandro Di Tullio, a 2-time champion in one day.
Yeah, fantastic day for Alessandro Di Tullio. He'll enjoy that, soak that in for the remainder of the day, and of course, focus forward now to the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour Opener, the Winter Nationals in Orlando in March, trying to keep this momentum rolling for Inter MS and the Kart Republic crew. And again, looking ready to go here pretty soon to the driver introductions of the grid for the Pro Shifter category. I believe they've got Brandon Carr down there as well. Let's get things going. Let's continue on. We got time. Brandon Carr, folks, huge victory. What a drive. And he stands by as well with David Land.
Yeah, Brandon Carr, I mean, first of all, what a great day for Kart Republic, right? I mean, a top 3, you guys got ADT the championship, and I know you are so happy to get a win here.
Yeah, it was just great. It was always coming. We had a good season last year, but we just had to top it off at the start of the year, see what we can do later in the year. But the race was good. We find the car was amazing in the final. Like, we've been struggling a little bit in the heats, but the pre-final. But in the final, it was just really good. Just have to stay patient, try and get away from the rest of the field. And, yeah, I didn't even realize it was last lap. I thought there was 2 to go. So when I came across and saw the checker, it was just a relief.
We were talking up in the booth. This was really kind of a Brandon Carr racetrack. The rain had just come in, and we kind of thought you had a chance at it, and boy, oh boy, there you were at the front. I mean, talk about those track conditions and how they kind of helped you out a little bit.
Yeah, when the rain came, we was all excited because we thought, last time the rain, the water stayed, but just as we were pushing to the grid, the track started to get fast again. But in the last corner, the rumble strip was full of water, so we just have to be careful there. So yeah, just had to play it safe on the first couple of laps, get away, and then start pushing it towards the end.
Brandon Carr, I think this is a sign of things to come, folks.
Hey, listen, that's what these races are all about, the Winter Series events. Number 1, you're getting yourself dialed in. Number 2, you're trying to build that momentum to roll in to the national season. Great for, of course, Di Tullio and Brandon Carr as well. Let's get back down to David Land with a driver who really put on a show today. That was Ryan Norberg.
Yeah, Ryan, I mean, that was an incredible drive. came up just a little bit short. Tell me a little bit about it.
Yeah, I mean, we just had a bad start. It looked like someone took Donovan out of the race, and he spun right in front of me, and so I had to almost stop to get around him. Fell back, and we were passing some people, and we got all the way up to fourth. But I knew, I was watching them push and work together the whole time. I knew once I caught him, it was going to be a battle for third. I knew they were going to protect DeTulio, and so I figured at that point it was just going to manage it. They threw the white kind of surprisingly. I was trying to count the laps, and I didn't count it being the white yet. But yeah, it is what it is. It was a good run. We were fast. We were way faster than everybody. I think the gap was 4.5 seconds, and we closed it. So yeah, it's disappointing to not have any trophy or anything to show for it, but we had speed and we showed the carts fast, and we just gotta get through the first couple laps.
All right, it's Ryan Norberg, pro shifter out on the racetrack. Let's get to the booth.
Hey, if they were counting the laps, they found out that we went one extra. We actually did 23 laps, right? We were kind of waiting for the flag to come out. We ended up doing 23 laps on that one. Here it is, folks. Let's look at the grid. Mateus Morgado with an opportunity to win the championship as well. Danny Formal was the dominant factor in January. February, though, it's Morgado for PSL. He had a perfect day yesterday, looking to do it again here today. Alongside him, Danny Formal as the carts are rolling into the grid. Giorgio Carrera on the inside of row 2 alongside Alan Isambard, Michael Riccio, and Cooper Becklund on row 3. Justin White and Henry Wheeler there as well on row 4. Field set, going to the lights for the final time in the Winter Series for 2024. We are green, green, green. Hole shot for Morgado. But on the outside is Danny Formal. Carrera to the inside. Formal may get hung out to dry on the outside, trying to work his way down to the bottom, and he holds on to it. Down to the inside. Carrera sees it. He checks back in. Top 4 drivers lining up as Isambard goes to P4, but Morgado with the hole shot. Formal trying to force it on the inside of the inner loop. Can't quite get it done. And again, look for Formal to be super aggressive here on the opening lap, Henry. He knows he's got to get by right now.
Yes, he does, and Morgado knows that as well. Morgado being defensive this morning. Danny Formal said, I prefer it when the track is a little bit greasy, a little bit slippery. Well, it's dry, but it has that residual moisture. It is not as grippy as what it was this morning. Formal has to do it. He has to do it soon. And yesterday, we were talking about Morgado trying to drag Formal into a bun fight. Here comes the move. Formal to the inside into turn number 2, and he runs Morgado to the outside. Morgado down to third, put Danny Formal in P1.
Oh, big veteran move, holding Morgado to the outside at turn number 2. That brings Carrera in there as well. Almost Isambard, but Giorgio Carrera has a spot. In fact, they climbed up on top a little bit. Carrera coming through the corner, and it was Morgado who almost climbed up on the back of him. Could have been done there for Morgado, but indeed it is now Formal out to the lead. Carrera on that Inter-MS Kart Republic trying to follow in the footsteps of Alessandro DeTulio to get another big finish here. Morgado looking to settle it. He knows he's got the outright pace to get the job done. It's a long 22-lapper here. Isambard slots into the 4 spot. Michael Riccio on the Magic Kart entry goes into 5th. Wheeler 6th. White, Becklund, Barnes, Saraceno, Verino, and DeAndrea round out the 12 drivers in pro shifter here right now. And it's a lead for Danny Formal. Count it maybe 5-6 kart length with a super aggressive move through turn number 2.
Yes, indeed. Now, during one of the breaks there when I was checking out at some of the before the last couple of races, I said to Danny Formal, there's the move back from Morgado into P2. He had to do that. Now it's game on and a chase. We will find out the championship permutations as we can. Morgado and Carrara very, very wide there coming out of the final complex, and in fact Carrara loses P3 to Alan Isambard.
Indeed, a little bit of trouble there for Carrera coming through. He'll try to go back down the inside of turn number 3, and he's going to get it. Michael Riccio there as well, so Carrara goes back into 3rd. Isambard 4th. Riccio now in the 5th spot. Good move to the inside there as well, as I believe Saraceno might have, or rather Justin White might have taken the spot away from Henry Wheeler, and I think he indeed did. Here's the battle further back there. This is 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. Goes 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th. All there as it's a 2-driver breakaway. Morgado trying to reel him in right now. Here it is on the racetrack. Essentially, this is from David Cole. Unofficially, Morgado needs to beat Formal. If Formal beats him, he will win the championship. Otherwise, Morgado has to beat Formal to take this title.
So it's a head-to-head fight, effectively. The first one to cross the line. That's how karting championships should be decided. coming down the last lap of the last race. Mentioning Justin White, he had a great run in the final yesterday. There's the move from the number 32. Didn't quite pan out there as he tried to take that position away from Riccio, but certainly Justin White, somebody, obviously Jerry and the Kartworks, Maranello team, they seem to light a fire underneath Justin when it comes time for the main event. Speaking of lighting a fire, things are getting warm up at the front, Rob Howden.
Yeah, I'm just telling you this, that PSL karting Barrel Art machine, the TM-powered entry has just been so good all weekend long. Mateus, of course, on his form, a former world champion. You know this guy, when it's right, is going to be the guy to beat. Danny Formal is the same way, but he's told us throughout the entire weekend they've just been a little bit off. They've been trying to find that little bit more to be able to stay with Mateus, and Morgado has now reeled in. The gap that was there is now gone. He is right up on him here right now. A mano-a-mano head-to-head fight for the championship here in the Pro Shifter category. Formal is going to have to use everything he has, everything he knows, everything he used to win 4 Super Nationals to be able to hold off Morgado. We're so early in this one here, just 6 laps in next time by. It's a 22-lap race. Down to the inside he comes. Watch for the over-under. Not quite. Formal couldn't get it done, and Morgado dives to the inside of turn number 11.
That's a world champion move there. Is it enough to seal the SKUSA Winter Series? Now, Formal has to go on the attack. He has to go on offense, there's Danny Formal, and I have to say that even if he's a little bit off in his own words, or if the package is a little bit off, you put a kart 3 kart lengths in front of Danny Formal, and he is like a terrier chasing a whippet around this circuit. He is absolutely going to be looking at the rear bumper of that Birrell ART kart and giving it absolutely everything.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Morgado has been so good. Again, he's topped all 5 sessions thus far in the Pro Shifter category on the weekend. Will he do his 6th to complete the sweep of the weekend and steal the championship away? He could do just that. He goes purple again, able to stretch away a little bit. Formal in the second spot. It's a half a second now between first and second. Carrera runs third. Isambard fourth. Riccio in fifth. There's Riccio right there in the Magic Car. Right behind them, the Maranello as well of Justin White. And that's going to be a good fight, I think, for the last couple of spots in the top 5, right? That is Isambard, Riccio, and White. Cooper Becklin not that far back either, trying to kind of come up into that scrap here as well. We got a scrap further back as well between Skitchy Barnes and Nicholas D'Andrea. Looks to me like Chris Verano and Vincenzo Saracino will fall back to the tail of the field here as well. But nonetheless, up front, the scrap is going to be between Morgado and Formal. But I'll tell you, if Morgado keeps doing what he's doing, I think it's going to be too little, too late. In fact, the gap now 0.8 of a second.
Yeah, and of course, did David Cole factor into his calculations the 10 championship points you get for fastest lap in this race? At the moment, it belongs to Morgado. So Morgado doing what he needs to do, but also has the fastest lap. That fastest lap could be the buffer that he needs. He has got an 0.8 of a second buffer at the moment. And Formal, you know, he said, I spoke to him earlier, and I said, did the rain stop a little bit too early? And he just walked past me. I didn't even look at me, but no, it's all good. As he went about his business.
Yeah, he's like, I'm fine. We got this. Everything's in hand. They've been able to dial this thing in. And, of course, as we know, Mateus getting more comfortable driving the gearbox kart. Of course, his World Championship coming in single-speed competition, but he has really kind of settled in here right now. And listen, you think about that, what have we seen at a PSL in the Barrel Art camp for the last couple of years? It's been Marian Kremers, right in the middle, winning championships, winning races, and now you turn around and Mateus Morgado takes the spot. You watch Kremers move on to Tony Kart, right?
Yep.
And now it's been Morgado stepping to the forefront for PSL, picking up the flag, picking up the flame, the mantra, and moving forward, right? So again, this is going to be fun to watch on the national level when we go Pro Tour racing and see what happens to the Super Nationals, because Mateus Morgado already showing what he's got against the Super National champion.
And again, the question was at the start of the year, how long was it going to take Mateus Morgado to get fully acclimatized to a Pro Shifter kart? We've had our answer. It's taken him 2 weekends.
Exactly that, right? He is ready to go. And again, watching these early laps. In fact, we're closing on the halfway point now. Next time around, it'll be 11 down, essentially 11 to go. We're looking at about 9 minutes remaining. We are doing the 17 minutes plus a lap, although we didn't quite do that in the last race. We were looking for the white flag to fly, and it didn't. So nonetheless, this is a good battle here. This is for the final step on the podium. Giorgio Carrera on the Inter-MS Kart Republic and the Sony Racing USA machine for Alan Isambard. These two drivers have been kind of locked together throughout the entire weekend. We'll see who ends up coming for the final step on the podium. Either Carrera or Isambard able to take it away. Not that far back as well is Michael Riccio. He's only a second back watching these guys go at it, but Riccio's got Justin White in the Maranello right with him as well.
Yeah, and Riccio and White. There's Carrara and Isambard. So this is the final place of the podium. Riccio's putting in a strong showing here. Further back, Skitchy Barnes up into 9th place. He's ahead of Nicholas D'Andrea, Vincenzo Saracino and Chris Farino, although they're all quite closely matched together. Henry Wheeler running in 8th, Becklin 7th. And then here, you can see Becklin on the back of your screen there. Carrara defending again, the Inter-MS driver. They've had a good day of Inter-MS. Can they finish it out with a pace on the Pro Shifter podium?
Well, I'll tell you this, Isambard has been relentless so far. We've watched this thing for, 12 laps now. He is all over Carrera. A little bit of a gap this time as they come through turn 1, but he put a ton of pressure through 10, 11, and 12 on that last lap, so the Sony kart looks very good. Again, like I said before, Michael Riccio's not that far back. Riccio in the Magic Kart, not back by much, and it's Justin White pressing him as well. You go another little second back for Cooper Becklin as well. So the remainder of the field is a little more stretched out, but up front, this is probably the best battle we have here now. The battle for 3rd and the battle for 5th.
Yeah, and I think Riccio and White have sort of calmed down their back a little bit. They've seen what's happening in front of them between these two drivers, and they thought, okay, right, well, let's just play nice for the time being and see what falls our way, because Isambard looking very aggressive, Carrara looking very defensive, and they're saying that that's a recipe for a potential Riccio or White podium.
Yeah, and we're talking about the fact that's that last spot on the podium, right? So let these guys scrap it out. Come on, go at it. There's Isambard to the inside. He'll take the spot, but then cover off the bottom. Oh, White is loving this. Riccio, rather, is loving this. You guys go at it. I'm coming up here. And then Carrera back on the inside. So a pass in 2 and a pass in 5. Carrera versus Isambard, and here comes Mike Riccio right on him right there as well. Mike Riccio there, as is Justin White.
And Alan Isambard he's been attack. Now he's had to defend at turn number 9. Meanwhile, Matheus Morgado has extended his advantage to 3 seconds over Danny Formal. He's still got the fastest lap of the race. His fastest lap is a 46.09. Formal's fastest lap is a 46.46. There is the story of this race, as Isambard and Carrara side by side, and in a microcosm it's the story of the championship. When it's wet, Formal is king. When it's dry, Morgado asserts his authority.
Yeah, he just has that half a second overall pace. This is a great battle for 3rd, though, for sure. Carrera, Isambard last time, the time before, through turn number 4, through a slider. Not able to make it stick, though. He's still right there. Michael Riccio trying to dial things in. And in fact, Cooper Becklin's not done yet either. He looks like he's ready to come back into the fight here. That is 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, all lined up here. And we're looking at about 7 laps remaining here.
Oh, and that's Isambard up over the back. Sorry, Rob. Isambard rode up over the back of Carrara, going flat chat down the back straight, and that's allowed Riccio through.
Yeah, Michael Riccio gets through, but right back on the inside, and here comes Justin White. He's going to try to roll around the outside of all of them. Justin White checks back up. There's Becklin back in. This is going to give Carrera the chance to pull away. Becklin makes the move on Isambard. Becklin now up into the 4th spot. So this has allowed Carrera to stretch away as the 3rd place driver with not a lot of laps to go, maybe 6 to go. Becklin now into 4th. 5th is Isambard. 6th is Riccio. 7th is White. And look who's coming up here. Henry Wheeler from 8th to stack things up.
Yeah, and Danny Formal, 3.5 seconds back. He's still lapping within a 10th of his personal best. He hasn't given up in terms of the race. He knows the title is gone, but a professional racing driver like Formal will still drive as fast as he possibly can to the maximum that his package will allow him to drive, and he is doing that even though the title is easing it way in front of him.
Let's give a shout out to Cooper Becklin, seeing everything that was happening in front of him. I talked about the fact that he kept digging to work his way forward, but he placed himself correctly as things were happening. He was able to make the right moves to get himself into the position to get by Alan Isambard. Not close enough, of course, to catch up to Carrera, but again, Isambard now having to dial things in to try to go back to P4. So again, it's the Burrell up front, it's a Cosmic in second, the Kart Republic in third, Cosmic in fourth, it's the Sodi Kart in fifth, the Magic Kart, the Maranello, the Burrell, all lining up. There's so many different chassis here, so many different teams, and a good battle continuing. Becklin versus Isambard, that will be for P4.
And I have to say that with the SKUSA main series, the regular SKUSA season, the Pro Tour rapidly coming up upon us, every other team in this paddock with the Pro Shifter karts in them and drivers are thinking, okay, right, we've had years of Kramer's doing the number on us, and now we've got to try and deal with these pesky red and white go-karts again. It means that they're going to have to bring all the big guns to the USA, and this is where it is at. This is the show at the moment. Oh, they're battling at, at this track, nearly 100 miles an hour.
Isambard getting super aggressive here in his defense. Becklin tried to make a move in one. He kind of shoveled that one off. Again, he moved to the inside as they worked their way down into turn number 2. And that was Mauricio was getting a bit of a run. And again, this is starting to get aggressive. I think these guys really no love lost at this point here because they've all got their elbows up. 1, 2, 3. Gone right now. Becklin looking to try to hold off Riccio, who will try to get some more pace coming out of the corner. That's going to give Isambard a little bit of breathing room. Morgado, Formal, Carrera, 1, 2, 3. And again, we are winding down on the time here as well. This is, again, there's the gap that Isambard wanted because the last time he came back around, Becklin was right on him.
Yeah, and again, I think Isambard is speed in that Sodi kart, not as much as Anna would like, obviously, but when he gets when he gets half a lap without somebody snapping at his ankles, he can pull away, as he's doing now, because it's Becklin's turn to defend. I mean, overtaking possible, not easy in Pro Shifter, as we can see, but the action so spectacular. This is go-karting at its absolute limits.
There's Becklin trying to hold on to P5, but a great move there for Riccio to the inside. Can't quite do it. Becklin just pulls the over-under, comes back out in the corner. Michael Riccio trying to get it done here in the Magic Kart USA machine. He's got the Maranello, though, of Justin White right behind him, and now Henry Wheeler on the scene as well. Wheeler trying to find a way by. So it's going to be aggressive over the last couple of laps. I keep looking up to see what's going on with Aaron Lycan's contact. That is a couple drivers together, and that is Wheeler getting together with Justin White.
Yeah, I could see that, and there's that's damaged Justin White's Maranello kart. Wheeler was trying to make the move, and I for the angle that we had, I couldn't see if any of them jinked towards each other. I think maybe it was just going so close down the back straight, and Wheeler rear wheel to rear wheel, and a 360 in the air, and look, the main thing is both drivers up and out of their karts, but I just go to show you that the drivers, the risks they take driving as close as they are, the skill level off the chart here.
Yeah, that was unbelievably close. We'll have a look at this right now. Let's have a look at the contact here. We got only a couple minutes to go. White flag flying here, so quickly look at the replay. Here they come. Now, where are we here? We got the right replay for you. Here they come down the straightaway. They're side by side, and indeed, they're just, I think maybe White kind of pinched a little bit over a little bit, and Wheeler in there. They just made the contact, and that was, I think, a 720 almost all the way around. Back on the racetrack, white flag here for Mateus Morgado. He will look to complete a weekend that will not only deliver a couple of wins, but also a SKUSA Winter Series championship. Ricio's been able to get by Cooper Becklin. That's for P5, so move Riccio up to 5th, but this is the final lap for Mateus Morgado. We'll see if Becklin has anything to get back around Riccio on the final circuit. But again, listen, Danny Formal was able to get out of the lead. He knew he had to hold on to it. He had the elbows up, did everything he could, got a good lead as really everybody was able to pull him. And he did a great job holding Morgado to the outside of the racetrack in the opening couple of quarters. But the bottom line is Morgado settled in, worked his way back to second, and literally reeled them in. It's a big win for the driver here, the Italian coming through, the Brazilian rather. Huge victory for Mateus Morgado. It's a win. It's a championship. It is a fantastic perfect weekend here to cap off the Winter Series.
Absolutely. Formal started the Winter Tour perfect, but that man, Morgado, finishes the weekend perfectly.
Indeed he did. The victory, 5.8 seconds. Danny Formal rolling up.
Bows figuratively to Formal. The sportsmanship is incredible between these drivers. And you look at the move that Morgado puts on Formal for the win.
Pro move.
Absolutely outstanding move. Not an inch to spare. Formal didn't give him an inch, and Morgado didn't take an inch. And the respect shown between them. And there's a slightly livelier discussion. One little thumbs up there from Giorgio Carrara. Alan Isabard, he's come back to the pro scene here in SKUSA. He said he's not here to make friends, he's here to make a career for himself and to get some wins for that Saudi team that have hired him this year.
So we saw a good show of respect there from Danny Formal on Matheus Morgado. The victory, 5.8 seconds. And of course, he fell all the way back to fourth, but forced his way back forward and really put the lap times down that he needed to catch back up to Danny Formal. Made that pro move. That dive bomb move to the apex to grab the spot. Giorgio Carrera rounding out the top three on the podium. Alan Isambard coming home in fourth after some pretty good racing there with Michael Riccio, Cooper Becklin. Skitchy Barnes able to get up there to seventh position. Congrats to Skitchy Barnes, already the Masters champion, able to work his way up there and finish in seventh, running against the pro drivers here, half his age. Vincenzo Saraceno ends up in the eighth spot. Nicholas DeAndre in ninth, and Chris Verino rounding out the top 10. We do have a little bit of chatter going here between Carrera and Isambard as they chat. Hey, well, listen. They all had their elbows up. I think Alan, of course, he can be as mad as he wants. He did the same thing to a couple of the other drivers, pitching guys down as well. So, hey, listen, everybody's super aggressive in this category, and it's about this class, too. You watch where the passes get made. It's the moves, the deep bomb moves down to the apex, right? It's not rolling the corner all the time.
Yeah.
You're diving to the apex. So, listen, you have to have a heightened sense of everything happening around you, right? Your peripheral vision, everything, understanding, because it happens so fast.
Yeah, because of course the kart in front of you is stopping that much quicker. It's stopping from a higher speed to nothing quickly, so you need the reactions then, and it gets to, there's Chris Verino just taking his red race suit off, again, only the fourth or fifth time he's been in one of these shifter karts. His best lap, 1.7 seconds off the world champion. And the former world champion and the Winter Series champion. So he won't be happy with it because he's used to being running up at the front, but he should be happy with it because
it's a good baseline.
It's a good baseline, and he'll look at his lap times and so we did 23 laps, like you said, Rob, in that race. And actually, he'll look at those 23 laps and they'll be, compared to yesterday, today those 23 laps will be closer together in terms of the gap between the fast and the slowest.
Yeah, indeed. It was a good race for sure there as we have the guys. We had the guys in the middle of a fantastic battle there for sure. And again, listen, it's always fun to watch what all these drivers are able to do here and get the job done over a course of a weekend, over a course of a championship, right? It was Danny Formal, as we said, that came out of the gate so strongly in this pro category back in January, but Matheus Morgado will find the extra speed he needed to really turn things up. And there he is right there, Matheus Morgado, no doubt about it, feeling pretty happy about getting it done. An absolutely perfect weekend, and he will eventually work his way over here for us to set up a couple of interviews as we cap things off for the coverage of the 2024 SuperKarts USA Winter Series here in Homestead, Florida. Of course, the Pro Tour coming in not much time here. Again, here we are in the booth. Yeah, you can't see us very well here. It's a little bit dark for us right now.
That's absolutely fine. That's our best side. They caught our best side.
Absolutely perfect. Exactly that.
What you can see is the SKUSA Strong outfit. We want to make sure that, we give this enough props. This is the Breast Cancer Support Squad that we're all members of, so you can see us in pink. But that's important. This is slightly more important. Well, no, this is important in terms of karting.
It's pretty solid. Let's go over to the driver who just finished up an absolutely perfect weekend to win the championship, Matheus Morgado.
Yeah, Matheus, championship winner here in the Winter Series, and you did it in style. Danny threw everything he had at you, and yet you floated like a butterfly and stung like a bee there. You juked him out. Tell me about the move first, and then about this championship and how much it means to you.
Well, he's not an easy guy to overtake, especially also in shifter on a track like this that you have so many high-speed corners. It's not so easy to overtake. So when the driver closes you don't have much think you can do. But yeah, I found space there. so I could make the move was pretty good move, and I think was really clean move from both parts. When he overtook me, when I overtook him, so yeah, really nice race, really nice move.
Mateus, the Winter Series obviously is your return to shifter racing, particularly here in the U.S. How gratifying is it to win a championship in your first championship here in Pro Shifter in the U.S.?
Well, I can only start thanking God, thanking all my team, PSL, my mechanic chef, Lucas, our data guy, everyone that have been supporting me and making this to become possible. I'm really happy with this result. Feels really special for me, and this one is a result that I would take for my life. It's my first championship on Pro Shifter in the United States, and I got the win, so yeah, really happy.
Mateus Morgado, I think we're going to be hearing that name quite a bit in Victory Circle in 2024.
Yeah, again, we talk about this a lot, right? That's what we got going here right now. This is essentially the start of the national season here at the SuperKarts USA Winter Series. So the success you see here, the momentum we see here, is what we're going to see rolling throughout the 2024 program into the Pro Tour. This driver, again, fantastic in January, came up a little bit short here, but again, a fantastic drive into second place today. Danny Formal stands by with David Land.
Yeah, Danny just came up a little bit short. You threw everything at Morgado. It just wasn't enough. Clearly, the pace difference was too much to overcome today. But evaluate today. I mean, you were close.
No, it wasn't close. It was bad. He was in another league today, especially in the final. They definitely found something on their power, and their go-kart was on rails, and Mateus just drives this direction of Homestead flawlessly. You could defend, but when you're 4/10 off the pace, it's useless in a way. He passed me in a place that if I tried to block more, I would have spun out. He just had so much more traction than I did. My team worked so hard. I am so thankful for Rawlins and Performance Good. We never gave up. We knew we had a downhill battle. When I saw the rain, I kind of got happy because I'm quite fast in the rain, but it didn't come for us in the rain. We lost the championship, I think, by like 10 points. Congratulations to Mateus, to his team. Seriously, flawless drive this weekend. Put our heads in the oven and see what we can do for our next race. I'll be back in the seat next week. I didn't do the first race, but I'll be next week sharing shifter duties with Ryan Norberg. So super excited for that. But yeah, thankful for my team, my mechanic Chris, Patrick, Big Mike, Alberto, Luis, OTK, everyone. I feel bad I couldn't do more, but yeah, grateful and excited for what's coming next.
Danny Formal, gracious in defeat.
Yeah, not surprising, folks. A class act when he wins and a class act when he loses as well. That's what we want to see out of any driver. Again, we're here to wrap things up because it has been an odd day, of course, here. Well, maybe not an odd day for Homestead, let's be real. You haven't been here before. That midday rain is not something we're used to. It happens every once in a while here. We had some rain come through. It dampened the track for a couple of categories, make things kind of exciting for us. But all told, we had a really a fantastic 4-round program for the Winter Series this year. Some great racing back in January with a full-on wet weather race. I love when we get some wet weather because we get a chance to see what these drivers can do. It's a great training for them as well. But again, today we had that rain and things were, all told, exciting in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, neither of us were here for the first weekend, and I think we were thinking to ourselves, the rain, we avoided the rain. We'll come here for the sunshine. We didn't quite get it all our own way, but what it does show me is that the strength in depth in the USA karting scene, specifically in the SKUSA series, right from Micromax through the junior classes, the pro classes, and the master classes, not the biggest, but certainly we saw a lot of competitive action. It bodes well for a fantastic 2024 season. I know that the Everett at Kart Chase here, the whole team, Xander Clements in particular, they want to thank Acceleration Kart Racing and Simcraft for their support on this weekend's coverage. But again, for me personally, fantastic to be back in the USA next to you, Rob, and also we've got some real stars. Not all of them won titles. Obviously the ones that did win titles, they're the stars. But names like Donovan Bonilla, Diego Ardiles, he won a crown. Even people like Max Weiland, the next generation.
Yeah, an opportunity to show his stuff.
Hey, this is the showcase. This is the showcase. Now, everyone at the start of the Winter Series, everyone's thinking, well, we don't know, lots of people changing teams, moving across,
this is it.
you know, who's got what, how are things going to pan out, what's the form guide going to look like? Well, now we've got a pretty good idea of how the rest of 2024 is going to pan out.
I always call it the preview, man. This is the preview of the summer, right? It's a winter series. We used to call it kind of spring training. You know, you come down here, you've been on the couch through November and December after the Supernat. You went through Christmas, but you come down here and get back at it again. You mentioned a lot of drivers moving teams. Again, that's the big thing, right? Mateus Morgado moving over to the shifter kart category to take the seat of the vacated Marian Kremers. He shows up big. It's really a look at what we're going to see throughout the 2024 season. And we're not that far away from the Pro Tour getting underway. Of course, the Winter Nationals at Orlando Kart Center coming very soon in March. So that tour getting set to go. From there, they go to the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati for a great run at the Bailiffs track there. And, of course, back to the kind of the spiritual home of the Pro Tour, which is Newcastle Motorsports Park and the Summer Nationals. Again, we've had a fantastic weekend here. Beautiful day yesterday, and it was warm today with a little bit of wet weather. But the championship battles were fantastic. And as Henry said, we finally got a chance to see those drivers really step to the forefront, and we expect to see them continue like an Alessandro Dettudo, like a Mateus Morgado, and like a Diego Ardila, some of these younger drivers who worked their way into championships. Final thoughts right now before we wrap things up?
But the future is looking very, very bright indeed for across all classes. 51 drivers in KA Junior. The teams, I mean, that's the thing that's impressed me. Professional teams, professional drivers, professional racing, and a great show.
Henry, thanks, bud.
No problems.
Great to have him here. Henry Beaudet, folks, again, great to have him here with us. He was with me at the Super National as well, alongside Mike Smith. We'll send a shout-out, a happy birthday to Mike Smith as well. He had that birthday yesterday. But again, we wrap things up here from Florida and the Winter Series. Now we look forward, still in Florida, to the Winter Nationals in only a few weeks' time at Orlando Kart Center. We want to thank everybody again from Kart Chaser, everybody from Super Karts USA, Acceleration Kart Racing, and, of course, the sponsor of the weekend here, Simcraft. We're going to leave you with a little clip, a little package here of some of the great action here from AMR Homestead-Miami Motorplex, presented by MG Tires. On behalf of Henry Beaudet, my name's Rob Howden. Bye for now.
Good job.